Chapter 1. In the room. There was a man sitting by the bed. His expression was calm and there was a trace of seriousness. However, his heart wasn't calm and he was even stunned. 3 days I can't go back. Lin Fan's mind was in a mess. He remembered that he was at the subway station. In the subway station something unpleasant happened. He fought with 2 big men. At that time he was full of momentum and he started with Wing Chun boxing. However, in less than 3 seconds, 2 punches the size of sandbags came at him. With a bang he didn't feel anything at all. When he opened his eyes he was here. At first he thought that someone was playing a prank on him. However, one had to know one's place. He was so normal that he couldn't even be considered a passerby. Who would play such a huge prank on him? The furniture in the room was made of dark red wood and there was a fragrance in the air. It was worth a lot. Today was the 3rd day. He had just arrived and didn't dare to walk around. He didn't know anything and didn't know where he was. This is a little tricky. Didn't the novels say that one's soul will have memories? Lin Fan scratched his head and felt really annoyed. He walked in front of the mirror. It was really clear. He had looked at it many times. It looked exactly the same as him, just that his hair was a little longer. He didn't know if his soul or body had transmigrated. In different worlds, there were definitely 2 people who looked exactly the same. However, the current situation was a little awkward. Suddenly, Lin Fan pulled up the clothes on his left arm and looked over. When he saw the scar on his arm he was stunned. This is my original body. He didn't dare to believe it. How did he do that? Everyone would have a mark on their left arm. It was the mark of a vaccine when they were young and it was hard to remove. He calmed down for a moment. Forget it, since I am here I will just take things as they come. I'm not afraid of anyone. It is just another world, what is the big deal? After hiding for 3 days he didn't want to hide anymore. He had to walk out of the door and look at this foreign world. However, where was his golden finger? Without any benefits how could he survive? On Earth he was already so shit. Would changing places change anything? Lin Fan was in deep thought. However, he still didn't believe it. There should be some changes. He didn't think about all this. As an ambitious youth, even if he was in a foreign environment, he had to be brave and take the first step. He pushed the door open and walked out. Outside was a large courtyard with fake mountains and flower beds. The home of the nouveau riche. Looks like my luck is pretty good. In this foreign world I should be a rich kid. Lin Fan was very satisfied with his current situation. He used to be unable to imagine what the life of a rich person was like, but now he should be a local tycoon. How could he not enjoy it in the future? He passed through the arched door and left the courtyard. He had been thinking about a problem. He should be a young master of a wealthy family, but he hadn't seen a single servant in the past 3 days. No one even brought breakfast, lunch, and dinner. His stomach was growling with hunger, but he was afraid of being in an unfamiliar place, so he endured it for 3 days. Fortunately, there were pastries in the house, so he barely managed to survive. At this moment, a servant walked over. When he saw Lin Fan, he had a weird expression and said respectfully, "Young master, why have you come out?" Lin Fan nodded. "What happened? Since you know I'm the young master, why would I need anyone's permission to come out for a stroll?" In order not to make others feel uncomfortable, he knew that he had to watch more and speak less. The servant lowered his head, looking a little strange. Young master was different from usual. But he didn't dare to ask. Lin Fan coughed to moisten his throat. He acted like a young master, accompany young master for a stroll. The servant wanted to remind him, but he knew young master's temper. Even if he said it, it would be useless and he would make young master unhappy. He could only follow beside him. This place was too unfamiliar. He had to bring someone just in case. At the corner, Lin Fan was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and nearly bumped into him. He wanted to rely on his identity to holler in an overbearing manner. "Are you blind? Don't you know who I am?" Such an overbearing and furious roar was something that he didn't have the right to say in the past. However, forget it. Low profile. Lin Fan raised his head and looked. A male blocked in front of him. He was really muscular, square face, really majestic, but he was really young. Around, many people looked at Lin Fan. The courageous one in a narrow path. Lin Fan noticed that the way the male looked at him was a little weird. He didn't look like a servant, so he definitely had a high status. However, no matter how high his status was, could he compare to him, the young master? The people behind the male shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Just at that moment, everyone's mouths were wide open in shock. Lin Fan raised his hand and patted the male's shoulder. "Brother, can you please let me pass?" It was a very polite greeting. Although he didn't know who he was so young. Maybe he was his brother or even a relative. It shouldn't be a problem to call him brother. Old master. The servant that followed Lin Fan held some silver in his hands. Young master wanted to go out to play and had no money, so he went to get it. When he returned and saw young master and old master meet, he headed forwards. His soul nearly flew away. That old master shocked Lin Fan so much that he wanted to ascend to the heavens. What? Please make it clear. Were they playing with him? The person in front of him who was around his age was actually old master. Didn't that mean that he was his son? Scoff. A furious scolding came from the square-faced male's throat. You dare to bring your master out, how arrogant. His voice was like thunder, like the roar of a beast. His voice was really loud. Put on. The servant knelt on the ground, his face was ashen white from fear. Men drag him out and beat him to death. The male said solemnly, Old master, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. The servant was so frightened that he nearly peed his pants. He kowtowed, his scalp broke and fresh blood dyed the green brick ground. Lin Fan was stunned. Which family's landlord was so arrogant to actually treat human life like grass? Looking at the expressions of the people around, they were used to it. Beating a servant to death was a small matter. After which, 2 muscular guards walked out. Seeing that they were about to take the poor servant away, Lin Fan couldn't just ignore it. Stop. He stepped out, reached out and stopped the 2 of them. With his size, if he wasn't a young master, the 2 guards would be able to beat him to death with just 2 moves. I will take responsibility for what I did. I came out myself, so what does it have to do with him? That isn't how you punish a chicken to warn the monkey. If you have problems, come at me. Lin Fan was a righteous person, otherwise he wouldn't have been beaten up by the 2 men at the subway station. Of course. He was a young master, so no matter what, they couldn't do anything to him, right? The servant knelt on the ground. He raised his head and tears covered his face. He stared at his young master in disbelief. He didn't expect that at such a time, young master would actually speak up for him. Gratitude. As a servant, his life was thinner than paper, not worth mentioning at all. He often used the life of a servant to show his might. At the same time, he gave the master a way out, turning the small matter into nothing. As for servants like them, they were forgotten by people. The better ones would have their corpses wrapped in straw mats, and the bad ones would be tossed into the wilderness with no one caring about them. Congratulations on activating the small support system. A voice rang out in his mind. Was this a cheat? Lin Fan, who was addicted to novels, closed his eyes and could say thousands of things for you. Not to mention other things. If you really wanted to talk about novels, a box of beer would be able to make you lose all love for novels. Since you said all the things, then what was there for him to read? Very quickly, Lin Fan reacted. He saw something that wasn't there before. A few lines of data attracted his attention. Lin Fan. Physique, 9 internal strength, 0 heart cultivation, none cultivation technique, none rage points, 10. It was a little weird. Lin Fan didn't understand. The cheat was activated just like that. Also, what were these rage points? Was it? He thought about a possibility. Haha, brother Lin, your son is really bold. The middle-aged man standing at the side laughed. Looking at his luxurious clothing, he gave off the aura of an important person. To prove the truth, Lin Fan directly opened his mouth. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course he is. The rage points jumped. From 10 to 30. Lin Fan had an idea. It seemed like this was the key to activating the cheat. Just by thinking about it, he would understand. However, his young father was really angry at him. Why did he only give 10 rage points? Who knew who this fellow was, but he gave him 20 rage points? He was so useless that he didn't have any hope? That was possible. Unfilial kid, how can you speak to old Master Yuan like that? Did you cultivate the vengeful tiger blade technique? Lin Wani scolded. Old Master Yuan's expression changed. It was obvious that he was furious. However, he still smiled. It is okay, it is okay. Your son is a straightforward person. I won't blame you, I won't blame you. Lin Fan already knew his identity and status. Although he didn't know the situation. Just because he was his son, he didn't fear anything. Would he be so angry that he would chop him to death? However, wait, cultivation technique? What world was this? Wuxia or something else? Calm down, he had to calm down. He couldn't panic. No. Lin Fan replied. Rage +5. The increase was too little. Was he really so useless? His heart was filled with despair. So he didn't have any hope? Lin Wani suppressed his rage. Why didn't you cultivate? Towards that question, Lin Fan didn't know how to reply. Cultivate what? At least he had to give him the cultivation technique. Who knows where your son threw the cultivation technique to when he was still alive? I don't know where it went. Lin Fan replied honestly. That was the truth. Lin Wanni's chest shook a little. The rage was unbearable. Scram. Okay, I will scram now. Without waiting for Lin Wanni to say anything, he pulled the servant on the ground and ran. Rage plus 100. Lin Fan, who had already run into the distance, found it weird. He increased by 100 just like that? Lin Wanni's face turned green. Unfilial kid, he really was an unfilial kid. He shook his head and sighed. His heart was filled with sadness. What was he going to do in the future? Old Master Yuan consoled him, but in his heart he was smiling. As expected from the rumors. Chapter 2. Thump. The servant beside Lin Fan immediately knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. His voice was choking. Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I have no way to repay you. From today onwards, my life belongs to you, young master. Whether I climb a mountain of blades or descend a volcano, I will never frown. If I have any other thoughts, I will be struck by lightning. Lin Fan was shocked. The people here were so honest, kneeling just like that. Didn't their heads hurt? All right, hurry up and get up. This young master doesn't want to play around. He helped the servant up and asked, What's your name? The servant said, Young master, I am a lowly person. Before I entered the Lin family, my name was Zhao Guangi. After I entered the Lin family, I could no longer use my previous name and could only call myself Xiao Ren. Lin Fan nodded his head. This was his first time here, so he had to have his own people. Okay, from now on you will be called Go Zi and follow me. Thump. Go Zi knelt down once more. This time he kowtowed even more heavily. He even started crying. To be given a name by master was an honor. Thank you, young master, for giving me a name. From now on, Go Zi belongs to young master. If young master wants me to die, Go Zi won't even frown. Get up. Lin Fan said. What kind of world was this? Why did it feel so weird? Go Zi, let me ask you a question. Lin Fan leaned close to Go Zi's ear. Who was the person you called old master? Go Zi listened carefully, but young master's question stunned Go Zi. He didn't react, and when he saw that there was no one around, he said softly, Young master, that is your father. Old master's name is Lin Wanni. If the servants were to find out that they called their master by his name, they would be flogged and beaten to death was a common thing. He really was a father. But wasn't he too young? Then, how old is my dad? Lin Fan asked. Initially he wanted to call him old fellow, but after thinking about it he decided against it. It wasn't good to be too arrogant. It was good to have a father. At least someone would take the blame. 60, Go Zi said. Lin Fan looked at Go Zi, his gaze like he was saying that he was joking. You look like that and you're telling me you're 60? 18 is more like it. Let's walk around. Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to ask so many questions. He would find out eventually. Now he had to figure out the situation around him. Lin Fan asked Go Zi and Go Zi told him everything he knew. If it were an ordinary person they would definitely doubt where this fellow came from. Why didn't he know anything? But Go Zi wouldn't think so much. He only knew that he would belong to young master in the future. She would answer whatever the young master asked. After a long time, Lin Fan knew that he had indeed arrived at a fantasy world. This city was called Yu City. The Lin family was an aristocratic family in Yu City, but it wasn't the only one. There were two other families. The three aristocratic families supported Yu City. Go Zi didn't know much about the inside story. After all, he was just a servant and usually stayed in the Lin family, so how could he know so much? But Lin Fan already knew the basic situation. Especially his position in the family, it was a little awkward but not too awkward. The sole heir of the Lin family. No mother, only a father. He had no interest in cultivation. Liked to enjoy. They ate, drank, and basked in the sun. Their days were extremely comfortable. For this kind of behavior, Lin Fan agreed. He was the son of a rich family. If he didn't enjoy it, he wouldn't have risked his life. He liked these days. But this Yu City is a little broken. Lin Fan raised his legs and his feet were covered in mud. The roads of Yu City were made of mud, and when it rained, one would die. The vendors at the side of the road were selling. The shops on both sides were calling out customers. Lin Fan thought back to the small support system that he activated. He had an idea. But he still wanted to test it. Beside him was a stall, and the vendor was selling some small things. Lin Fan walked forwards and smacked the stall. There was a loud explosion and the things fell to the ground, dirtying them. The vendor was furious, but when he saw Lin Fan he knelt on the ground. "Young master, spare me, spare me." This was the Lin family young master. As a normal commoner who didn't know about him, he was obviously furious. Why wasn't he here? "I am sorry, I recognized the wrong person." "Compensation," Lin Fan said. He turned around and left in confusion. Gozhi took out some silver and passed it to him before following young master. The peddler, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was going on. He looked at the silver in his hand and smiled. Just one silver was enough for him to live for a long time. He walked around U City and there was nothing worth paying attention to. He could only say that who was the city lord of U City? He didn't know how to actually develop a city to such a state. What a waste. However, thinking about it, U City didn't have a city lord. Sigh. Regret. Go-Z followed behind young master and scratched his head in confusion. What was going on with young master? Why was he sighing? In the past, when young master went out to play, he was really crazy. He returned to the Lin Manor. Go-Z, if there is nothing, don't disturb me. I want to be alone. Lin Fan pushed open the door and said, "Yes, young master." Go-Z replied. Lin Fan nodded his head and closed the door. His solemn face slowly changed into a smile. "Not bad, although this city is a little old and broken, you are indeed the son of a rich landlord." "Enjoy, I have to enjoy. What blade technique with my body size? How can I use a blade?" Who knows who is playing with whom? The first thought in his mind wasn't to cultivate but to enjoy. What was the point of cultivating? It was to stand out. Just like reading a book. Lin Fan knew his place. People with less than 50 points in 3 subjects didn't have the right to talk about standing out. He laid on the bed. The mattress was really soft and comfortable. He had nothing to do, so he thought about the small support system that he activated. There was no harm in studying it. Does the number behind physique represent my current stamina? He was a little confused, but that should be what it meant. 9 points of physique shouldn't be too bad, right? If this body was the one that was beaten up at the subway station, then this 9 points should be a powerless existence. The column behind physique glowed and there was A+. Is this a point addition? Lin Fan wasn't a noob who didn't know anything. He had played many games before. Killing monsters to level up, accumulating attribute points, and then distributing them wasn't difficult at all. With a thought he added it. Ding. It jumped. The numbers jumped. 9 became 10. The original 135 points of rage instantly turned to 35. Physique, 10. Lin Fan looked at his body. There weren't any changes on the outside. But just now he vaguely felt a heat flow in his body, and then it dissipated. My strength seems to have increased by a little. An illusion? Interesting. Lin Fan smiled. If this is cultivation, then it's much easier than studying. Since I am here, then while enjoying life, I will add points to add some fun to my life. As for working hard to cultivate, don't talk to me about that, it is meaningless. Chapter 3. Now he understood. Rage points could be added. Simple and convenient. Based on the previous experiment, the vendor was obviously angry, but he didn't gain any rage points. This meant that their status and strength weren't enough to form rage points. One word. Weak. Apart from this possibility, there was no other possibility. Just at that moment, Gozi's voice spread from outside. "Young master, old master sent someone to send the vengeful tiger blade technique over." Lin Fan walked out of the house and took the manual. He smiled in his heart. This cheap dad still hasn't given up. He still hopes that his only successor can walk the path of martial arts. He flipped through the secret manual. He took a rough look and found it uninteresting. He then tossed it to Gozi. "Keep it safe for young master. I'll look at it again when I have the chance." Gozi wanted to say something but hesitated. "Young master, it's better to listen to old master and practice. No matter what, at least you'll have a skill to protect yourself in the future." Lin Fan looked at Gozi. "Gozi, what do you mean by that? You don't want to protect young master?" Gozi was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the technique in his hands. "Young master, I patter." Lin Fan patted Gozi's shoulder. "Work hard. I have high hopes for you. In the future, young master's life will be in your hands." His eyes were moist. Gozi's eyes turned red as he knelt on the ground and sobbed. "Don't worry, young master. Even if I die, I won't let you down." At this moment, Gozi, who was once useless, suddenly realized that he had a heavy responsibility in his life. The young master actually entrusted his life to him to protect. "Get up," Lin Fan said. Go. Z wiped the corner of his eyes and stood respectfully at the side. He held the technique in his hands tightly and placed it close to his body. Come, let's go out for a walk. Where are the good restaurants? Lead the way. Lin Fan said. It was no secret that the master had grounded the young master. No servant dared to disobey the master. But now, he was already the young master's man, so he had to be at his beck and call. Even if he had to go through a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, he wouldn't hesitate. He left the courtyard. The Lin mansion was very big with many houses. A big family was indeed a big family. At this moment, not far away, a loud and clear sound could be heard. Lin Fan was curious and followed the sound. He found many people standing on the empty ground, waving their fists and legs. Every time they waved their fists, the green tiles on the ground would shake. Train well. The leader of the group was a man with a muscular body and dark skin. His arms were as thick as Lin Fan's thighs. Cousin, why are you here? When Zhou Zhongmao saw Lin Fan, he was a little surprised and a little helpless. His cousin's condition wasn't temporary. It had been like this since he was young. It was the same no matter who said it. Although his uncle didn't say much, he knew that his uncle was anxious and didn't know what to do. The great Lin family still needed her cousin to lead it in the future. But her cousin was not interested in cultivation. Lin Fan looked at the big guy in front of him. Standing in front of him was like a huge mountain. Nothing much, I just came to see how cousin is doing. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Interesting. Lin Fan asked. This is the demon sweeping fist. Cousin, are you interested? I will immediately send someone to deliver the cultivation method, Zhou Zhongmao said. He was trying his best to get Lin Fan to cultivate. Lin Fan waved his hand. I'm not interested. You guys take your time. I need to go out and spend some money. Go Z, let's go. Yes, young master. Go, Z replied. There was no rage. Lin Fan was thinking about it. This cousin was a little weak. When he walked out of the Lin Manor gate, he stopped. Rage plus 20. Who was angry at him? This small support system was a little bad. Whoever was angry didn't have a name. In the huge Lin family, who was the angriest was Lin Wani. The moment he received the notice from the servants, this kid ran out again. He told someone to send the vengeful tiger blade technique over. He thought that he would work hard to cultivate it, but who knew that he would just leave? If he wasn't his only son, he would have slapped him to death. Lin Fan brought Gozi to a restaurant. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. One of the top restaurants in U City. When Lin Fan appeared, the waiter at the door walked up warmly and served him. Young Master Lin, please enter. Lin Fan swaggered in. After coming to this foreign world and becoming the son of a rich family, he naturally couldn't neglect his usual carefree lifestyle. In the building, he chose a spot where he could look at the scenery of U City. Give me all the best stuff you have here. Lin Fan said generously. Okay, brew some tea for young Master Lin. The waiter shouted and then left to the kitchen to get people to prepare. Lin Fan looked at the scenery of U City. He had a rough understanding of the Lin family situation, but he didn't know anything about the outside world. Even Gozi didn't know. Just what kind of world was this strange world? Low martial world? High martial world? If it was a low martial world, then his life would be much better. But if it was a high martial world, then it would be a little problematic. I was wondering who it was. So, it is the Lin family, young master. I heard that you were locked up at home, so why did you run out? Aren't you afraid that old Master Lin will take you back and beat you up? A voice spread over. Lin Fan turned around and saw a male holding a fan and smiling. However, his smile towards Lin Fan was filled with disdain. Who are you? Lin Fan asked. The male's smile froze and then he scoffed. Young Master Lin, why act like you don't know me? Lin Fan sized him up and said in disdain, You aren't my son, so why would I know you? You. The male stared at Lin Fan in rage. He actually dared to insult him. Rage plus 50. Lin Fan laughed in his heart. Not bad, he actually had rage points. It seemed like he was right. Anger wasn't something that everyone had. Normal people wouldn't increase his rage points. It seemed like it was because they were too weak. Scoff, useless trash. The male was unhappy. He stared at Lin Fan viciously before finding a place to sit down. The waiter went up to serve him. This was the young master of the Liang family. Gozi, who is he? Lin Fan asked. Gozi was stunned. He thought that young master purposely didn't know him, but who knew that he really didn't know? Young master, he is the Liang family's third young master, Liang Yongqi. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yongqi, who sat not far away. Since he had nothing to do, it was good to use this fellow to draw some rage points. Eating a meal and gaining some rage points was a good thing. He then whispered into Gozi's ear. Gozi looked at young master in shock. He didn't understand. However, he still left in a well-behaved manner. Not long later. It was a little noisy downstairs. Gozi's voice spread out. More and more people came up. The people who came up weren't dressed properly, their hair was messy and their faces were dirty. There was also a pungent smell that spread in the air. Especially since the weather was so hot, the smell was really shocking. Liang Yongqi drank the wine and sniffed. When he saw a bunch of beggars come up, he smacked the table in rage. What are you doing? Who let them in? Shop owner, I think you don't want to do business anymore. There were old and young beggars here. When they came to such a luxurious place they were all afraid. Especially when they heard that scolding they were terrified. Some of the more cowardly ones wanted to leave. The owner of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion was in a tough spot. On one side was the Lin family young master and on the other was the Liang family third young master. What should he do? What are you doing? What do you want to do? These are my friends. I booked the entire place and invited them to eat. If you aren't willing then pack up and scram. Don't be a hindrance here. Lin Fan said. You. Liang Yongqi stared at Lin Fan in rage. He didn't expect that he was the one who caused this. Rage plus 60. Lin Fan took a look. If you want to eat here then eat. If not then scram. No one is stopping you. If you aren't happy then hit me. You are just the Liang family third young master. I am the Lin family young master. I can't compare to you. Rage plus 100. Liang Yongqi's face turned red from anger. He clenched his fists and there was a faint white glow on his fists. Arrogant. Arrogant. But very quickly he relaxed his fists. Like what Lin Fan said. Even if he wasn't happy he couldn't hit him. The Lin family wouldn't let him off. Very good. Lin Fan, just you wait. Liang Yongqi kicked the table over, and the dishes scattered all over the floor. He left right away, not prepared to pay at all. Lin Fan smiled. Shop owner, it is okay. If third young master doesn't have money to pay, just put it on me. I am happy to help the poor. Liang Yongqi, who was about to head down, was so furious that his body trembled. He took out a silver and smacked it at the wall. He left without even turning his head. The silver was embedded in the wall and one might not be able to dig it out. Rage plus 200. Lin Fan smiled. Comfortable days, this was the life of a rich person. Shopkeeper, make arrangements for my friends and bring out the best dishes. Lin Fan said. Wine and meat stink and there were frozen bones on the road. No matter where it was the same. Looking at the people that Gozi found, they were as thin as firewood, about to become skin and bones. Looking at these kids, how pitiful were they? In the past, when they had nothing to do, they loved to donate $10, $20. How could one look at them? Those beggars thought that they were dreaming. It wasn't until the fragrant delicacies were served that they realized it was all true. They kowed out to thank him. Lin Fan wasn't used to this, so he said, don't do such useless things. Eat and drink well, I will pay for everything today. Gozi, who was standing at the side, wanted to say something but stopped. Young master, we don't have enough money. Chapter 4. The news of the Lin family's young master treating the beggar to a meal at the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion was spread by passers-by. The commoners' first thought was that it was impossible. It was too surreal. It was even a little unrealistic. How could these rich families be so kind? In the eyes of the noble clans, their lives were as cheap as ants. But when they saw those beggars coming out of the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion with greasy mouths, everyone was stunned. It was as if he had seen a ghost. For ordinary people, they definitely couldn't afford it. An ordinary meal cost 1 tael of silver. The purchasing power of 1 tael of silver here was equivalent to about 1,000 yuan. The Drunk Fragrance Pavilion shopkeeper rubbed his hands, feeling a little uneasy. Young Master Lin, a total of 103 silver taels. I'll round it up for you, 100 silver taels is enough. Bill. Lin Fan waved his hands for Gozi to pay. The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that the shopkeeper was willing to pay. If young Master Lin didn't admit it, then even if he was angry in his heart, he couldn't fall out with the Lin family. Young master, we don't have enough silver. Gozi said softly. It was a little awkward. The young master was generous. If an ordinary person didn't have such wealth, they wouldn't be able to afford it at all. Lin Fan was stunned. What was going on? There was actually such a thing? You must be joking. No matter what, he was still the young master of a big family, yet he said that he didn't bring enough money. Worthy of his identity? Did he still have his own style? At this moment, the shopkeeper's heart creaked. Although Gozi's voice was soft, the manager heard it clearly. He didn't have enough money, so was he going to dine and dash? Manager, bring a pen and paper over. I will write an IOU and you can ask for it from the Lin family later. Lin Fan said. The shopkeeper looked at Lin Fan in confusion. Go to the Lin family to ask for it? He wouldn't dare to do that even if he was given 10 guts. Forget it, come back with me. Lin Fan could see that the shopkeeper's expression was a little weird, as if he didn't dare to go to the Lin family to collect the debt. What he wanted was anger. If you wanted to eat and drink here, you definitely had to pay. You can't bully others. Moreover, this was also a bit embarrassing. Fortunately, that guy just left. Otherwise, if he stayed, he would become a joke and lose all his face. The Lin family courtyard. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion's shopkeeper was a little reserved when he arrived at this place. He followed behind Lin Fan carefully and cautiously. His mind was filled with many thoughts. He was even wondering if the young master of the Lin family had brought him here to silence him. Go Z, bring the shopkeeper to the accounting room to settle the bill. Lin Fan said. Yes, young master. Go Z replied and then brought the manager into the distance. Lin Fan returned to the courtyard. He didn't want to care about anything else. It was just money. With such a huge family business, they had to spend it with all their might. He had thought about it. While enjoying life, he would gain some rage. The only people who could endure the anger without doing anything dangerous to themselves were their family members. Take a look at your own situation. He didn't have much interest in cultivation. He felt that it was a little tiring, but now he was just adding points. This kind of relaxing life was still very comfortable. Lin Fan Constitution, 10, Internal Strength, 0, Mental Cultivation, none Martial Arts, none Rage Points, 465-inch Interesting. Rage points can be added. Doesn't that mean I don't have to cultivate myself? This is a good situation. Lin Fan nodded silently. His constitution jumped from 10 points to 11 points. His rage value decreased by 100 points. At this moment he felt that his body was a little stronger. He looked in the mirror. It was much better than before. If he used other people as a model, this 11 points might have been low, but to Lin Fan the change was huge. He continued to add points. Rage points decreased by 300, physique increased from 11 to 14. A low sound rang out in his body. He pulled open his clothes, and there seemed to be a ball of energy swimming under his skin. Surprisingly, muscles were gradually emerging. His fingers grabbed onto the wooden table. If it was before, he could only move a corner with all his strength. But now he used strength and the 4 legs of the table were lifted into the air. I'm much stronger, not bad. I told you, coming to a rich family is definitely to enjoy life, so how can I cultivate so hard? This small support system perfectly avoided all problems. How big of a change was a 14-point physique compared to before? He didn't know. However, he knew that in the future when he had nothing to do, adding points to have the ability to protect himself was not bad. However, he had to find a long-term source of rage points. Just at that moment. Rage plus 50. Rage plus 100. Rage plus 200. 350 rage points increased. What is going on? I am in the room and didn't offend anyone. Who gave me 350 rage points? Lin Fan thought about it. He didn't understand. Lin Manor Hall. Old Master, young master invited many beggars and refugees to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, and he borrowed 100 silver. He has already passed it to the manager. An old man stood at the side and said. The one who spoke was the Lin family accountant, Old Wu. His age was similar to Lin Wani, and he had been in the Lin family for over 60 years. He really didn't expect young master to spend so much at Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. In the past, young master didn't like to cultivate, but at least he didn't squander. Now he actually started to squander. That was something he didn't expect. Lin Wani listened to the report with a cold expression. A ball of anger burned in his chest as he gritted his teeth. Unfilial kid, unfilial kid. Because he was too angry. So angry that his body was trembling. Old Wu sighed. Old Master's literary talent was average, and he didn't like to study when he was young. He wasn't good with words. He had been by Old Master's side for so long. The 2 words he heard the most were unfilial kid. Tell this unfilial kid to scram to see me. Lin Wani raged. He didn't stop worrying about him. In the courtyard. Lin Fan laid on the bamboo chair with an umbrella over his head. He held an iced fruit in his hands and slowly sent it into his mouth. Go. Z stood at the side, holding a fan in his hand and waving it. The weather is a little hot. Lin Fan said. Young master, it is a little hot. It hasn't rained in a long time. Go Z said. Lin Fan loved to add points. The rage points that he had just obtained were used by him once more. Physique, 18 inches the blink of an eye, it increased by 4 points. He felt like he could kill a cow with one fist. Go Z, take out that blade technique and let me take a look. He didn't look at it carefully before, so he took a look. Now that he had nothing to do, he decided to take a look. Go Z hurriedly took out the vengeful tiger blade technique. If young master was willing to cultivate it, that would be the best thing. Lin Fan flipped page by page. It wasn't a top cultivation technique. It was just a book that taught one how to use a lousy blade. It wasn't interesting at all. Go Z served his young master at the side. He wasn't anxious at all. After a long while, Lin Fan passed the cultivation technique to Go Z. The data of the small support system changed. There was a change in the cultivation method column. Cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, unlearned, he was left with 15 rage points. He tried to add them, but there was no reaction. At that moment, footsteps spread out. Go Z, who was holding a fan, knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Old Wu. Lin Fan turned around. The person who came was the Lin family accountant. He grew up with Lin Wani and had a high status in the Lin family. He wasn't as young as Lin Wani, and his face showed signs of age. His sideburns had white hair and his back was a little bent. He had a smile on his face. Young master, old master is calling you over. Old Wu said. Understood. Lin Fan replied. The huge Lin family. The only one who could give him rage points was that cheap father of his. Go Z wanted to follow, but Old Wu stopped him. Old master was furious, and if a servant followed, he might be affected. Lin Fan agreed with those words. He was that fellow's son, but Go Z wasn't. It was tough for him to get a subordinate. If he was killed for no reason, who would he find to get him back? Young master, don't make old master angry. Old Wu said, this Lin family still needs young master to lead us. Lin Fan smiled brightly, understood. Old Wu looked at young master's half-hearted smile. He suddenly felt like he had nothing to say. Chapter 5. Lin Family Main Hall. Young master, what happened? Old Wu saw young master suddenly stop and asked curiously. Lin Fan shook his head. Nothing, I just felt a boiling killing intent. Old Wu was filled with regret. He was helpless against young master's situation. If he wasn't the only heir. With old master's temper, he would have slapped him to death. Old master, young master is here. Old Wu said and then retreated to the side. Lin Wani stood with his arms behind his back facing Lin Fan. The main hall was really quiet and one could hear heavy breathing. Unfilial kid, kneel down. It was only the third day since he dared to walk out and accept the foreign world. Now he was just too young. Moreover, this old monster who was his father wanted him to kneel down right away. There had to be an explanation for this. Great Qing died a long time ago. He didn't want to kneel. I won't kneel. Lin Fan said. Old Wu, who was standing at the door, raised his head and looked at young master in shock. What was going on? Young master wasn't like this in the past. Rage plus 30. Lin Wani's hidden rage was drawn out right away. He searched for something in the main hall like he was about to attack. Not good. If this went on, it wouldn't be good for him at all. His identity was someone else's son, so it was natural for a father to beat his son. Lin Fan muttered and suddenly thought about a sentence from a novel he read in the past. When he read it, based on the introduction in the novel, be it important characters or passers-by, they were all shocked by those words. Thinking about that, he stepped forwards, straightening his back and raising his head. He said passionately, we martial artists are indomitable, shouldering the heavens and stepping on the ground. With one breath in our hearts, we will kneel to the heavens, to the earth, and to our parents. If we kneel normally, our aura will dissipate, and we won't be able to achieve anything in our life. Old Wu's eyes lit up as he stared at Lin Fan like he didn't expect young master to say such words. Lin Wani was stunned. Like he was stunned. Lin Fan was delighted. What a joke! If he couldn't even suppress this, then what was the point of living? Authors who could write books were all talents. A bottle of beer could blow up the earth. Nonsense. Lin Wani scolded, Martial Path grade 12, you aren't even at grade 1. What are you going to use to support heaven and earth? When I was your age, I had already made a name for myself. What about you? His voice was as loud as a bell. Even though he was so close, his hair was shaken by the sound. Oh my god. Lin Fan really wanted to die. It wasn't easy to be a rich young master. Also, his words were too insulting. He muttered. What do you use to support it? What do you use to stand up? Then I'll definitely use my head to stand on my feet. His voice was soft, but it was still heard. Rage plus 100. What are you mumbling about? Lin Wani's face turned green. He really couldn't understand why he had such an unmotivated son. No, I didn't. Lin Fan immediately denied. Now the situation was not good. If he continued to farm rage, something might really happen. Therefore he had to be steady. He could not panic. He couldn't be too hasty. Old master, since young master can say such words, it means that he is ambitious. Why not give him some time? He will change. Old Wu said. He saw Lin Fan grow up. Naturally he wouldn't look on and do nothing. Old Wu helped to speak up. Lin Wani just stared at Lin Fan. He took in a deep breath. He suppressed the rage in his heart. However, he still said furiously, "Scram now. I will give you 7 days. If you don't teach me the vengeful tiger blade technique, then scram out of the Lin family and die on your own." Okay, then I will scram first. He still had to do what he had to do. Although his father looked really young, he was already 60. It was okay for him to act like a coward. However, didn't Lin Fan suspect his personality? Or was it that this fellow's personality was similar to his, or were they carved from the same mold? Rage plus 60. The moment he left, another 60 rage points entered his account. He felt that it was really simple and not difficult at all. He had been thinking that if he kept targeting one person, would it really turn into a blood feud? Impossible. Definitely impossible. Which father would kill his own son so viciously? Moreover, he was already so useless. It wasn't something that could happen in a short period of time. The pressure he had to bear had to be really high. Old master, we both know about young master's personality. It is tough to change in such a short time. You can give him some time. Old Wu said. He was born in the Lin family and cared a lot about this young master. Lin Wani's expression was solemn as he sighed. There isn't much time left. Your city is at the border. Once the 20-year deadline is up, he will be the first to be attacked. He doesn't even have the ability to protect himself, so how can he not be anxious? Old Wu didn't say anything. Each 20-year deadline was like a blade hanging on his neck. Lin Wani waved his hands and walked towards the back hall. Looking at it, it was like he wanted some peace and quiet. Yuan family. Father, you seem to be in a good mood after coming back from the Lin family. Did something happen? A teen asked. He was a direct descendant of the Yuan family, Yuan Tianchu. The Yuan family had many descendants and many children. Even as the family head, he didn't remember how many children he had. Tianchu, you don't know. Today I saw the true face of the Lin family young master. As expected, he lives up to his name. In less than 3 years his Lin family will fall. Everyone says that he is a hero, but his ability to have a son is not good enough. Today he was insulted by this kid at the Lin family. If he wasn't worried about Lin Wani, he would have taught this kid a lesson. However, it was okay. Let's see how long he could continue. Yuan Tianchu smiled. Father, I heard that Lin Fan treated many beggars and refugees to a good meal at Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. He even had a conflict with the Liang family third young master. He is just a piece of trash and he dared to provoke Liang Yongqi. I was thinking why I didn't kill him then. The Yuan family head laughed out loud and said firmly. He is a fool and will end the Lin family. There is no rush, let's see how he does in a year or two. Lin family back courtyard. Lin Fan laid on the bed leisurely. His days were really comfortable. Although he was beaten up by his cheap father. But he didn't lose out at all. What a waste, his expectations for me are too low. If he raised them and I suddenly became like this, then the rage points would be huge. Lin Fan shook his head and felt a little regretful. While enjoying life he could raise his strength so easily, so why not? This small support system was made for him. At this moment he looked at the contents of the small support system. He was in deep thought. Should he continue to add points? Or should he get the vengeful tiger blade technique to the basics? Forget it, I will give you face and let me get the vengeful tiger blade technique to the basics in 7 days. If I don't, then I will die on my own. I, Lin Fan, am a person who wants face. Don't make it sound so bad, I don't want face. I will get it in less than a breath. Are you afraid? Add points. Vengeful tiger blade technique, basics. 200 rage points were instantly consumed and he was left with 5. Instantly. Lin Fan's body shook like a mysterious power surged into his body. A memory that he didn't have was imprinted in the depths of his brain. It was like the memory of several years of cultivating the vengeful tiger blade technique was imprinted on his body. He raised his hand. His fingers, wrist, and arm all felt familiar. Lin Fan jumped off the bed. He hollered, "Tiger tooth." His hand chopped down with a really strong aura. A low thud spread out. The wooden table broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. The green brick floor around the table cracked. Wah, so painful. Lin Fan covered his right hand. His face turned red and tears nearly flowed out. It's swollen, it's swollen. If someone saw, maybe they would think. What kind of brain did he have to do such a thing? He didn't cultivate heart cultivation, no internal strength. His physique wasn't strong enough either. He dared to use a blade technique with his bare hands to hack the wooden table. Such boldness. Normal people wouldn't be able to do that. To hell with cultivation. You're just looking for trouble. I'd better add some points. Chapter 6. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The entire U city seemed to be covered in a pure white shirt. Everything was silent. Lin Manor back mountain empty space. Ko. Zhao Guangyi, who was Go Zi, held a wooden blade and cultivated according to the vengeful tiger blade technique. His legs left the ground as he slashed forwards with the wooden blade in his hand. Put-ah. He fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Young master trusts me so much, so I can't disappoint you. If I can't do it once, then I will do it 100 times. If I can't do it 100 times, then I will do it 10,000 times. The Lin family servants wouldn't come into contact with martial arts. Only the guards could cultivate. Go Zi had no strength and had never come into contact with martial arts. He didn't even know the exact situation and could only slowly cultivate according to the cultivation technique. Day and night flipped. The sky was bright. Within the room, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The sky is bright, a new day has begun. Lin Fan got up. Life was just so comfortable. Being a rich family young master was really annoying. The first thought he had when he woke up was to think about what he had to do to make himself happy. The movement in the room was heard by Go Zi, who was waiting outside. He entered the room to serve. He changed his clothes and washed up. Everything was prepared. Go Zi pack up and head out. Lin Fan couldn't stay in the Lin Manor. Only by heading out to find a goal could he bring some joy to his life. Oh right, bring enough money? The drunk fragrance pavilion matter was a little awkward and it might happen again. Luckily, Liang Yongqi's brain wasn't good enough. If he had a bit of a brain he might have been hit back. Yes, young master. Go Zi replied. As for silver, he definitely wouldn't be able to get so much. Old master controlled young master's silver, and as for the drunk fragrance pavilion matter, it would be hard for it to happen again. Along the way, Lin Fan noticed a weird problem. Go Zi, why don't we have maids? Lin Fan asked. As a rich family young master, he should at least have maids by his side. He didn't see any at all and that was a little weird. In an environment where hormones were too strong, it was easy for one to have a weird sexual orientation. Young master, when you were young there was a maid who offended you. Old master caught her and beat her to death. From then on Lin Manor didn't have any more maids. Go Zi said. This matter stirred up a storm but was later suppressed by the old master. No one in the outside world knew about it. If anyone in the mansion dared to speak carelessly outside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fan shuddered. Was he being overpowered? It should be impossible. Cousin. Just then Zhou Zhongmao saw Lin Fan from afar and called out. The burly Zhou Zhongmao had a smile on his face. Where are we going? He had heard about what had happened yesterday. His cousin was called over by his uncle for a lecture, and he was very worried, thinking that his cousin was going to suffer a calamity. Now that he saw his cousin was fine, the stone in his heart was lifted. Not going anywhere, just going out for a walk. Cousin, do you have anything for me? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao looked surprised. In the past, his cousin wasn't even willing to talk to him. Talk to him now. His heart was beating excitedly. I'm fine too. I just trained those kids yesterday, Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan patted his shoulder. Let's go out for a walk with cousin today. He finally saw through it. This cousin was definitely a fierce person. Look at his physique. Furthermore, his hands were covered in calluses. It was clear that he had gone through countless hardships. He met people who wanted to beat him up outside. He had to see whether or not he had the ability. Suddenly, he noticed that his cousin's expression was a little off. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao's eyes turned red and he was even choking up. Lin Fan took a step back. What was going on? Just at that moment, Zhou Zhongmao grabbed Lin Fan's hand. He grabbed it tightly and wasn't willing to let go. Cousin, I have been waiting for you to say that for a long time. When we were young you treated me so well and I loved to play with you. But then you stopped caring about me. What I wanted to hear the most was cousin's voice. Lin Fan didn't know what to do from his cousin's passionate confession. Who would remember what happened when they were young? But Zhou Zhongmao remembered. His parents died. Cousin invited him to the Lin family and treated him really well. If cousin didn't bring him back, he wouldn't have had his current achievements. If the person who bullied cousin was an uncle, he would have taken a knife and chopped that person to death. Lin Fan wanted to retract his hand, but cousin grabbed it tightly. He could only calm him down. Cousin, I have already felt your passion in your heart. Let go first, I will bring you out for a walk. Zhou Zhongmao smiled brightly. Okay cousin, let's go. Lin Manor Gate. Young master. Teacher Zhou. A middle-aged male held an account book and wanted to head out. He bumped into Lin Fan and greeted him respectfully. Even if young master didn't like to cultivate, he wasn't someone that they could bully. Unless he didn't want to live. Manager Qin, where are you going? Zhou Zhongmao asked. His tone was filled with a fierce intent. He didn't do it on purpose, but maybe that was the case. It gave one a cold feeling. Teacher Zhou, I am going to collect farm taxes. Manager Qin said. Go. Zhou Zhongmao waved his hands. This matter didn't concern him and he was just asking. Wait. Lin Fan stopped him. To collect farm taxes? Although this matter was normal. But if he handled it well he might be able to earn a lot of rage points. Moreover, he was a rich family young master now. But he also needed to know about the situation in this world. He only knew about the Lin family situation and he only knew a little. As for the other situation in U City, he basically didn't know anything. Young master, do you have any instructions? Manager Qin asked curiously. Lin Fan said, I have nothing to do so I will go take a look. Manager Qin was shocked. In the past, young master had no interest in the family business at all. The bunch of them walked into the distance. Out of the city. The farms were all outside. The Lin family had many farms, and they were all rented to commoners outside the city. It was the same for the other two families in U City. Very quickly. When they exited the city, the surrounding environment started to turn bad. There were many refugees on both sides of the road outside the city. Their mental states weren't good. They were as thin as firewood. Some were lying on the ground and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Go, Z, no one cares about them? Lin Fan asked. Young master, no one cares about them. Who knows where they came from? Some of them might even be carrying heavy crimes. Gozi said. Lin Fan shook his head. Tragic. How tragic. The young man who grew up under the red flag couldn't bear with such things. Manager Qin, if I took in all these refugees and gave them a safe home, would old master be furious? Lin Fan asked. Manager Qin was used to the situation here, and he didn't even care about these people. When he heard young master's words, he was stunned. He looked at young master in confusion and didn't understand what was going on. Young master, you can't do that, otherwise old master will be furious. Manager Qin had a feeling that young master loved to go against old master. Young master had to do things that old master didn't allow. Lin Fan smiled. The smile on his face was like a bright flower. He had to think about this matter. It was doable. Suddenly, a voice spread out from ahead. Scum, a bunch of scum. A well-dressed girl with a cold face walked over. Her face was really beautiful, but her furious expression terrified one and affected her overall beauty. She kicked the back of the refugee. The refugee didn't dare to move. He protected a kid who was only 3 to 4 years old and begged for mercy. The girl was furious. When she came to U City and walked on the streets, there were actually scum playing around and throwing mud at her. She really couldn't take it. Too much, too much. In broad daylight such a thing actually happened. Cousin beat her up. Lin Fan waved his hands and told his cousin to charge up. Zhou Zhongmao was confused. Cousin beat who? Of course beat that old woman. Lin Fan said. Manager Qin frowned and wanted to say something, but Zhou Zhongmao was just too quick. He instantly turned into an afterimage. He jumped up. Rock spread its wings. He clenched his fingers and wanted to use the demon's sweeping fist to sweep her. Kick her face. Lin Fan shouted. Okay cousin. Zhou Zhongmao's hands hung down, and the strength was transferred from his fists. He hollered and kicked out. The angle was really tricky and precise. Cousin told him to kick where. Then he would kick where. There was no room for discussion. Chapter 7. Zhou Zhongmao's speed was extremely fast. Cousin said he was going to kick the face, so he definitely wouldn't deviate from the angle. Su Gang was furious. He just wanted to kick this lowly commoner to death. With her status and identity, even if she killed all the lowly commoners here, nothing would happen to her. Suddenly, Su Gang, who had some cultivation, felt that something was wrong. There was a strong force coming from the side. When he turned his head, his pupils contracted, and the foot that was branded in his eyes gradually enlarged. Bang! Su Gang's beautiful face was squeezed, her facial features distorted, and a fiery pain engulfed her entire body. Tears and snot flowed out uncontrollably. Zhou Zhongmao's kick contained a lot of power. If he were to be kicked in the face, his face would probably suffer severe injuries. Don't stop. Kick a few more times. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao, who wanted to end the fight with a single kick, heard his cousin's words. His body stopped in the air, and using his face as a medium, he turned his body and kicked out with both legs, aiming for his opponent's face. Amazing, this move is a bit like the Foshan Shadowless kick or the chain kick. Lin Fan exclaimed. Cousin's actions could not be done without 10 years of hard work. Bang! Bang! After a few kicks, Zhou Zhongmao somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Right then, all the power seemed to explode. Su Gang flew backwards, drawing an arc-shaped blood bridge in the air before heavily smashing into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. He lay there motionlessly. His life and death were unknown. Cousin, is it okay? Zhou Zhongmao asked. To him this was a very simple operation. But he was not stupid. Looking at the clothes and temperament of this woman, she was obviously not an ordinary person. If he directly kicked her to death, it would bring trouble to his cousin. That was why he held back from the start. If he really wanted to kill her, even 100 of her wouldn't be a match for him. Cousin, I really didn't expect you to be so skilled. Lin Fan realized that it felt good to have a cousin. No way. Zhou Zhongmao scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. He was actually a little shy. It was a far cry from the ferocious look he had when he attacked just now. And, at this moment, Su Gang, who was lying on the ground, groaned and stood up shakily. His head was very muddled. It was as if a bird was flying around his head. Drip. Blood trickled from his nostrils. Those who bully others will always be bullied by others. This is the will of the heavens. Fate cannot be avoided. Lin Fan did not feel the slightest bit of pity. Who is it? Su Gang was in a daze and couldn't speak clearly. Who was so daring? I've never met such a person. Lin Fan frowned. I can't just sit back and watch. Just as he had this thought, he took a step forward. A QWER combo started. He raised his hand and slapped his own face. He clenched his fingers into a fist and punched his face. He bent his arm and elbowed his abdomen. Activating his ultimate move, he lifted his leg and kicked at his crotch. Then he jumped back, gave up flash, and left the battlefield. This set of movements was completed in a single breath, as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest excess movement. Bang! The moment Su Gang fainted, she glanced at the person in front of her. She tried her best to open her eyes, wanting to know who it was. But, with a rumbling sound, he faced the ground and laid there motionless. Very comfortable. Lin Fan chuckled. As a man he would never hit a woman. A real man wouldn't stoop to the same level as a woman. However, when he really did, it didn't matter if it was a man or a woman. Manager Chen's mouth was agape. What happened? What were young master and teacher Zhou doing? Cousin, you are so amazing. Zhou Zhongmao exclaimed. Although Cousin's series of movements were ordinary, he used a lot of strength. He had the strength of a grade 1 martial path expert. Lin Fan was really calm. It isn't worth mentioning. Just now, he actually had a feeling that having strength actually made him feel so good. No, he couldn't have such a feeling. He was a rich family young master and had to enjoy life. He couldn't be bewitched by strength. Why are you all still crowding around? Quickly disperse. If this woman wakes up, none of you will be able to escape. Lin Fan said. The refugees who were kicked by Su Gang were filled with gratitude, kowtowing on the ground. Young master, let's go. Manager Chen said. He felt that if they continued to stay, things would be bad. Very quickly, Lin Fan and the others didn't bother about the girl lying on the ground and walked forwards. After walking for a while, there were people and horses galloping over. The people at the front wore black armor, and there was a picture on the chest area of the armor. A picture formed by 3 leaves. It was shaped like a clover but also like a windmill. They were majestic and quickly passed by Lin Fan and the others like they were in a hurry. "This looks like the Su family emblem," Manager Chin muttered. He had seen it before but he wasn't too sure. Suddenly, he thought about something. That girl, be it looks, clothing, or aura, she wasn't someone that a normal family could nurture. In U City there wasn't such a girl. If he made a bold guess, maybe that girl was from the Su family. Thinking about that, he hurried to Lin Fan's side. "Young master, we might have caused trouble." "What trouble?" Lin Fan asked. As a rich family young master, he actually said it was trouble. That was something that didn't exist. "That woman might very well be from the Su family," said Manager Chin. "Su family?" Lin Fan was confused. What was he talking about? He didn't even understand U City, and now a Su family appeared. Why didn't they want to die? "Don't worry, who cares whether or not she is? I have already beaten her up so I can still turn back time and start over." Lin Fan didn't care. Who cared who she was? He couldn't be afraid. A true rich family young master wouldn't be afraid no matter who he offended. In the distance, Su Gang was still lying there. The surrounding refugees had all scattered, and there wasn't even a single person around. A large group of people arrived. When they saw the person lying on the ground, everyone was astonished. Little Mississippi, an old man who looked like a butler, was shocked and hurried forwards. When he noticed that Little Miss's expression was really tragic, the old man panicked. "Oh, who is it? Who dares to be so vicious to Su family, Little Miss?" A vicious expression appeared in the old man's eyes. He looked around and didn't notice any movement. However, he definitely couldn't let this matter end just like that. He had to give Little Miss an explanation. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and carefully poured out a pill from it, giving it to the young miss. He then patted her back to help her digest the pill, allowing the medicinal effects to spread out. Not long later, the wounds on Su Gang's face started to heal at a visible rate. However, the swelling couldn't be removed. Slowly, Su Gang opened her eyes and then screamed. "Little Miss, it is me. What happened?" The old man asked. I was hit by someone." Su Gang's emotions fluctuated. "It is him. I remember who it is. It is him." Su Gang touched her face. The moment her fingers touched it, an unbearable pain struck her. Rage plus 50. Rage plus 100. Rage plus 200. Rage plus 300. Lin Fan was a little shocked. She woke up so quickly? Moreover, the rage points were actually increasing by the minute. Not bad. Chapter 8. "Cousin, is there something on your mind?" Zhou Zhongmao asked. Lin Fan smiled. "I'm fine. I'm fine." Constitution, 18, Internal Strength, 0, Mental Cultivation, Non-Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Basics, Rage Points, 655. This was his current situation. His physique rose to 18. Since he did not have any internal energy, he probably did not cultivate any mental cultivation method. To put it bluntly, he was now a brute with brute force. Currently, if there was something on his mind, it would be Manager Chin. He was panicking. His mind was still thinking about that woman from before. If it was really the Su family, then it was really big trouble. At this moment, they were already on a small path in the farmland. The heat scorched the earth. Cracks appeared on the ground. In the distance, many commoners saw Administrator Chin. But they didn't come over. Instead, they ran into the distance. Why do I feel that we're like a plague? Everyone else is afraid when they see us. What's going on? Lin Fan asked. His rage points were accumulating and he would slowly add them when he returned. Manager Chin had a ferocious look on his face. He felt that these commoners had caused him to lose face in front of the young master, so he had to teach them a lesson. Don't worry, young master. I will immediately let these scums line the streets to welcome you, said Manager Chin. Lin Fan waved his hand and said unhappily, What lowly commoner? Don't call me that. It's so vulgar. Manager Chin looked at young master with a weird expression. She felt that young master's words were a little weird. Yes, young master is right. I will change. Manager Chin said. But in his heart he still felt that these people were scum. If it wasn't for the Lin family giving them food, these people would be like the refugees outside of U City. Go Zi's good impression of young master broke through the limit. The young master was indeed the young master. He was different from those flirtatious young masters. As a servant of the Lin family, to put it bluntly, he was half a peasant. On a small path through the farmland, In front of him was a village. There were many houses, but they were too old. There were straw huts and mud houses. The outer walls of the mud huts had many cracks. He even suspected that if there was a heavy rain, it was very likely that these houses would collapse. In the village, the civilians all stood there waiting. Some of them lowered their heads in silence, while others were filled with despair. What should I do? What should I do? I can't hand it over. Manager Chin is here. If we don't hand it over, we will definitely be scolded and beaten. When Lin Fan walked into the village, all the sounds disappeared. The entire village was extremely quiet. Even those naughty children hid in the corner of the wall in fear. Manager Chin coughed lightly. Then he took out a soft whip from his waist and slammed it on the ground, leaving a deep mark. Is everyone here? This is the young master of the Lin Mansion. Hurry up and greet him. Manager Chin said sternly. To deal with these lowly commoners, one had to make them afraid. Only when they knew fear would they work hard. Sir Lin. Sir Lin. Their voices were intermittent and uneven, and they were generally very soft. Patter. Manager Chin lashed out with his whip and landed on the ground again. His expression was extremely ugly as he said sternly, Did you not eat? Speak louder. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Keep your whip. If you have something to say, then say it nicely. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Fan frowned. An evil landlord. This little steward had performed incisively and vividly. Manager Chin, who had a fierce expression towards the commoners, was much more docile in front of Lin Fan. He kept his whip. Young master is right. The villagers in the village all looked at Lin Fan. This was the Lin family young master. They had never seen him before. They didn't understand why such a person would come to such a place. Zhou Zhongmao wasn't interested in what was happening here. He was just accompanying his cousin. Other things didn't have much to do with him. Gozi was a little helpless. This time he came to collect taxes. However, with the weather this year, the harvest would be really small. They probably wouldn't even be able to pay the taxes, much less fill their stomachs. However, he was just a servant. His words didn't carry much weight, or one could say that he was useless. Manager Chin felt that young master didn't like how evil he was, so he restrained himself and said, Have you prepared this year's taxes? No one spoke. The villagers exchanged glances with one another and felt really bitter. Farm taxes? How would they have extra? However, if they didn't pay, the consequences weren't something they could bear. Manager Chin frowned. What was going on? These people didn't want to pay taxes? Young master followed him over, and if he didn't do this well, how would young master look at him? Manager Chin. At that moment, an old man walked out from the crowd. He was really old, and the wrinkles on his face were not much different from tree bark. We will definitely pay taxes, but this year's harvest isn't good, so can we pay less? Or we can owe it? The old man said. He was the village chief of this place. He really had no choice with the situation this year. However, he knew that the reason wasn't important to the Lin family. As long as they could pay the taxes, everything was fine. However, if they couldn't, the consequences would be catastrophic. Manager Chen's expression slowly changed. The way he looked at these people changed. Village chief, my young master came today and you told me this? Manager Chin said solemnly and then looked towards Lin Fan. Young master, I will solve this matter and won't let the Lin family suffer any losses. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the sky, fanning himself. The weather is really hot. There are signs of a drought. Till now, he didn't know how his family collected taxes. Also, this small support system was really humane. It didn't bully normal people. The farmers present were definitely furious, but they didn't get any rage points. Go, Z, how do you collect the taxes? Lin Fan asked. Go, Z replied, young master, based on mu 150 kilograms per mu. What? When Lin Fan heard that, he was stunned like he didn't understand. He asked, how do you collect it? Young master, based on mu. Go, Z said. Lin Fan was stunned. This was even higher than the Qin dynasty taxes. This was obviously not giving people a chance to live. How much is 1 mu of land now? Lin Fan asked. Young master, 1 mu of land yields around 200 kilograms. Go, Z said. This was Yu City's tax, leaving a little for the farmers and the rest as taxes. Scary. Which bastard came up with this tax? He's just not giving anyone a chance to live. Lin Fan cursed out. However, when he said those words, not only was Manager Chin shocked, even the farmers were dumbfounded. Go Z hurriedly whispered into Lin Fan's ear, young master, this is the tax that old master set. Okay, no matter who said it, this farm tax is just insane. Change, we have to change it. As the Lin family young master, I will set the new farm tax. From today onwards, there will be no harvest per moo, only 10% of the annual harvest will be collected. Lin Fan said. This kind of deranged behavior must be stopped. As the rich son of a landlord, he had to do something. Young master, you can't. Manager Qin reacted and stopped him. This was a life-threatening matter. If the old master were to find out about this, the entire sky would collapse. The villagers stood there in a daze. They opened their eyes and looked at Lin Fan. What did young master Lin say? Lin Fan didn't bother about Manager Qin. He looked at the sky and the ground before opening his mouth. This damn weather is terrifyingly hot. It is considered a drought, so this year's farm tax will be exempted. Young master. Manager Qin wanted to spit out blood. Are you the young master or am I the young master? Are my words useless? I will take responsibility for this. If my father doesn't agree, then tell him to find me. Lin Fan said. Riches were found in danger. When it was time to gain rage points, he couldn't show mercy. He had to fight head-on. Do you really think you can hack my only son to death? Put on. Just at that moment, the villagers all knelt down. The village chief knelt in front of Lin Fan, tears flowed down his face. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. He hadn't studied before. He wouldn't say too many words of gratitude. But his true feelings were revealed. There was no falsehood at all. Lin Fan walked forwards and helped the village chief up. He persuaded, Village chief, in the future all of you have to farm well. Whether or not I can enjoy life depends on all of you. Those words sounded a little weird. But to the villagers that wasn't the main point. Don't worry, young master, we will farm well and pay the taxes next year. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Let's go, let's head back. Manager Chen looked towards his young master in despair. Something huge was about to happen. Chapter 9. On the way back, Manager Chen was really worried. Sometimes he sighed and sometimes he shook his head helplessly. Manager Chen, I will take responsibility for this matter and won't drag you into it. Don't be afraid. Look at you now, you are so afraid. Lin Fan calmed down Manager Chen's anxious heart and told him not to panic. Didn't he, the young master, take responsibility for everything? Manager Chen was a bad person, but he was loyal to the Lin manor. Although he was a little impulsive towards outsiders, it was understandable. Young master, I'm not afraid of old master blaming me. I will support whatever young master does. I am just thinking about the girl that young master taught a lesson. If my guesses are correct, she is definitely from the Su family. Manager Chen set out what he was worried about. Su family? How strong are they? Lin Fan didn't believe that Manager Chen would worry for so long. Tell me, what is the background of the Su family? Young master, the Su family is an aristocratic family in Zhou City, the one closest to the center of power. If that girl is really an important person, it would be a huge problem for old master and young master. Manager Chen said. He wasn't joking. Of course. With old master's special position in Yu City and his strength, even the Su family couldn't do anything. However, if they used underhanded methods, it would be hard to defend against. Lin Fan thought about it and waved his hands. Forget it, don't think about it. Since it is a problem, then what is there to think about? The weather is too hot, let's go back. Yes, young master. Manager Chen replied. However, he really respected young master's attitude. Was he really not worried at all? Yu City Gate. The armored men and horses that he had seen before were standing there. They gave off a fierce aura, causing the people around to avoid them. Even the people who entered the city were careful, afraid that they would get into trouble. Young master, my guesses are correct. That girl is definitely an important person from the Su family. Manager Chen was worried. Lin Fan was distracted. What is there to be afraid of? If she is an important person, then she is. What can she do to me? Don't worry, let's enter the city. Cousin, don't worry, I will protect you, Zhou Zhongmao said. Gozi took in a deep breath. Naturally he was afraid, but for young master he had to be fearless. The few of them swaggered forward. At the city gate, Su Gang's face was swollen, her gaze dark as she stared at everyone entering the city. The old man beside him was also furious. If he found the person who hurt Miss Seven, he would definitely take his life. The difference between rich kids and commoners was very obvious. This was especially so for someone like Lin Fan, who was more particular about his clothes. Naturally, his clothes had to be handsome. Su Gang's gaze locked onto the people passing by. When Lin Fan's group appeared, she stared at Lin Fan. "Stop right there." Suddenly, Su Gang opened her mouth and the surrounding guards blocked his path. Lin Fan was as calm as water, and when he saw Su Gang, he was even more shocked. He sucked in a breath of cold air. "Ayaya, this beautiful lady, who was it that dared to be so vicious and beat you up like this?" Rage plus 20. True enough. When he said those words, it affected Su Gang a little. Everyone loves beauty. Women are the most obsessed. Although the injury had healed, the swelling was still difficult to remove. Su Gang stared at Lin Fan. She felt that he looked familiar, but she wasn't sure. "Little Miss, is it him?" The old man's gaze became sharp, like as long as Little Miss nodded, he would take him down right away. Manager Chin noticed the killing intent from the old man. He was shocked and said fiercely, "What do you want to do? This is the Lin family young master." He wasn't the old man's match. This was why he revealed young master's identity. This was Yu City. Even if he was from the Su family, he didn't dare to do anything to the Lin family young master. If not, he could forget about leaving this place. "What do you mean by that? Why did I tell him who I am? Am I someone who uses my identity to suppress people?" Lin Fan said. He was a little unhappy. Although he was a rich family young master. But he wasn't someone who used his identity to suppress people. We walk the path of being low profile and having meaning. Do you understand meaning? Forget it, he wouldn't understand even if he said it, so it was best if he didn't say it. "Yes, young master is right. I made a decision on my own," Manager Chin said. "And don't do it next time. Young master isn't that kind of person. Look at this girl, she is so young and looks really elegant. Now that such a thing happened in Yu City, I can't accept it. This old man is definitely an elder, so it is normal for him to be angry." What Lin Fan said was very reasonable. Manager Chin blinked and was a little stunned. When did young master know how to lie? This girl was beaten up by young master and teacher Zhou, but now he acted like nothing had happened. However, he felt fortunate. At that time there were only refugees. If they wanted to find the truth from the refugees, it would probably take some time. Lin Wani's son. The old man looked at Lin Fan and muttered. He then cupped his fists. "So, it is young Master Lin, please forgive me. This is the 7th little miss of the Su family. She was injured by an evil person and is currently searching for him." The old man had heard of this Lin family young master. A generation killer Lin Wani having a son at 40. He thought that the Lin family would have another dragon. However, there were rumors. The Lin family young master didn't like to cultivate and did nothing all day, enjoying life. Now that he looked at it, he didn't look like a cultivator. The rumors were true. "Don't worry, 7th little miss, you actually faced such a thing when you came to Yu City. You can't be forgiven. Leave this to me, I will definitely find the culprit," Lin Fan said. Then he couldn't bear to. He pointed at Su Gang's face. "Take a look, a girl from a big family, a beauty that can topple a country swollen to such a state. In the future, if there is a scar, wouldn't it ruin a perfect piece of art?" Lin Fan sighed. Regret, heartache, the emotions he revealed didn't seem like he was joking. Manager Chin wanted to smash his head against the city walls. "Young master, just say a few words less." The more he said, the faster he would be exposed. This matter couldn't be hidden. As long as he investigated, it wouldn't be difficult. When that happened, that would be awkward. Rage plus 50. Rage plus 80. It started to jump once more. It seemed like he had touched his sore spot. Su Gang was probably worried about such a situation. Go Z stood at the side and kept silent. Young master was really amazing, his mentality was just too good. Zhou Zhongmao felt like cousin was saying so much, but it was pointless. He even felt that this girl was a little dumb. She had been beaten up, so she didn't know who did it? That gaze was just too hard to use. Su Gang was furious and agreed with Lin Fan's words. She was a beauty that could topple a country, and many nobles had trampled over the Su family's door. How would anyone be willing to do that to her? Lin Fan looked closely at Su Gang, shaking his head and commenting, "Look, this injury is really tricky and it will affect the face greatly. This is especially the case for those 5-hand seals. They've destroyed a perfect object." Rage plus 100. Rage plus 120. More rage points came. Lin Fan raised his hand and opened his fingers, matching the handprints on Su Gang's face. He couldn't help but mock himself. Interesting, it actually matched. What a joke, who doesn't know that I never hit girls? To be able to match my fingers, that is an insult to me. The old man beside Su Gang frowned. He felt that young Master Lin was trying to say something and he was in deep thought. Manager Chin, it is late. Let's head back. Lin Fan felt that if he continued to stay, there was a high chance that he would be noticed. It was best if he returned. 7th Little Miss, Old Mister, if you have any problems, you can come to the Lin family to find me. If I can help, then I will. If not, then we can discuss. The old man cupped his fists. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your good intentions. Su Gang covered her face. She bowed slightly as a form of greeting. Very quickly, Lin Fan brought his men and left. The old man's face turned cold. Little miss, this Lin family kid doesn't have good intentions, and his words were like a joke. I don't care about all that. I just want to find the person who dared to hit me and rip him into pieces. Su Gang said coldly. As for him, I feel that he is different from others. Chapter 10. What he had done in the morning gave Lin Fan a sense of accomplishment. The common people were devastated by heavy taxes. As the young master of the Lin family, his status was very high. With just one sentence, tax reduction, tax exemption, and it was over. Young master, I have a feeling that the old man from the Su clan seems to know something. Manager Chin whispered at the side. As for the 7th young lady, he felt that she might be a little blind. He was beaten right in front of his face. He actually didn't see clearly who the attacker was. Lin Fan didn't take it to heart. So what if they know? It's fine. We'll talk about it when we find them. He was now a rich young master. Lawless and unbridled. He just beat up a foreigner, what's the big deal? Just now he even showed some concern for the other party, and the other party seemed to enjoy it very much. Manager Chin really didn't know what to say to his young master. Cousin, I treat you well, right? I brought you out for a stroll and you can fight right away. How does that feel? Lin Fan hugged Zhou Zhongmao's shoulder and asked. Zhou Zhongmao trembled slightly. His cousin was actually hugging his shoulder. This was something that hadn't happened in a long time. He enjoyed the current atmosphere very much. Cousin, it feels so good. To be able to come out with cousin has really broadened my horizons. Who cares about the Su family? If they dare to find trouble with cousin, I will be the first to object. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan smiled and patted his shoulder. It is good that you feel comfortable. We will have more chances in the future. Moreover, this is Yu City, our territory. Why would we be afraid of outsiders? If they are unhappy, then we will just fight them. Zhou Zhongmao nodded. Whatever cousin said would be the truth. He obeyed unconditionally. Why did he practice martial arts from a young age? In order to protect her cousin, no one could bully her cousin. At the entrance of the Lin mansion. Manager Chen, there's no way we can hide this. Go and tell my father the truth. Tell him that I'm being stubborn. If he wants to beat me up, come at me. Lin Fan said. Young master. I understand. Manager Chen wanted to say something, but in the end he could only agree. His status was low. If he took on this responsibility, he would not be able to walk out of the Lin mansion. Even if he wasn't beaten to death by old master, he would be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. Lin Fan never did things that went against his heart. Although his goal was anger, some things were indeed a little too much. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. He would look down on himself if the Lin family relied on harsh agricultural taxes to support them. He didn't even feel anything when he squandered his money. Cousin, why don't you let me do it? Even if uncle is angry, he won't beat me to death. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to take responsibility for this matter. Cousin made uncle very disappointed and angry. After accumulating for a long time, it was hard to say if he wouldn't explode all at once. If something were to happen and he failed, it would be disastrous. What do you mean by that? I'll take responsibility for what I've done. Do you think your cousin is the kind of person who fears? That's enough. Go do what you need to do. I'll return to the courtyard first. Lin Fan waved his hand and left with Gozi. These rage points were a little too much. If he had nothing to do, he had to think about it. I have to work harder. Zhou Zhongmao still wanted to say something, but Lin Fan had already left, not giving him the chance to. Manager Chen, I'll go with you. Remember, if uncle is very angry, you must say something nice to me, understand? Otherwise, cousin will lose a layer of skin. I know, replied Manager Chin. His words carried little weight. What use could he have? If he really wanted to speak, he would have to depend on you. Young master, why don't you go to old master and admit your mistakes? This matter is a little serious, and if old master finds out, he will definitely be furious. Gozi was worried. In the past, young master didn't like to cultivate, and that made old master angry, but at least he didn't do anything disobedient. But now, He suddenly lowered taxes and even exempted them from this year's agriculture tax. If Old Master found out, he would definitely be furious. At this moment, Lin Fan didn't panic, but he panicked a little deep down when they said that. That made sense. Although he was his son, it wouldn't be too much to teach him a lesson. Go find a blade for me. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and told Go Zi to get a blade. Go Zi was shocked and said anxiously, "Young master, don't be rash." "What are you rash for? Go get it, don't ask so much." Lin Fan rushed. Did he think he was going to fight Old Master to the death with a blade? What a joke. Although he couldn't understand how strong his father was. To be able to establish the Lin family alone, how could he be a simple person? He came to the courtyard. He laid on the chair. Even if the sky collapsed, he had to stabilize it. He looked at the small support system. Lin Fan Physique, 18 internal strength, 0 heart cultivation, cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, basics, rage points, 10 25-inch physique is 18 now, and the blade technique is at basics. I have to perform well later. He was thinking about how he should add points. There was no need to talk about cultivation or not. If he didn't perform well, he would definitely be beaten up. However, he didn't rush. He wanted to see how his rage points would increase. Not long later. Rage plus 150. Rage plus 200. Not good. He was finished. His starting rage was 150, which was enough to show that his father was furious. Lin Manor Hall. Lin Wani stood there expressionlessly. Old Master, that was what happened. Manager Chin said the agriculture tax matter in fear. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Old Master. Without even thinking, he knew that Old Master would be furious. The hall was really silent. Temporarily silent. Zhou Zhongmao and Manager Chen were confused. Why wasn't Old Master saying anything? Unfilial kid. Instantly, when they heard Old Master grit his teeth and say those two words, they knew that Old Master was really furious. Manager Chin raised his head and noticed that Old Master's face was green. His eyes gave off a glow like he was about to kill someone. Put on. Old Master, I didn't persuade you, please calm down. Manager Chin knelt down and beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Lin Manor. Only young Master dared to ignore Old Master. The others were filled with fear. Uncle Cousin didn't do it on purpose. There was a drought this year and Cousin was soft-hearted, which was why he did that. Zhou Zhongmao hurriedly said. Lin Wani raged. He doesn't have the right to be a good person. The moment he said that, he walked in front of Manager Chin. Take out your whip. Manager Chin didn't dare to say much, and obediently took out the whip wrapped around his waist with both hands. Lin Wani took it and without saying a word he walked out. It was obvious that he was going to find that unfilial kid. Uncle, calm down. Zhou Zhongmao chased. His head was covered in sweat. Lin Wani was about to go mad from rage. He couldn't do anything and only spoiled things. How did he give birth to such an unfilial kid? Could he change the farm tax? Yuan family and Liang family didn't dare to casually change it. The unfilial kid was going to do bad things. Back courtyard. Young Master, Old Master is here. Go Zi panted as he ran over. He listened to Young Master and waited outside. The moment he saw Old Master, he would inform him. Lin Fan laid on the chair and hurriedly stuffed fruits into his mouth. He really came? He was thinking, was there a high chance that his father would come? If he didn't come, then he wouldn't be in a rush to add points. However, looking at the situation, he had to, otherwise it would be too late. He quickly added points. Physique rose from 18 to 20. He consumed 200 rage points. Shortly after, he added cultivation techniques. He had to stabilize himself. The person who came was really aggressive. If he couldn't be touched, then he had to let his father know that if he wanted to beat him up, he would fight back. Chapter 11. Go Zi stood at the entrance of the courtyard. He was panicking. What was young Master doing? Old Master was about to arrive, so he quickly picked up his blade to train. If Old Master saw him, maybe he wouldn't be so angry. Vengeful Tiger Blade technique was at basics. At points. His rage points dropped from 1,175 to 875. Cultivation technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade technique, advanced, instantly. Lin Fan felt like a magical power was injected into his hands. His body was the same. Something that didn't exist suddenly merged into his body and turned into experience. His understanding of this saber technique had also improved tremendously. Remaining rage points, 875. Cultivation technique could still be improved. At points. Cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, mastery through comprehension, rage points consumed, 400. He was left with 475. At this moment he couldn't add points to the blade technique because he didn't have enough rage points. However, this cultivation technique proficiency level was a little interesting. Basics, advanced, mastery through comprehension. What else would there be after that? Would he be at the point of perfection, at the peak of perfection? Young master, old master is about to arrive. Gozi suppressed his voice. He didn't dare to speak loudly as he was afraid that old master would hear him. He didn't know what was going on with young master. Why was he still sitting there and not moving? Forget it, let's go all out and directly add to physique. The remaining rage points were all spent on physique. After adding 2 points, it directly rose from 20 to 24. When his physique was increased to 24, he felt an obvious change in his body. It felt like it was burning. Each muscle felt like it was being roasted by a flame. A low sound rang out in his body. Other people work hard to cultivate, but I can add points to make my body stronger. Is this an internal change? Lin Fan thought about it. He was really not interested in cultivation. If others didn't force him, such a scene wouldn't have happened. Martial Path grade 12? Which grade did his current situation belong to? Unfilial kid scram out. Just at that moment, a furious roar spread out. It was like thunder, deafening to the ears. The surrounding trees and flowers all trembled. I won't scram out, you come in. Lin Fan replied. Gozi stood there, his legs weren't stable and he felt like he was about to faint. Young master was going to defy the heavens. No one could stop him. Rage plus 80. Lin Wani, who hadn't even reached the back courtyard, heard this unfilial kid's voice. He was so angry that his brows furrowed, and the whip he was holding was cracking. Manager Chin fell to the ground. His face was filled with bitterness. Why did you have to do this, young master? Why did you anger old master like this? Admit your mistake. Wouldn't it be over if he let old master vent his anger? What else can master do to you? Unfilial son, what did you just say? Lin Wani walked into the courtyard and the originally hot air suddenly turned ice cold. It was as if a cold wind had blown past, causing all the pores on his body to open. Lin Fan blinked. He had lost. In terms of power, he had already lost to this seemingly young father of his. Nothing much. Lin Fan's tone was a little weak. His rage points were basically all given to him by his father. He was really afraid that one night when he slept, his father would sneak into his room and kill him with a hatchet. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan, his gaze gave one a huge sense of suppression. Who allowed you to make decisions on the farm tax matter? What ability do you have to pity others? If not for me, what do you have? You can't even compare to those refugees outside the city. Zhou Zhongmao couldn't take it anymore and wanted to say a few words for his cousin. Uncle, cousin, he actually... Shut up. Lin Wani chided. Zhou Zhongmao didn't dare to say anything else. He lowered his head and looked at his cousin in a pitiful manner. Although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Cousin, you can only rely on yourself now. Uncle was furious, his rage surged into the heavens. The rage in his heart was tough to extinguish. Lin Fan looked at his father and shook his head. He was a little disappointed and sighed. This sigh was filled with helplessness. Why are you shaking your head? Lin Wani asked. Even at such a time, this little brat was still shaking his head and sighing. Did he think that he did nothing wrong? Lin Fan said, your words are too hurtful, too hurtful. It doesn't sound like something a father should say. Do you know how much of a shadow your words will cast on a kid who looks forward to the world? When he said those words, his expression was one of pain and hatred. Kiki. Lin Wani laughed. His smile was filled with despair and helplessness. This was his disappointment towards his own son. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lin Wani moved his wrist, the whip in his hand smashed onto the ground. After so many years, I have never forced you to cultivate, but you have disappointed me. Today no one can save you. The strike was really heavy. The green brick ground of the back courtyard cracked open. If it landed on his body, it would be considered a light injury. Lin Fan panicked. How vicious, but he said calmly, only people who aren't confident will use violence to make others yield. Father, I don't want you to be such a person. Rage plus 100. The moment he said that, rage points arrived. This was to express his rage towards Lin Fan's words. Manager Chin didn't dare to move. Young master was testing old master's bottom line. Although he wouldn't die, his skin would split open and he wouldn't be able to run. Father's expression was really ugly, like he was about to swallow someone up. Lin Fan wasn't moved. He calmly tried to reason. I won't admit my mistake regarding the farm taxes. After all, I didn't do anything wrong. This tax is too much, it is forcing people to their deaths. Young master stopped talking. Manager Chen wanted to head up and stuff young master's mouth. He was going to totally infuriate old master. Rage plus 200. Forcing you to your death? Very good, you unfilial son. Now that your wings have hardened, you even dare to speak to me like this. You better remember this. You are able to live your current life because of me. If you have the ability, then leave the Lin family and rely on your own strength to carve your own path. Lin Wani hollered in rage. That expression of exasperation and disappointment was all there. Yuan family, Liang family descendants, which one of them wasn't stronger than his son? How was it that they could develop such a descendant while his was the same? Young master quickly apologized to old master. Stop being angry. Manager Chen hurriedly said. He was really afraid that young master would be angry and leave the Lin family. How would it be safe outside? Lin Fan said, I won't leave. I am a rich family young master, so why should I leave? I am just eating and waiting to die doing nothing. Even if you beat me to death, I won't leave. Put on. Manager Chen sat paralyzed on the ground. He thought that young master had gone mad. If not, how could he say such words? Not to mention Manager Chen, even Go Zi and cousin were stunned. They looked at Lin Fan in shock. It was like they had seen a ghost. Lin Wani said those vicious words to see what this unfilial kid would do. Who knew that the unfilial kid would actually say such words? Eating and waiting to die? Doing nothing? Not leaving even if you beat him to death? It was like a volcano had erupted within Lin Wani's body. Rage plus 666. N? Lin Fan was shocked. 666 rage points increased right away. That was just too much. He raised his head. He noticed that his father's gaze and expression were a little off. He suddenly felt a little weak. He was so frustrated that he was about to explode. Like he was holding Frostmourne and passing it to his father. He then stretched out his neck for him to chop. Chapter 12. Unfilial kid, I will beat you to death. Lin Wani was furious and instantly attacked. The whip slashed over like a dragon, causing the air to ring. If that whip landed, he would at least be bedridden for half a month. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked and rushed over without a care for his own safety. But the whip seemed to have eyes of its own, and the air vibrated. Before he could even touch the whip, his whole body was shaken and sent flying. Wait. Lin Fan was shocked. This wasn't normal. He should at least say a few more words to give him some time to react. To let him show off. But now, with such a move, with the current situation, would he be able to block it? I will scram. Lin Fan dodged and rolled to the side. He quickly got up and muttered. It is the father's fault if the son doesn't teach the son. Father, I have to let you know your mistakes. He reached out and hollered. Blade, come. The blade that was placed at the side naturally wouldn't fly over by itself. It ran over and picked it up. Shwa shwa. It was a little strong. It looked like it. The moment he picked up the blade, Lin Fan felt a sense of joy spread from his body. The blade in his hand was just like his right hand. It was so familiar and made him feel good. His left hand could be broken, but his right hand couldn't be lost. Only by truly experiencing it could one understand that feeling. Father, know your mistakes. Look at the blade. Lin Fan used all his strength and hollered. He jumped into the air and the blade in his hand was like a tiger. It was really strong and unstoppable. Lin Wani, who was in a fit of rage, saw this scene and his eyes narrowed in anger. It was like he had seen an unbelievable scene. The whip strike just now seemed to be full of strength, but it was actually filled with gentleness. Even if one were to be struck, one would only feel pain on the surface. There would be no internal or internal injuries. How could Lin Wani bear to be so vicious? He just wanted to scare this unfilial kid. But now, he suddenly realized that things were different from what he had expected. Lin Wani's disappointed heart actually became excited. Although his face was still cold, his hands didn't stop. The snake came out of its hole. The tip of the whip bounced up from the ground and flew towards Lin Fan. When he faced such a situation, naturally Lin Fan panicked. He was not used to fighting. However, the saber in his hand was as nimble as his arm, and he had an instinctive reaction. He raised his saber to meet the whip, not using the back of his saber to block, but instead slashed out horizontally, and the blade of the saber hit the head of the whip squarely. There was a clap. The whip bounced back. As for Lin Fan, he didn't move at all. Instead, he had the momentum of slashing down. Am I that strong? After a short moment of panic, Lin Fan was overjoyed. How could he think so much? He raised his blade and attacked his father. Lin Wani stood on the spot, his eyes shining. Initiated. You've reached the next level. Master it. In his eyes, this unfilial kid's vengeful tiger blade technique was different. It had actually reached the mastery realm. Every move was natural and had very few flaws. Even if there was a flaw, it could be changed at the last moment. Lin Wani did not say anything, nor did he reveal a look of joy. Instead, he suppressed his martial arts cultivation and tried his best to control his power. Looking at the situation, it's still a little hard to hold. Let's add a point first. Right now, Lin Fan was really comfortable with it. To think that playing with a knife would be so interesting as well. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, reached mastery, 500 rage points consumed, there were still 621 left. He could still add points. I can do it. Continue. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, reached the peak, 600 rage points consumed, he was left with 21. Instantly. Lin Fan felt that the blade in his hand had changed. That familiar feeling was totally different from before. One could even say that it was so familiar that when he closed his eyes and heard the sound, he would know what blade technique it was. Lin Wani's wrist moved, the whip rose up and struck towards Lin Fan's lower body. The biggest weakness of the Vengeful Tiger Blade technique was that it was unable to protect its lower body. He wanted to see how much this unfilial kid had cultivated the blade technique to. However, to him, it was just that. Mastery was already enough to shock him. Lin Fan wanted to continue to slash the whip, but who knew that it would actually bend and wrap towards his legs. However, he didn't panic. The blade in his hand changed, the tip was like a tiger's claw, accurately pinning the whip to the ground. He held the blade and walked forwards. The whip split from head to toe and was sliced into two by the blade. This. Lin Wani opened his eyes wide, he was even more shocked than before. Reached the peak. His cultivation had reached a really high realm long ago. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique was a normal blade technique. When he was young, he cultivated it before. However, after he reached the peak, he didn't continue. But he saw it. This unfilial kid actually cultivated the Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique to reach the peak realm. He was in shock. Even if Lin Fan was already in front of him, he didn't stop him. Father only has this much strength? Lin Fan thought about it, he couldn't just use the blade to kill him. He raised his leg and kicked out, striking Lin Wani's chest. Lin Wani rose into the air and flew backwards. His face was facing the sky. He looked at the sky. That furious expression disappeared. What replaced it was a happy smile. Father, it is best to know one's mistakes and change. The farm taxes are too much, do you think I did the right thing? He panicked a little. A big landlord was kicked. If he got angry and cut ties with him, then wouldn't he be unable to become a rich family young master? What? Lin Wani landed on the ground and just laid there. The surroundings were really silent. Manager Chin, who sat paralyzed on the ground, looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. His eyeballs were about to pop out. Was this still the young master that he knew? Gozi rubbed his eyes. It was like he recognized the wrong person. Cousin. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao stuttered. He only said the word cousin, and didn't know what to say. At the entrance of the back courtyard, Old Wu knew that Old Master was coming to teach Young Master a lesson, so he chased over. However, when he arrived, he saw Young Master and Old Master fighting. He wanted to stop it. He didn't want Old Master to hurt Young Master. However, following this, he noticed that something wasn't right. Young Master actually cultivated the Vengeful Tiger Blade technique to such a high realm. The heavens had opened their eyes. The stone in Old Master's heart could finally land. At that moment, Lin Wani climbed up, he was still expressionless. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Fan. Unfilial kid, good job, really good job. His tone was really calm, but towards the end, it became heavier and heavier. The moment he said this, Lin Wani turned around and didn't say anything more, directly leaving the back courtyard. Administrator Chen and Old Wu followed behind. In the back courtyard, only Lin Fan, Gozi and Zhou Zhongmao were left. Lin Fan stood there, not understanding what was going on. He waved his hands. Gozi, come over quickly. Young Master. Gozi's face turned red and he was really emotional. Gozi, tell me, what did my father mean? Good job, is it good or bad? If it is good, then why did he add the words unfilial kid? Lin Fan was a little lost. Who could analyze it? What was the situation now? Moreover, he was really tired. He was really tired. Using the blade was really cool, but it was just too tiring. Cultivating such a thing. It was still unreliable. Thinking about it, it was better to just enjoy life and just eat and wait to die. In the distance, Lin Wani held his arms behind his back and raised his head. He walked like the wind, leaving the back courtyard and laughing out loud. Ah, good. Brother Wu, let's go drink. Old Wu's body shook, his muddy eyes turned red. Old master? What I was called in the past. Lin Wani smiled. Brother. Old Wu smiled. Since Madam passed away, he hadn't seen old master so happy. Haste, let's go, we won't return until we are drunk. How can my son be trash? How can the Liang family and Yuan family look down on us? Lin Wani laughed out loud. A smile appeared on his face and he exhaled. Chapter 13. Cousin, you are just too amazing. You actually cultivated the vengeful tiger blade technique to such a level. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I said it earlier, uncle wouldn't be so angry. Zhou Zhongmao was filled with respect. Cousin was just amazing. Lin Fan laid on the chair powerlessly, casually tossing the blade to the side. He didn't even take a look. Go Z, get some fruits? Exercising on such a hot day is too tough. He then looked towards Zhou Zhongmao. Cousin, why didn't you say so earlier? It is so tiring, so boring. Lin Fan didn't have much strength and his arms were really sore. It did feel good to fight. However, as a rich family young master, he had to be careful. Fighting and killing wasn't good. Zhou Zhongmao scratched his head. Cousin, how is it boring? Cultivation is the most interesting thing. Lin Fan could tell that his cousin was a cultivation maniac. His body was really terrifying. Cousin, tell me, how strong is my father? What is his cultivation? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao thought about it. I am not sure. Uncle didn't say how strong he was, but based on what I know, he is really strong. Although cousin is powerful, if uncle were to really make a move, he would only need to lift a finger to finish him. He had once asked his uncle what grade 12 of the martial path he was at. However, uncle didn't say anything. He just stretched out a finger and pressed down on his shoulder, making him struggle. He used all his strength, but he was unable to break free. Uncle was really relaxed. In the end, he said that the road was long and that there was no rush. So amazing. Lin Fan said in shock. Was that the legendary case of him going easy on him? That's right, he is really amazing. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. He worshipped uncle's strength and his eyes shone brightly. He wanted to become as strong as uncle one day. When he heard cousin's words, he was originally a little stressed, but now he didn't feel any pressure at all. Rich aristocratic families, there were definitely many people who were jealous. There were also many people who had their eyes on them. If one day someone came to kill them, to snatch their wealth, to kick him down from his position as a rich family young master. At that time, crying for his parents would be useless. However, it was good now. Even his cousin said that his cheap father was strong, so what else could he say? If he didn't properly enjoy life and live the hateful life of a noble young master, it would be a waste of his father's tyrannical strength. Very soon, Go Z returned with some iced fruits. Only the young masters of rich families could enjoy this. In the fruit platter there were ice cubes. The fruit was very particular. The grapes were peeled and the fruit looked like an apple. The surface of the fruit was engraved with the word, rich. From the inside to the outside, it exuded wealth and honor. Help young master relax his bones, especially his legs. They are still trembling. Lin Fan said. Okay, young master. Gosazi squatted at the side and pinched with his hands. His whole body felt comfortable. Zhou Zhongmao's emotions fluctuated. He had not recovered from the scene just now. Cousin, let's practice together later. Lin Fan took a look and waved his hand. Not interested. Go play by yourself. It was a hot day. Sparring? He was drenched in sweat and it was extremely stinky. Unless there was something wrong with his brain. Dog, are there any empty fields in our Lin family? Lin Fan asked casually. He could be considered to have dodged today's disaster. But it wasn't over. Father was a long-term investor in rage points, so he couldn't let him go just like that. He thought about something. On Earth, when many people reached old age, they would feel like they were useless. They felt like they couldn't help their children and that they were burdens. His heart hurt when he heard that. This was why he definitely wouldn't let such a thing happen. He had to let his father know that he was useful for his entire life. Yes, there are many. Gozi said. The Lin Manor had many fields, but they weren't given out. The main reason was that the refugees didn't deserve to have fields. What a waste of resources. If we don't plant fields, can they still be called good fields? I have to make some arrangements during this period of time. He thought about it. He would do it just like that. No one could stop him. Gozi felt that something was wrong and panicked. Young master, you can't do it again. Old master has just calmed down. If you make him angry again, then the outcome? He thought to himself. What exactly was the young master dissatisfied with the old master? Why did he always seem to be going against the old master? Lin Fan didn't care and said, What do you mean angry? Even if you are angry, it is to help clear your bones and make your body healthy. Let's not talk about it. Continue to massage. Young master needs to rest. He was really tired just now. After this battle, he realized that martial arts weren't suitable for him. It was better to just enjoy life. Adding points was not bad. For example, physique. After raising it to 24, he was filled with energy and he felt like his face was glowing. Outside Yu City, Wang family village. This was a village that farmed for the Lin family. They thought that they wouldn't be able to pay the taxes this year and would be treated badly. Who knew that the Lin family young master was so nice? Not only did he lower the taxes, but he also exempted them from this year's taxes. Although the entire village didn't have enough to eat, there was no pressure this year. The smile on their faces was so sincere. The village chief sat at the entrance of the village and smoked. His frown relaxed. He looked at the land in the distance. The heavens weren't on his side. There was nothing he could do. As long as he got through this year, next year would be better. He had to do what he promised the Lin family young master. Even if there was a drought next year, he had to pay the taxes. Wang Laosan. In the distance, an old man brought a guy over. Although they hadn't arrived yet, that worried expression was imprinted on his face and couldn't be removed. Wang Laosan looked over and said, Why did you all come? They were from the neighboring village. The old man was the village chief of the neighboring village, and the man was the old man's son. Wang Laosan, what do you think we should do with this year's taxes? Ace, who knows when this damn weather will end? The old man sighed. His face was filled with worry and he didn't know what to do. He then asked, Do you have enough to pay taxes? The old man came here to ask for some help. To see whether or not the Wang family village had extra grain to help. If they didn't hand the taxes over to the Liang Manor, the outcome would be catastrophic. Taxes. Wang Laosan shook his head and smiled. This year we won't pay taxes. The old man was shocked. Are you crazy? Will the Lin family let you off? To him, Wang Laosan was crazy. The outcome of not paying taxes was catastrophic. Even if the weather wasn't good, they had to pay. Uncle Wang, the Lin family is vicious. We can't cause trouble for ourselves. The guy said. Wang Laosan raised his hand. It isn't like that. This morning, Lin family manager Chen came to collect taxes, but Lin family young master came too. He saw our situation and felt that we were pitiful. He took pity on us and told us not to pay taxes this year. He even lowered the taxes. In the future, no matter how much we harvest, we will only collect 10%. The old man and the guy didn't hear it clearly. They wanted to persuade Wang Laosan not to go against the aristocratic families. Suddenly, the two of them were stunned. They looked at Wang Laosan in disbelief like they had heard wrongly. Not collecting taxes this year? Collect 10% in the future? That was a lie, right? Or did he go crazy because the harvest wasn't good? Chapter 14. That afternoon, the Wang family village tax exemption spread to the various villages. When they first heard it, no one believed it and thought that it was a rumor. If one wanted to believe that rich families were exempt from taxes, even pigs could climb trees. It would be a lie if the villagers weren't envious. Why didn't such a good thing happen to them? Some of the more agitated villagers wanted to rebel against the Liang and Yuan family tax system. But very quickly the old men suppressed this kind of situation. They were asking to die. To rebel against the tax system of the two aristocratic families. On the second day the entire village would be massacred. No one has stood up for them yet. But today, many people had already remembered the name of young Master Lin. To them this was a great deed. They were about to set up a plaque at home to thank the Lin family young master. That night, Liang family. Aristocratic family banquet. As the third young master, Liang Yongqi had a high status in the Liang family. But he had a brother and sister above him. The sister didn't care, she was going to marry out. To him the only threat was his brother Liang Yichu. Be it looks, height, or martial arts, his brother Liang Yichu was better than him. Even if he was better than him, he was thinking about how to become the heir of the Liang family, the only one in control. On the main seat, Liang family head thought about what he found out in the afternoon. He placed down his chopsticks and looked around. I got news that the Lin family kid went to the Wang family village and actually exempted this year's taxes. He even said that he would only collect 10% of the taxes. If the Lin family falls into his hands, they won't be far from weakening. When he said that, he felt that it was really interesting and drank a cup alone. Liang Yongqi said directly, "Father, that brat is trash, eating and waiting to die, useless. He actually has the time to pity those lowly commoners. When the Lin family is destroyed in his hands, let's see who will pity him then." And third son's words make sense. Liang family head nodded his head in agreement. To Liang Yongqi, when he thought about Lin Fan, the rage in his heart boiled. He lost all his face in drunk fragrance pavilion. He wouldn't let this matter rest just like that. "Big brother, don't you think that guy is stupid enough?" Liang Yongqi asked with a smile. Liang Yichu had a handsome face. His brows trembled slightly. "Third brother, I don't think that the Lin family young master is doing something stupid. This year's drought has greatly affected the harvests of the commoners. Appropriately reducing taxes or exempting this year's taxes isn't stupid. It is just giving the commoners a way out. Father, I think that our Liang family can also reduce taxes appropriately so that the commoners will remember our Liang family's kindness." Under the table, the second daughter of the Liang family kicked her eldest brother. "Tell big brother to stop talking." "Hee hee." Liang Yongqi laughed. "Big brother, what you said is wrong. What is there to pity about those lowly commoners? There are so many lowly commoners outside the city waiting for us to show our kindness and give them help. 1 silver tael is enough for them to work for us, and 10 silver taels is enough for them to forget their feelings." Liang Yichu shook his head. "Third brother, you can't say that. No matter what, it's still a living life." Then he looked at his father. "Father, now that the Lin family has taken the lead, our Liang family does not lack this year's land tax. Why don't we exempt this year's land tax?" As soon as he finished speaking, "What?" The Liang family head smacked the table, causing the bowls and chopsticks to fall. "Enough, you are too soft-hearted. If you don't take it, how will I hand the Liang family over to you? You need to learn from your third brother." Zhou City Su family's 7th miss came to Yu City today and is at the Yuan family. Tomorrow, third brother will follow me. Just stay at home and think about it. After saying that, the Liang family head left the table and walked towards the back courtyard. Liang Yongqi smiled as he looked at his eldest brother. He was slightly delighted. "Big brother, it is useless to be kind. Just watch how the Lin family will fall to that kid." Then he seemed to have thought about something. "I heard that when the Su family's 7th miss came to Yu City, she faced some matters. I have to make arrangements. Big brother, second sister, please enjoy. I will make a move first." At the table, the old, weak, women and children all lowered their heads and ate. How could they talk about such matters? "Big brother, look at third brother. We are brothers, so is there a need to target you like this?" Second miss said furiously. Liang Yichu shook his head. "Third brother is still young, he will understand in the future." At that moment, a maid walked over and carried a bowl of soup. "Young master, second miss, this is the soup the kitchen cooked. Have a taste." Second miss looked at the maid and smiled. "Yafei, you cooked it again, right? I'm just a side character." After teasing her, second miss didn't say anything else. After all, this was the banquet hall. There were many years. If someone saw, it would be a little problematic. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The Lin family back courtyard was really quiet. Lin Fan laid on the bed and fell asleep in a carefree manner. His snoring was very frequent, adding a hint of color to the quiet backyard. Creak creak. The paper window was pushed open, giving out an ear-piercing sound. A person stood at the window. He wore a devil mask and looked really terrifying. Dressed in a black assassin's uniform, he stood there quietly. If it was a normal person with some cultivation and was really wary, they would have woken up long ago. However, Lin Fan slept really well and was even dreaming. How would he know all that? The black-shirt man standing at the window wore a mask and one couldn't see his face. However, if he took off the mask he would frown. His voice was so ear-piercing. How could he still sleep? After standing there for a while, the black-shirt man couldn't help but take out his dagger and drop it in the room. Quang dang. Hoo! Lin Fan was shocked awake. When he looked at the window, he noticed that a black-shirt man jumped in. He was shocked. His heart creaked. Someone wanted to assassinate him? He thought about it for a moment. He didn't offend anyone recently. He only offended that kid from the Liang family. He wouldn't be so petty to come here to assassinate him, right? Who are you? You must know that this is the Lin family and I am the Lin family young master. If you do anything to me, my father won't let you off. Save me. There is an assassin. Come and save me. After Lin Fan said such nonsense, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Rage plus 30. The black-shirt man didn't expect Lin Fan to shout. He stepped forward and clenched his fists. In this small room, he forced Lin Fan into a corner. That's too much, take this. He shouted for a long while. Lin Fan was anxious. He could only try to see whether or not he could beat him. Physique added to 24, so it shouldn't be too weak. He used his hand as a blade and struck towards the assassin. As long as he had a chance, he would kick the door open and retreat. At that moment, they clashed several times. Lin Fan realized that this assassin wasn't much. It seemed like he could do it. At that moment, he cheered in his heart. I can do it, I can beat him, I can't be a coward. Small assassin with your strength, you dare to find trouble with me. Didn't your father tell you that if you don't have strength, then don't assassinate me? Lin Fan used his hand as a blade and slashed towards him time and time again. Rage plus 50. Kiki, you are angry? Come, I'm not afraid of you. He panicked like a dog before, but now he was as calm as a pine tree. He would take down this thief in a while. Ping pong. A sound spread from outside. Cousin, I am here, hold on. Zhou Zhongmao shouted anxiously. Lin Fan was on the same level as the assassin. Just as he was about to tell him not to panic and that he could hold on. With a pata. The assassin punched Lin Fan's right eye. After the fist hit, the assassin jumped out of the window. Before he left, a secret technique fell from his chest and disappeared into the darkness. My eye. It hurts. Lin Fan knelt down and covered his right eye. Tears were about to spurt out. The thief was waiting. One day he would make you cry. Quang Dang. Cousin, are you okay? Zhou Zhongmao charged in with the guards and asked in a panic. Of course, my eye feels swollen. Do you think I am okay? Lin Fan covered his eye. It was really tough. Zhou Zhongmao instructed the guards, find the assassin for me. Yes. Chapter 15. Not long later. The guards returned and surrounded the back courtyard. Teacher, we didn't find any traces of the assassin. A guard reported. Zhou Zhongmao waved his hands and told the guards to leave. Since the enemy dared to come to the Lin family to assassinate his cousin, he definitely made ample preparations. He was filled with questions. Although his cousin was strong, he was at most grade 1 on the martial path. How weak was this assassin to actually fail? Lin Fan looked at himself in the mirror and sucked in a deep cold breath. He looked at his bitter face and dark circles under his eyes. Who did I offend? Why did he have to stare at my eyes? How despicable. As a rich family young master, he cared about his image the most. Cousin, look, this is what the assassin left behind. Zhou Zhongmao felt heart-pained. Cousin was in trouble. If he found this assassin, he would chop him into meat paste. However, the assassin left some clues here. Go, Z got some eggs from the kitchen to help young master reduce the swelling. Luckily, he noticed it in time. If not, the outcome would be catastrophic. Lin Fan rubbed the eggs on his face. He glanced sideways and didn't care. His tone was filled with grievance. What is this? Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture? Cousin, this seems like a heart cultivation technique. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. He didn't expect the assassin to leave a heart cultivation technique. On the martial path, heart cultivation techniques were really important. Just like the mental cultivation method he cultivated, it was the Demon Suppression Heart Sutra that his uncle passed on to him. Heart cultivation technique? What is the use? Lin Fan was furious. He wanted to find the assassin and punch him a few times. At the same time, he wanted to ask if apart from punching the eyes, what else did he know? Zhou Zhongmao just wanted his cousin to cultivate and said anxiously, Cousin, how can a heart cultivation technique be useless? Look, the moment he said that, Cousin reached out, his fingers forming a claw. He clenched and the vase in the distance shattered. A formless power exploded out from his hands. One couldn't see it with the naked eye. Then, Lin Fan took a look. Cousin, the problem we are discussing is that your cousin was beaten up, so what is the use of heart cultivation techniques? Cousin, your talent is definitely unparalleled, Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to cultivate the vengeful tiger blade technique to the peak realm in such a short time. As long as cousin is willing to cultivate the mental cultivation method, he will definitely become a peerless expert like uncle. Zhou Zhongmao tried his best to persuade him, hoping that his cousin would be willing to cultivate. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop his cousin from speaking. He was thinking about something. The mantra had fallen from the assassin's body. That meant that this thing was very useful to assassins. Duh. Lin Fan thought of an idea. Take this mental cultivation method. Tomorrow make a copy of it and paste it all over the courtyard. Anyone can learn it. Yes, young master, Gozi replied. Zhou Zhongmao held his breath. His cousin's way of thinking was too special. Lin Fan didn't want to think about those things. He waved his hand and said, "It's late. Disperse. Leave some people to watch over me. The rest of you can go back to sleep." He was frightened by the assassin. If he didn't leave some guards to guard the area, he would really be afraid that the other party would turn back halfway and kill him, or even bring experts with him. When that happened, he would want to cry, but no tears came out. "Cousin, sleep peacefully. Tonight, I will guard outside and won't let anyone hurt you," Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Manor reading room. Lin Wani took off the mask on his face. "Brat, do you think it is so easy to kick your father in the morning?" If Lin Fan found out that the culprit of his right eye was his cheap father, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Was there a need for that? Revenge breeds revenge. How much of the past did he know? It wasn't good to have a peaceful chat. It wasn't good to fight. However, to Lin Wani, for this unfilial kid to cultivate, he spent a lot of effort. Not bad. The unfilial kid didn't disappoint him. Although he didn't cultivate the mental cultivation method, the strength that he displayed had reached martial path grade 1. Especially his comprehension of the vengeful tiger blade technique. He had reached a level that normal people couldn't reach. Any cultivation technique had a realm. Basics, go to the next level, mastery, perfection, reach the peak, returning to true. These 6 realms, as long as one wasn't dumb and was willing to work hard to reach mastery, it wouldn't be a problem. The latter 3 required a certain level of comprehension. As for reaching returning to true, it was extremely difficult. Even a normal blade technique like the vengeful tiger blade technique. If one could cultivate it to returning to true, the strength that exploded out would be shocking. Kachi. Old Wu walked into the reading room. "Old master." Lin Wani smiled. "How is the unfilial kid?" Old Wu shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Old master, your fist caused young master's right eye to swell up. Without a few days of rest, it probably won't disappear." After young master got that purple sun 4 saint scripture, he wasn't interested. Instead, he passed it to someone and said that he would copy it tomorrow. He would tear it open and paste it in the back courtyard. No matter who it was, they could cultivate it. Old master had put in a lot of effort for young master. He wanted to use his identity as an assassin to pressure young master. At the same time, he purposely left a heart cultivation method. Normal people would get it. Naturally, he was delighted. He couldn't look at young master like normal people. Young master got this heart cultivation method. Not only was he not excited at all, he even wanted to spread it out. What? Lin Wani retracted his smile and his face was filled with rage. That unfilial kid really wants to do that? Old master, it seems like this method won't work. Young master isn't interested in cultivating. Old Wu said, young master was able to comprehend the vengeful tiger blade technique to the peak. That is enough to show that young master's comprehension skills are extraordinary. If he wastes it, he will regret it. Unfilial kid, he really is an unfilial kid. When he heard those words, the rage in Lin Wani's heart started to explode. Surprise him in the morning. Give him nightmares at night. Retract the heart cultivation method. Lin Wani said. Old Wu thought about it and said, Old master, I think there is no need to retract it. Anyways, it is pasted in the back courtyard. Young master will see it every day and maybe one day he will be interested. With me looking, no one will dare to steal it. Lin Wani sighed and didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and told Old Wu to leave. Old Wu left the reading room and walked out of the room. He raised his head and looked at the full moon in the sky. He sighed, Young master, you have to work hard. There isn't much time left for you. Next day. Morning. Lin Manor back courtyard. Within the room. Lin Fan opened his eyes. The egg had been applied on his right eye for the entire night, and it had long since turned cold. He cracked open the egg and directly stuffed it into his mouth. He walked in front of the mirror. He is so vicious and it still hasn't healed. Lin Fan's head hurt. His right eye had a panda eye, and it affected his image as a rich family's young master. Kachi. Go Z entered and helped Lin Fan wash up. Go Z, if I go out like that, will it affect my image? Lin Fan asked. Young master, your image is always so bright and eye-catching. Even if your right eye is a little black, it won't affect it. Go Z said. Lin Fan was helpless. It was useless to ask. Suddenly, he noticed that the rage points in the small support system increased by a lot. Rage points, 1,201. Last night there were only 101 rage points. Why did it change so much after one night? Who was it? He didn't sleep and was still angry at him? Do you have nothing better to do after eating your fill? Chapter 16. Go Z saw that young master didn't say a word and just sat there in a daze. He thought that young master was afraid that his right eye would affect his image. Young master, why don't you not head out today and rest in the manor? Go Z suggested. Rest? What is there to rest for? If I don't head out for a day, my body will feel uncomfortable. My right eye is swollen and black, so what? How can it affect me? Let's go pack up and head out. Call Manager Chin over as well. Lin Fan didn't want to stay in the manor. It was unrealistic to stop him with a swollen right eye. Even if he was blind and destroyed. That was impossible. Not long later. Lin Fan waited at the entrance of the Lin Manor. Manager Chin hurried over and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Young master, where are you going? He panicked a little. Young master was going out again. Even at this stage he still couldn't stop him. If the old master knew what he was thinking, he would probably collapse from anger. Manager Chin, does my father know that I was attacked last night? Lin Fan asked. He knows. Manager Chin replied. Lin Fan was a little sad. He was so heartless. Since he knew that his only son was attacked last night, he didn't even come to console him. How sad and lamentable. Forget it. He should head out to have some fun and console the sadness in his heart. Cousin, are you going out? I have already arranged everything. From now on, I will guard by your side and ensure that the assassin won't be able to attack. Zhou Zhongmao came. He couldn't let go of his cousin. With the first time there would be a second time. Before the assassin was caught, he had to guard by his cousin's side. Cousin, you didn't sleep last night. Go and rest. His cousin was really good, thinking about him every moment. Their relationship was really deep. Zhou Zhongmao waved his hands. It is okay, cousin. With my current ability, I won't feel tired even if I don't sleep for 5 days and nights. This was the benefit of having a high martial path realm. Normal people would be so tired after one day and night. However, he wouldn't. Cousin, I will treat you well in the future. Lin Fan patted Zhou Zhongmao's shoulder and sighed. What else could he say? He should be content to have such a cousin. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao's heart shook. He felt that he had gained his cousin's love. Cousin. Lin Fan nodded his head. He turned around and said, let's go. Inside the mansion. Is the unfilial child in the back courtyard? Lin Wani asked. He sat there sipping his tea. Usually there was nothing much to do. As long as he maintained the order of Yu City, that was the most important thing. Old Wu said, young master just went out. Crack. When Lin Wani heard this he was furious. He clenched his fingers and the teacup shattered. He gritted his teeth. Unfilial kid, this unfilial kid, why can't he change? Is he trying to anger me to death? Old Wu shook his head. Recently the number of times old master got angry had increased. Rage plus 50. Lin Fan, who was strolling around the city, saw that his anger was rising again and didn't know what to say. Why bother? But that was fine too. He had a bit of anger, so it was not bad to add points normally. Adding points was still useful. He just buffed this vengeful tiger blade technique a few times. Shua shua, that was amazing. Even the way he looked at him changed. It was just that his physique wasn't enough. If he added it to physique in the future when people hit his eyes, maybe he wouldn't be black anymore. Manager Chin, who planned this road. Why didn't they use green bricks? It is uncomfortable to step on. Lin Fan said. Manager Chin was extremely flustered. Why did young master mention the road? Why did it give him a bad feeling? Young master, no one is in charge of this road. The cost of green bricks is just too high. Manager Chin said. Lin Fan shook his head and expressed his regret. Let's not talk about this. Bring me to see the empty farmland. Lin Fan had to find something for himself to do. If a rich family young master didn't do something shocking, then how could he be a rich family young master? Even if he admitted it, other people wouldn't. He had a basic understanding of his family's situation. His cheap father should be an immeasurably deep expert. As long as he didn't leave you city and didn't ask to die, there shouldn't be too many problems. If there really was a problem, his father would take care of it. Okay, young master. Manager Chin was helpless. If young master wanted to take a look, he couldn't stop him. Forget it, since that was the case, then he would play along with young master. The huge Lin family. In the end, it still had to be given to young master. He passed by Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. He met someone he knew. Oh, isn't this young master Lin? What happened to his eyes? Who hit him? The heavens really opened their eyes. Liang Yongqi brought servants to buy things in the city. The servants behind him held big and small bags, but they all stood behind in fear. It was obvious that he was afraid of his third young master. Lin Fan stopped. Looking at how Liang Yongqi gloated, he was annoyed and scolded. What does it have to do with you? He choked. Liang Yongqi was obviously furious. Surname Lin, I am talking to you nicely, so don't be too arrogant. Rage plus 66. So what if I am arrogant? You are just the third son of the Liang family and you want to talk nicely to me? Your big brother is here so we can talk nicely. Lin Fan said. You. Liang Yongqi was easily angered. He panted and in just a few words he was infuriated by Lin Fan. Rage plus 88. Lin Fan didn't want to continue talking to this lowly person, but he realized that it was really easy to earn his rage points. Then he would say a few more words. Lin Fan, you trash, you still have the face to talk to me? Liang Yongqi hollered in rage. At the same time he was delighted and felt like he had the upper hand. The commoners all hid far away. How would normal commoners like them dare to offend a rich family young master? They could only avoid it. Let me tell you, you are an idiot. Lin Fan said seriously. Rage plus 100. As the third young master of a rich family, Liang Yongqi was afraid of everyone he met. This caused him to be speechless when facing Lin Fan, who had been baptized by the internet. He didn't know what to scold him with. What did you say? Liang Yongqi hollered. His eyes turned red. If his martial path was stronger, his head would be covered in white fog. Lin Fan didn't care. You are an idiot. 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 Rage plus 223. Liang Yongqi was scolded such that he couldn't retort. His chest rose up and down and then he hollered, teach this trash a lesson. The servants behind him exchanged glances with one another. Third young master, are you serious? We have no cultivation at all, we are just normal servants. Let us teach him a lesson. At least let us cultivate for a while. Lin Fan shook his head regretfully. The Liang family third young master collapsed just like that. However, it was still okay, his rage points increased by a lot. It wasn't for nothing. Cousin beat him up. Lin Fan said casually. When one was outside, it was inevitable that one would face problems. However, with his cousin here, this problem wasn't a problem at all. He just needed to beat him up, so there was no need for so many things. Okay, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao was really obedient. He didn't care that he was the Liang family third young master, charging up and beating him up. Pilai Pala. Lin Fan didn't want to look. It was pointless. Clamoring. Screams. Ups and downs, some high and some low. If there was a musician here, maybe inspiration would come, and a passionate piece of music would be good too. Chapter 17. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion Roadside. Liang Yongqi lay there with disheveled hair. He did not move at all. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The servants' legs were trembling. Only by kneeling down could they ensure their safety. Why? Liang Yongqi's face was covered in tears. Two streams of tears flowed down like a river, unable to be stopped. He was completely dumbfounded. His brain couldn't react in time. Then he reacted, gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Lin Fan, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. The roars were like those of wild beasts. Rage plus 333. The servants lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. The young master was beaten. He was very angry. Whoever touched him would be unlucky. The civilians who were hiding far away looked on coldly as if they were watching a show. For them, there wasn't a single good person in the Grand families. But recently he heard that the Lin family's young master was not bad. Liang Yongqi felt countless gazes on him. He raised his head and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I will kill you." The civilians in the distance were expressionless, minding their own business. They hated the rich and powerful, but they didn't dare to provoke them. Liang Yongqi got up angrily and walked away with his head lowered. He would remember this grudge. Master. Manager Qin felt that young master had caused trouble again. After beating up the Liang family's third young master, the Liang family would probably come to demand an explanation. With old master's impression of young master, she would definitely be very angry. More refugees gathered outside the city. In the words of the aristocratic families, these people were lowly commoners, inferior to even ants. Manager Qin, where did these refugees come from? Why do I feel like it's increasing every day? Lin Fan asked. Manager Qin replied, replying to young master, these people all came from different places. Some of their hometowns were destroyed by demonic beasts. Some of them died from natural disasters. There are all sorts of possibilities. No one cares. Lin Fan felt a little weird. What kind of broken world was this? No one even bothered to ask about such a thing. Think about the society he lives in, how good. When one side was in trouble, help came from all sides. No. Manager Qin shook his head. He felt like young master was going to be a busybody. Why didn't I realize that young master had such intentions in the past? It was very hot. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the morning was cool and refreshing. At noon, under the high temperature, it was possible to suffer a heat stroke. Lin Fan and his group of people stood at the city gates, looking a little out of place with the refugees. Many of the refugees noticed Lin Fan. Their faces were expressionless, and there wasn't even the slightest hint of abnormality, according to common sense. There would definitely be refugees kneeling in front of him for their loved ones, crying and begging young master and old master to save their loved ones. But look at the situation. But there were some things that were different. Perhaps to the refugees, seeking help from an aristocratic family was undoubtedly a dead end. Not only would they die without any dignity, but they would also be tortured. Manager Qin, do you think my father would beat me to death if I were to give the land to these people? Lin Fan asked. As soon as he said that, Manager Qin knelt on the ground with a thud. Young master, you mustn't. Manager Qin had lived for dozens of years, but he had never been so terrified before. Was he trying to scare someone to death? Get up, don't keep kneeling. I'm just asking. Lin Fan said. Manager Qin heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. But immediately after, what the young master said next completely shocked him to death. I was just asking. No matter whether or not my father will beat me to death, there are some things that I have to do. This isn't a matter of conscience. I am thinking about the Lin family. If the land isn't planted, then it will only give birth to bugs. Lin Fan had his own thoughts. To allow this rich family young master to continue living, he had to fill up the empty land from before. The previous land taxes were really vicious. The kind where he toyed with people to death. However, it wasn't comfortable enough. If he spread out the remaining land, he would be able to gather most of it. Manager Chen's words to young master. He didn't know what to say. His words did make sense. But for some reason he felt that something wasn't right. Cousin, do you think I am right? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. Right, cousin is right. Gozi nodded his head. Young master was a person with foresight. He was worthy of respect. Manager Chen, don't worry. Just act like you don't know about this. I will take responsibility. Lin Fan patted Manager Chen's shoulder and said sincerely. It wasn't easy for Manager Chen. He followed him out. He had to bear such huge pressure in his heart. He could understand. He could sympathize. However, he had no choice. One had to bear pressure when doing things. If one didn't bear pressure, one wouldn't be able to do anything. Gozi, tell them that I want to distribute land to them. If they have any thoughts, then follow us. Lin Fan said. Yes, young master, I will do it right away. Gozi's father was a refugee. He was lucky to be a servant in the Lin family. Although he didn't have freedom, he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. He was much luckier than them. Very quickly, Gozi ran towards the refugees. Manager Chen wanted to say something but stopped. He really wanted to say it. Young master, can we not do this? If old master found out, he would be furious. Very quickly, there was an uproar among the refugees. It was obvious that Gozi had spread the news, causing them to be shocked and filled with disbelief. Did you all hear that? That is my young master. He can't bear for all of you to starve and is giving you a chance to rely on yourselves. If you believe, then follow us. If you don't, then I won't force you. Gozi raised his voice. He represented young master, so naturally his aura couldn't be weak. He had the aura of an aristocratic manager. At that moment, the refugees who sat paralyzed on both sides of the road exchanged glances with one another. Is this real or is it fake? Are there really such kind people in aristocratic families? No one moved at all. Maybe they didn't believe that there would be good things in the sky. At the same time, they didn't believe that the aristocratic families would give them land. Lin Fan felt that something wasn't right. Why were aristocratic families so wary of them? They didn't even want to plant free land. What kind of tragic thing did they go through for them to be so hostile towards such good things? Manager Chin heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the refugees didn't believe him. It seemed like there was still room for negotiation. What are you all thinking about? My young master gave you land and you didn't want to plant it? Go Zi was anxious. What was going on? It was such a good thing and no one followed. At that moment, among the refugees someone said, "How can something good happen to us? They definitely want to lie to us." Manager Chin said, "Young master, in my opinion, forget it. They won't believe you." "No, I don't believe that no one will believe me even if I give them land." Lin Fan waved his hands. He was a little unconvinced and said directly, "I am the Lin family young master, I never lie you all." Before he finished, the refugees were in an uproar. "You are the Lin family young master? If you are the Lin family young master, then we will believe you." The refugees believed him. When they came here, they passed by Wang family village and heard the people there say that the Lin family young master was a good person. He pitied them and exempted them from this year's taxes. In the eyes of the refugees, there was no way such a good thing could happen. However, they were sure that it was true. "Then what are you hesitating for? Follow me. I am rushing and have to head to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion to eat something good." Lin Fan rushed. This matter was really casual. He didn't do it on purpose. Lin Fan was in a good mood. He didn't expect his name to spread far and wide. Even the refugees knew about him. Not bad. Chapter 18. Manager Chin looked at the large group of refugees. He really wanted to knock his head against the side of the road. Young master was too much. He thought about old master's furious expression. In the past, when old master saw young master, he was only disappointed, but now that disappointment turned into rage. The change was a little terrifying. Not long later. Oh my God, there are too many fields. Under Manager Chen's lead, they finally arrived at the empty fields of the Lin Manor. It was endless. It was just empty here and could be considered half abandoned. The fields were filled with green grass. Who knew what plant it was, but it was half the height of a person. Lin Fan looked for a long while and suddenly opened his mouth. "Manager Chen, take a look. This is the farmland you mentioned. What a waste, but luckily I am a person with good eyes and noticed the problem. I was able to fix it right away, otherwise this farmland would have become a wasteland. I admit that my father is strong, but in terms of increasing the value of the manor, he can't compare to me." These words made Manager Chen confused. He could already imagine what kind of terrifying things would happen when the news reached the old master's ears. "Young master, think about it," Manager Chin reminded. Young master was already an adult and had to be responsible for his own actions. Every word he said represented the Lin Manor. This was also why, although old master was angry when young master exempted the Wang family village taxes, he didn't change it. That was because young master said it. If it was casually overturned, it would affect young master's reputation. Think about it for a night. I have thought about it for a night, and there definitely won't be any problems, Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao had no interest in this matter at all. No matter what he did, as long as he was his cousin. The refugees who followed along looked at the boundless fertile land in front of them. They were excited, but more than that, they were heartbroken. The farmland was covered in green weeds. How good was this farmland? Now it was abandoned just like that. Their hearts hurt. If it rained, they were confident that they could plant all these crops and no one would starve. Manager Chin didn't say anything more. Since young master had already decided, what else could he say? He just wanted to ask. What else could he say? Lin Fan turned around and looked at the refugees. Listen up, all of you. From now on, I will distribute this fertile land to all of you. Do your best. Don't think of planting more just because you have more land. It's not the quantity of land that matters, but the quality of the land. With the current situation, it's already very good if 1 mu of land can produce 200 caddies. But if anyone can find a way to produce 300 pounds per mu of land, I will give you 1 mu of land. It will forever be yours and no one can take it away from you. As a young master of a wealthy family, he had to plan for the future. If you want to live a good life and work for a long time, you have to give others motivation. Letting others support him. They didn't have to worry about food. There was no need to worry about safety. Cousin was so good he had to treat him well. Moreover, he also had the small support system. He could add points when he had nothing to do, making life a little more fun. Humans. I have to dream a little. After 70 or 80 years, the number of points would increase. Perhaps he could also become an expert among experts. That was something that could not be guaranteed. An uproar. The refugees looked at each other as if they had heard the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Not only did he give them good farmland, there were also rewards. Although it was a little unrealistic to raise 1 mu of land from 200 to 300, they were all experts in farming and definitely had a way to increase production. It was just that they hadn't found it yet. Manager Chin saw that it was a done deal, so what else could he say? Young master is so kind, why aren't all of you kneeling and thanking him? Manager Chin said fiercely. To him he couldn't treat them nicely. He had to use a strict tone and a cold expression to face them. He wanted them to be afraid. Only then would he be able to control them better. Towards young master's actions, he actually didn't agree. Young master was kind, but as servants they had to scold him. Instantly, the refugees knelt down and kowtowed in thanks. There is no need to kneel. Farm well, I will enjoy myself. Whether or not you can have a better life depends on yourselves. As for the land taxes, it will be the same as the Wang family village. Manager Chen. Manager Chen waited respectfully at the side. Young master, I am here. Lin Fan waved his hands, giving off a feeling like he was giving orders. You will be in charge of this matter. Register the land, register the names. We will split the land according to the number of people. One person will have 5 acres of land, not counting the old and weak. If there are orphans, old and young, someone will take care of them. Count it as 2 acres of land. Also, split the houses here and that will be it. Manager Chen was stunned by young master's words. Even if he was a good person, he didn't have to do things like that, right? When the refugees heard that, they were really emotional. Some of them were so emotional that they were about to cry. They didn't expect that there would be such a good family in Yu City. Lin Fan had his own plans. Had he seen dramas before? He had seen many ancient dramas. Some aristocratic families bullied people and faced a calamity, escaping with their last breaths. As long as someone helped, they would be saved. However, the key was that they bullied people. Not only did they not save the commoners that passed by, they would even stab them. Were they afraid? This was why, to prevent such a thing, they had to spread their name and let the refugees remember it. As for those Shang family aristocratic families, they didn't care. They would bully people based on their status. This was a theory that wouldn't change. Young master, I don't dare to do it. Manager Chin knelt on the ground. This matter was really serious. How would he dare to do it? If old master found out, he would skin him alive. Go Zi, you do it. Lin Fan said calmly. Yes, young master, I will definitely do it well. Go Zi didn't hesitate. He felt like he had a heavy responsibility on his body. He had to do this for young master. Even if he lost his life, he wouldn't complain. Lin Fan patted on Manager Chen's shoulder. Manager Chen, you've disappointed me a little. Manager Chen buried his head. He was hesitating. He felt that this matter had touched old master's bottom line. If old master found out, he definitely wouldn't let him off. However, young master, I know. I can do it. Manager Chin said. He thought it through. If he died, then so be it. Who asked him to be in such a difficult position? Lin Fan smiled. Manager Chin, you have made me look up to you. I have high hopes for you. Let's go. The refugees sent him off. Lin Fan thought to himself. I didn't do anything wrong. Even if father was angry, he would understand in the future. Manager Chin followed behind uneasily. He panicked. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped and turned his head. He smiled. Are you all hungry? I want to head to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion to have a good meal. I will treat all of you to fill your stomachs. Quang Dang. Young master, Manager Chin fainted. He even spat out white foam. Gozi exclaimed. Manager Chin was walking well, but he suddenly fainted. What was going on? Cousin, carry Manager Chin. Lin Fan said. He then looked at the refugees. It looks like you all haven't eaten in a long time. Let's go. As long as you farm well and create wealth for me, then you are all good people. The refugees exchanged glances with one another. In the end they cheered. Thank you, young master. Lin Fan smiled and walked forwards. This was life. He could do whatever he wanted. Spending money to buy happiness was just so carefree. As for whether or not he would be beaten up by his father, that was a matter for the future. Chapter 19. U City Gate. There were armed guards standing guard. Seeing a large group of vagrants gathering together and walking over, they became serious. What do you want to do? They had broken into the city and wanted to rob and pillage. The call to assemble rang out. Enemy attack. The vagrants revealed their true goal. They wanted to attack U City. The guards stood in a row with cold weapons in their hands. Their auras were grave and stern. As long as the situation was not right, they would immediately kill these vagrants. Dog, look at these guards. They even came out to welcome us. In the distance, Lin Fan smiled. In his opinion, the guards guarding the city gates were just decorations. Now that they were gathered together, could it be that they knew that he had done something great and were lining the streets to welcome him? Young master, the U City guards might think that they are going to riot when they see them gather together. Let me go clear things up in case there is an unnecessary conflict. Manager Chin poured a bucket of cold water on him. Young master still liked to daydream. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. So that wasn't the case. He gestured for Manager Chin to go. Manager Chin went from fainting and foaming at the mouth to calmly accepting it now. No one knew just how big of a struggle there was in his heart during this process. Even Lin Fan found it hard to imagine. Manager Chin explained the situation to the city guards. When Lin Fan brought the vagrants past, the guards looked at the Lin family young master with a complicated expression. They all felt that there was something wrong with young Master Lin's head. Given the status of the Lin family's young master, the people he hung out with should all be from the rich and powerful clans. Why would he hang out with refugees? But now, the Lin family young master mingled with these refugees. Gozi glanced at the guards and said softly, "Young master, I really don't like their gazes. How would they understand your intentions?" It doesn't matter. Not everyone is as righteous as young master. Being a young master doesn't mean that you were reincarnated well. It's more about magnanimity. The bigger the body, the more the other brothers and sisters can't squeeze out. That's the logic. Lin Fan said. Gozi was confused and didn't understand. Who were the brothers and sisters that young master was talking about? The Lin family only had young master. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. A large number of refugees arrived and the civilians who passed by looked on. How could refugees enter the city? Moreover, it was the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. It was impossible for the city guards to let refugees in. As for the refugees in the city, most of them had snuck in without being discovered. But when they saw that the leader of the refugees was the Lin family's young master, the commoners were surprised. According to the rumors from last time, the Lin family young master invited the refugees to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion for a meal. Was it going to start again? Young Master Lin. The manager of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion looked at Lin Fan and ran over. He bowed and tried his best to please him. Arrange it, Lin Fan said casually. It was just a meal, nothing complicated. The manager looked at the large group of refugees behind young Master Lin. His heart trembled, but his expression remained the same as he hurriedly welcomed them. Young Master Lin, please. Everyone, please. The shopkeeper also didn't understand young Master Lin's intentions. Even if the Lin family was wealthy, there was no need to be so wasteful. Shopkeeper, as usual. These are all my men. Be careful. Lin Fan continued to sit at the side of the building. This way he could see the situation outside more easily. If old man really came for him, he could also retreat at the first moment. When the refugees came to such a luxurious place, they were restless and timid. When they heard young Master Lin say that they were young master's men, they were shocked. Their eyes were filled with tears as they looked at young Master Lin with gratitude, who said that aristocratic families were as fierce as tigers. Young Master Lin treated them really well. Gozi stood behind young master and calculated how much silver he had to spend this time. Without a few hundred he wouldn't be able to complete it. Outside Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, the commoners didn't scatter. They gathered downstairs and discussed softly. What is this Lin family young master thinking? Why would he treat refugees to a meal twice? Is there something wrong with his head? Shush, softer. Do you want to die? If you hear that, you can forget about having a tongue. No way. I heard that young Master Lin did such a huge thing. Do you know about Wang Family Village? The weather this year isn't good and it is a drought year. They didn't have many harvests and couldn't even pay taxes. Do you know what the consequences of not paying taxes are? Of course, the aristocratic families won't let them off. Right, that is for sure. However, Wang family village is under the Lin family's responsibility. Young Master Lin went over and sympathized with them. Not only did he exempt them from this year's taxes, but he only collected 10% in the future. That Qin family village is a little pitiful. Because they couldn't pay taxes, the lackeys of the Yuan family killed 2 of them. If they don't pay in 7 days, the village will be wiped out. See? A cold aura spread out from the crowd. It was just so terrifying. In the crowd, a guy raised his head and looked towards Lin Fan. Liang Yichu thought about it for a moment and walked towards Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. He wanted to get to know young Master Lin. He envied young Master Lin because he dared to think and do. He only dared to think but didn't dare to do it. Within Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, Lin Fan was bored and looked at the rage points of the small support system. Rage, 2061. Who knew that in just a day he would accumulate so much rage points? Who was it? Why was he so angry at him? If it was possible, he was willing to have a good talk with him. The small support system was good. But to him it was just something he did when he was bored. At the same time, it was a display of his own ability. It reminded him at every moment. Your own ability isn't enough, so you can't be arrogant. Physique, 24 internal strength, 0 heart cultivation, 0 cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, reach the peak, rage points, 2061. I am bored, so I will add points to play. Physique directly rose from 24 to 30. He consumed 600 rage points. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt that his body wasn't right, like there was energy flowing within his body. Puchi. An ear-piercing sound reverberated out. Cousin Yu. Zhou Zhongmao was in a daze, but when he heard that sound he felt that it was really familiar. He stared at cousin in disbelief. However, that sound was a sign that his body was changing. Nothing, I just farted. Lin Fan's face turned a little red. Damn. He was just adding points, so why did a sound spread out from his body and it was the same as farting? Did he have to be sneaky when he added points in the future? Couldn't he just do it openly? However, the line of words on physique had changed. Physique, 30, martial path grade 1. Before this there weren't such martial path realms. Who knew that raising physique to 30 would allow him to reach martial path grade 1? That was a little interesting. However, he didn't feel any shocking changes. It was like he had muscles and they were even firmer. No, cousin Yu. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to say something, but a voice spread out from the side. Young Master Lin. Liang Yichu came. The smell in the room was a little weird, but he didn't care. He didn't have any problems with these refugees. Lin Fan looked at the person who came. He muttered in his heart. Why was he so tall? What did he want to do with his handsome looks? Young Master, this is the Liang family. Young Master Liang Yichu. Manager Qin whispered into his ear. When Lin Fan heard that it was the Liang family, he was pumped up and said teasingly, "Why? I just beat up your brother, and as the big brother you can't wait to take revenge?" Liang Yichu asked curiously, "What? You are still acting?" Lin Fan looked at him. That was good, he would chat with him and see what he wanted to do. Chapter 20. Young Master Lin, please tell me. Liang Yichu was really gentle and asked. It seemed like he didn't have any interactions with young Master Lin. Even if they lived together in Yu City, the number of times they met was really low. Just recently, what Lin Fan did attracted Liang Yichu's attention. He felt like his ideals were similar and wanted to get to know him. At the same time, naturally he respected Lin Fan a lot. Lin Fan dared to do it, but he only dared to think about it. That was the gap. I don't have a good impression of your Liang family. Your brother scolded me and was beaten up by me. It was a little tragic and he even lost face. I think you're pretty. Hurry up and scram. Don't embarrass yourself or else I'll ask my cousin to beat you up again. Lin Fan had no choice. There were only 3 aristocratic families in Yu City. Apart from the Lin family, only the Liang family and Yuan family were left. If he didn't fight with them, his life would be so boring and lonely. The Liang family young master personally sent himself over. Could he not care and not ask? Liang Yichu's expression was calm, there was only shock and no rage. He then said apologetically, I know my third brother's personality, so he definitely did something too much. I will apologize to young Master Lin on behalf of third brother. Lin Fan looked at Manager Qin. He looked at his cousin. He looked at Gozi. What was going on with this fellow? Was he serious? Or should I say that what this young master said just now wasn't excessive at all? Logically speaking, ordinary people would definitely fly into a rage after hearing those words. Why wasn't he angry at all? He didn't even give him any rage points. Wasn't he angry at all? For some reason Lin Fan didn't want to talk to him. He felt like saying so much would just be a waste in the end. You are really the Liang family young master? Lin Fan asked. He felt like he was a little unreliable. Although he didn't have much contact with aristocratic families. But he knew that the Yu City aristocratic families didn't care about human lives. In terms of personality they were also a little violent. Liang Yongqi was a good example. As the third young master, if it wasn't for him, no one would be able to suppress his arrogant attitude. As for him being the Lin family young master, he might be fake. The real one in front was also a loafer. Although he didn't stir up trouble, the word, trash, was still befitting of him. Of course. Liang Yichu smiled. Since Lin Fan didn't ask him to sit, he naturally wouldn't sit either. He just stood there. It was just a little annoying. As a young master of a rich family, he didn't have any friends. He just wanted to bicker with others and let his cousin beat people up, barely surviving. Now, the Liang clan's eldest young master obviously wanted to be friends with him. Should I give him this chance or not? He lifted his head to look at the other party. Liang Yichu smiled. His smile was sincere and not fake at all. If he really had bad intentions, what he said just now would definitely infuriate him. But he didn't have any anger, so what could he do? Have a seat. Lin Fan said. Thank you. Liang Yichu smiled and sat down. I have heard about what Brother Lin has done recently and I am really impressed. So he had come for this matter. That was what he had said. Lin Fan's name spread far and wide. Others already knew of his reputation. This was a good thing and it was necessary to continue developing it. It's not worth mentioning. It's nothing much. Lin Fan said calmly and then pointed at the refugees who were wolfing down their food. Looking at them makes me think about my grandfather. He was also a refugee. Your Liang family should have been born as a refugee if you look back a few generations. You should understand. His words were right. No matter how rich the family was 3 generations back, it should have been the same. Liang Yichu thought about it and said, Brother Lin's words make sense. Although my Liang family was a rich aristocratic family 3 generations ago, I can understand the deep meaning behind your words. When old Master Lin was young, his family was poor and couldn't even protect himself. He relied on his own hands to build up such a rich family. He is someone I respect. Lin Fan was stunned. His words didn't sound right. What did he mean? The Liang family was a rich aristocratic family 3 generations ago. To be honest, he couldn't understand that feeling. If Liang Yichu had the small support system. Now he had 6,666 rage points. A direct critical strike. Lin Fan didn't want to continue talking to Liang Yichu as there was no way to communicate with him. Brother Lin, I have thought about it for a long time and feel that your idea is the best. Aristocratic families are indeed suppressing commoners. If this continues for a long time, there will definitely be strong resistance. No one can be sure that there won't be a dragon among them. Although there aren't many who came from a commoner background like old Master Lin, there are still a few. When Brother Lin did such a thing, you also had such considerations, right? Liang Yichu was sure that this Lin family young master had great foresight. Lin Fan was stunned by Liang Yichu's words. Brother, what are you saying? What you are saying isn't what I am thinking. I did such a thing because I had nothing better to do and wanted to find some rage points for no reason. At the same time, he sympathized with the refugees. As for whether or not there would be a dragon among them, it had nothing to do with him. However, to this, Lin Fan didn't retort and didn't say anything. He just drank his tea confidently and smiled. His deduction was not bad. You can continue to reason, I won't say another word. At this moment, Liang Yichu was even more certain that this young Master Lin was extraordinary. How could someone like old Master Lin have a trash descendant? He hid so deeply. Everyone was lied to by Brother Lin. Haze. Liang Yichu sighed and shook his head. Brother Lin's method has opened up a bright path for me. Although I am the Liang family young master, there are some things that I can't do. I can only think about it. That was indeed the case. The internal conflicts of the Liang family were really intense. You can do it if you become the Liang family head. Lin Fan said. Me? Liang Yichu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't. One has to be confident. If you don't try, how will you not know? Go back and think about it. You will understand. Lin Fan said. He told young Master Liang that he could retreat. I don't like to talk to you. You don't give me rage points. What is the point of talking? You don't even give me a chance to add points. How boring is that? Liang Yichu cupped his fists. Okay, then I won't disturb Brother Lin. Today you are treating refugees, so I have to ask. Let me handle this meal. Are you sure? This meal is worth at least 100 silver. Lin Fan said. Ah. Liang Yichu smiled. I have saved up over 10,000, so 100 isn't a problem. The key is that I have a good chat with Brother Lin. It is worth it, really worth it. Goodbye. The moment he said that, Liang Yichu walked downstairs. Lin Fan looked at Liang Yichu with a stunned expression. Acting cool? He was acting cool in front of him. He had saved up over 10,000, so 100 wasn't a problem at all. Oh my god. Last time, because of just 100, my father came to find me. Why was the gap between people so huge? Manager Chin, how much did I save after so many years? Lin Fan asked. Manager Chin said softly, Young master, you don't have any. Lin Fan felt a little stifled. This was the first time he felt the gap. It was okay that he was tall. It was okay that he was handsome. However, the key was that he was richer than him. Luckily, he didn't act cool and say that he didn't care about money when he made friends. Anyway, they weren't as rich as him. He was nearly slapped in the face. Cousin, I still have some savings. If you need it, I can give it to you. Zhou Zhongmao said. How much do you have? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao estimated, during these few years, I have saved 100 to 200 silver. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything. Based on what he meant. I am the poorest here? The one who needs help the most. Chapter 21. In the end, the meal wasn't as he wished. If he knew that this would happen, he shouldn't have asked Liang Yichu to come over. What was there to talk about? Just to see him act cool without batting an eyelid? Society was really good. The drunk fragrance pavilion manager was about to laugh out loud. Good person, so good. The benefits that Lin family young master brought him were comparable to a month's worth of earnings. If other people said that young master Lin was dumb, he would be the first to retort. That wasn't dumb, that was love. What did they know? At the start, Lin Fan relaxed his mentality. It was okay that he was more handsome than me. It was okay that he was taller than me. That was because no matter what, it would always be true that he was richer than me. But in the end, reality was like a merciless slap on his face. Money? Damn, he didn't even have a single tael of savings. Compared to a rich person with 10,000. He was just asking to be humiliated. The refugees ate their fill. Although this wasn't the first time they ate so much, it was the most luxurious meal they had in their lives. Maybe even if they died, they wouldn't think that they would be able to eat such luxurious food in their lives. They dispersed. The refugees left with blissful smiles on their faces. What was left was for Manager Chen and Go Zi to work on distributing the land and providing suitable funding. Lin Fan didn't feel like this was a losing deal. In the long run, this was a form of improvement. Unfortunately, no one understood. However, Liang Yichu's brain did. Lin Manor entrance. I feel like something isn't right. Lin Fan stood at the entrance and didn't dare to walk in. Go Zi said softly, Young master, we have reached home. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. He raised his legs and stepped into his home. A storm was brewing. He knew that running away was useless and he had to face it bravely. Lin Fan asked the guard at the door, Did my father go out? Young master, old master went out long ago. When he heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he went out. But he knew that what would come would come. He couldn't hide from it. He wasn't a fool. Would his father forgive him for what he did today? He exempted the Wang family village taxes for this year and lowered the future taxes. His father wanted to chop him to death. If they were to distribute a portion of the spare farmland to the refugees without his consent, the consequences would be even worse. If he wasn't his son, he would probably have to prepare for his funeral. No rage points came, which meant that his father didn't know yet. But it was only a matter of time. He would find out sooner or later. Before returning to the courtyard, Lin Fan instructed Manager Chen to handle this matter properly. Even if he would be beaten up. He didn't care. The allocation of farmland was the right thing to do. Not only would the refugees be grateful to the Lin family, but they would also work harder to farm. Their harvest would not be much less than before. Maybe even more. This was killing two birds with one stone. How could he not understand? In the backyard, Cousin, don't go out in the afternoon, Zhou Zhongmao reminded. He felt that if his uncle knew about this, he would definitely be furious. If his cousin went out again in the afternoon, his uncle would probably jump up in anger. I'm tired too. Let's take a break. Lin Fan was thinking about how to solve this problem. It was only natural that rage would come, but the key was to handle this matter beautifully. It would be best if he could appease his father. Zhou Zhongmao heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily his cousin listened to him. Cousin, go do what you need to do. I want to rest here. Also, help me find out where my father went and when he will be back. Lin Fan was thinking of a plan to deal with this. Normal methods probably wouldn't work anymore. He had to think of some top techniques. Don't worry, cousin, I will go find out now. Very quickly Zhou Zhongmao left. He was eager to do things for his cousin and he didn't hesitate at all. Lin Fan laid on the chair and Gozi immediately went to get some ice fruits to quench his thirst. He was living so freely. Only a rich family would have such ability. Normal commoners wanted to eat ice fruits, but they probably couldn't even eat ice. Gozi waved his fan and asked, Young master, I copied a secret technique last night. Do I need to paste it all over the courtyard? No need for now. Let me take a look at the heart cultivation technique. Lin Fan said. With the current situation it was better not to paste it. Although it was his father. If the rage flames were too high, something might happen. Lin Fan took the heart cultivation technique and waved his hands to tell Gozi not to fan. Go rest in the room at the side. You must be tired. Young master, I am not tired. Go rest. Lin Fan said. Gozi had been cultivating the vengeful tiger blade technique since Lin Fan rewarded him. He had no time to cultivate in the day, so he used the night time. Even if his body was made of iron, he wouldn't be able to take it. Yes, young master. If you need anything, just call me. Gozi said and then walked towards the room at the side. Lin Fan's courtyard didn't only have one room, there were also rooms for the guards. In the past he didn't like people living here, so it was left empty. He looked at the heart cultivation technique in his hand. He frowned. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. Forget it, I will just take a look. Lin Fan flipped to the first page. The contents were really deep and hard to understand, but luckily he could understand the words. The meridians and acupoints were like a heavenly book to him. The courtyard was silent. In the distance. When old Wu saw young master flipping the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, he smiled happily. It seemed like young master had changed. Old Wu's position was really obvious, but no one noticed him. It was like he was one with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, old Wu looked at young master with his mouth agape. What did he see? A snake-like purple mist seeped out from young master's Guanyuan acupoint and wrapped around his body before merging into the Baihui acupoint at the back of his head. How is that possible? Old Wu exclaimed. Who? When Lin Fan heard the voice, he looked towards the source of the voice. It was totally empty and there was no movement at all. Illusion, illusion. Lin Fan shook his head. It seemed like he was so frightened by the assassin that he was hallucinating. He just finished reading the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. The small support system changed. Heart cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, unlearnt, he noticed that he could add points. He tried it out. He consumed 500 rage points and there were changes. Heart cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 1, internal strength jumped from 0 to 1. Physique, 30, martial path Grade 1, internal strength, 1 heart cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 1, cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, reached the peak, rage points, 1001. He could feel that there was an energy current in his body that he could control. Although it was small, it did exist. Maybe this was the so-called internal strength. Physique rising to 30 means martial path Grade 1. If my internal strength rose too, it would also be martial path Grade 1. Then what am I cultivating? Was he cultivating both internal and external strength? Annoying. Really annoying. He thought about it for a moment. Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture had a total of 33 grades. Each time it rose a grade, his various aspects would increase by a lot. Logically speaking, the first grade was 500 rage points. With his current rage points, he could raise it to the second grade. However, he couldn't add this point. He could add points to internal strength. However, he was thinking about something. He said that he would enjoy a rich life, so why did he have to worry about this? Forget it, let's have a good rest. I have to think about what to do to make father angry and then calm down. I can't let anger harm my body. Chapter 22. Old Wu hid behind the artificial hill. His expression was one of shock. How is that possible? How long has it been since young master obtained the Purple Sun for Holy Scripture? He believed in the existence of geniuses. However, he didn't believe in such a perverted existence. Quietly he wanted to peep. Old Wu noticed that young master was lying there leisurely, sending fruits into his mouth and humming a song. Weren't you cultivating just now? Why did it stop again? If old master knew that young master was so powerful, he would definitely be happy. Old Wu felt that they didn't understand young master. Whoever dared to call his young master trash, he would be the first to cripple him. If he was trash, would he be able to cultivate the Purple Sun for Saint Scripture to the first level in such a short time? Yuan family. Zhou City Su family 7th Miss came to Yu City. Because a young lady of the Yuan family had married into the Su family and became the concubine of a young master of the Su family, the relationship between them was much closer than between the Lin family and the Liang family. In the living room, the 7th young mistress of the Su family sat at the head of the table. The swelling on her face had mostly disappeared, but there was still a faint trace of it. He didn't come to Yu City for anything, just to take a look. Liang Yongqi had been beaten up today. The wound on his face hadn't even healed yet, and the gift he had bought was shattered. This made him furious. Originally, with his looks, he was confident that he could converse with Miss Seven. If he could leave a good impression in front of Miss Seven, or go one step further and marry her, then the position of the Liang clan's patriarch would definitely belong to him. Big brother or not, they all had to stand aside. But now, damn it. After being beaten to such a state, how could he still have the face to go up to her? It was already good enough that he wasn't hated by others. The head of the Liang clan sat there calmly. He already knew that Sanair had been beaten up. Naturally, he was also very angry. Everyone, since Miss Seven is here today, I have something to ask Patriarch Lin. Patriarch Liang put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly. Lin Wani glanced at him. Please speak. Liang family head signaled Sanair to stand up and said, Everyone can see my Sanair was beaten up by Lin family head's son in the middle of the street. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Puchi. When Su Gang saw Liang Yongqi's miserable state, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't even try to cover himself. He was smiling very happily. So there was someone who was even more miserable than her. If this laughter came from any random person, the Liang family head would dare to make them crawl out on their knees. But this was the 7th miss of the Su family. He did not have the ability to do so. Lin Wani didn't get angry. Instead, he asked himself, does my son have such a tiger's nature? Liang Yongqi had always been a handsome and elegant man. With a fan in his hand, he could charm thousands of girls. However, his current appearance was greatly reduced. Old Master Lin, I didn't offend anyone. In order to welcome Miss Seven, I brought my servants to buy gifts in the city. Your son, on the other hand, didn't say anything when he saw me and beat me up. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Liang Yongqi said. The corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke. It hurt a lot. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Rage plus 66. Lin Wani smiled. Young Master Liang, everyone knows that my son doesn't cultivate. You are at martial path grade 3, so how can my son beat you? It was your son who told Zhou Zhongmao to hit me. Liang Yongqi growled, his tone fluctuating. The head of the Yuan family sat at the side and didn't say anything. To him it was just a game. Just watch. There was no need to get involved. Yuan family's second young master Yuan Tianchu shook his head and said regretfully, Brother Liang is a young master of a big family in Yu City. To be beaten up on the streets, not only did he lose face but he also lost face for the Liang family. Tianchu, shut up. Who are you trying to say that to? Stand to the side. The Yuan family head scolded. Yes, father. Yuan Tianchu stood there obediently. If he could stir up conflict between the Lin and Liang family, that would be a good thing. Third son, that is enough. The Lin family head is a respectable person in Yu City and will definitely give you an explanation. Does Miss Seven want to laugh at you? The Liang family head said. Su Gang looked on like she was watching a show. I won't laugh at you. Continue to talk, let me see how this matter will be solved. She was someone who didn't mind a show. I know about the Lin family young master, I have met him once. He is a decent person. Maybe you are too annoying, which is why you were beaten up. Su Gang smiled and said. In her mind she thought about that person. He didn't look handsome, but he gave her a feeling that she had never felt before. Lin Wani squinted his eyes. He didn't expect that his unfilial son would actually have a relationship with the Su family Little Mississippi. That surprised him. Liang Yongqi was a little unhappy. Miss Seven, you don't know. That fellow is trash in you city. He does nothing all day and doesn't cultivate. Ah. Su Gang laughed. You make me laugh to death. You city people are so funny. You said that he was trash and then he was beaten up by trash. Then who was the person that was beaten up by trash? Cough cough. The old man beside Su Gang coughed. He told her to restrain herself. She was used to being lawless and didn't bother to hide her mouth. Miss Su, you. Liang Yongqi didn't expect that the extremely beautiful Miss Seven would actually say such hurtful words. He wanted to scold her, but he didn't dare to. Shut up. Haven't you lost enough face in front of her? Scram back. The Liang family head hollered in rage. Liang Yongqi was really unwilling. The rage in his head turned into rage points for Lin Fan. Rage plus 77. If it wasn't for that fellow, such a situation wouldn't have happened. The Liang family head was really disappointed. He brought third son over to see if he had a chance to let Miss Seven have a good impression of him. However, looking at the situation, not to mention a good impression, he had lost all his face. What? Are you unhappy with me? Slap him. Su Gang looked at Liang Yongqi in disdain and said unhappily. Mississippi, the old man muttered. Slap him. Su Gang said. Yes, I understand. The Liang family had exclaimed, Miss Seven, show mercy. Instantly the old man disappeared from the spot. Shortly after, there was a crisp sound. Liang Yongqi was slapped to the ground. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He fell into a daze. What was going on? He was actually slapped. He raised his head and looked towards Su Gang in rage. Su Gang stared. What are you looking at? If you continue, I will dig out your eyes. Miss Su is magnanimous, don't hurt your body. The Liang family head couldn't take it anymore and stood up. He then looked towards Liang Yongqi. Scram. Liang Yongqi was furious. He climbed up and left dejectedly. Yuan Tianchu stared at Su Gang. He really didn't expect this Su family seventh miss to be so violent. She attacked right away. She didn't give the Liang family any face at all. The old man opened his mouth. Liang family head, my little miss is still young and messed around a little. Please don't take it to heart. Although he was apologetic, he had no intention of apologizing at all. The old man relied on his own strength. The little miss represented the entire Su family. The youngest seventh miss of the Su family, the apple of the old ancestor's eye. She got whatever she wanted in the Su family. No, little Miss Su is right. My unfilial son dared to behave so arrogantly in front of her. He is lucky that I didn't kill him. The Liang family head said. What else could he do? Argue with the Su family? His own strength was much weaker. Lin Wani was really calm. Didn't she want to reason with him? Why was he slapped in the end? Chapter 23. That's more like it. Su Gang said proudly. That fellow dared to be unhappy in front of her. If they were in Zwa City, he would have been killed on the spot. Liang family head returned to his seat. Although he was expressionless, the rage in his heart was endless. Okay, let's not think about such small matters. However, Brother Lin, there is something I have to say. Your kid has done many things recently. Yuan family head said. He looked towards Su Gang and asked. Seventh little miss. If someone breaks the rules set by the aristocratic families in Zwa City, what should we do? Lin Wani didn't panic. He knew what she was thinking. She just wanted to talk about the unfilial kid. The agricultural tax matter made him very angry. However, he could scold the unfilial kid, but he couldn't allow others to do so. I eat and drink in the Su family, I don't care about rules and like to break them. You ask me what should I do? How would I know? You all just do as you see fit. Su Gang smiled. Such annoying things. He was too lazy to bother about them. Liang family head and the others were furious but didn't dare to say anything. If not for the Su family, she would have died long ago. Brother Yuan, I know what my kid did before. It was just a small matter, is there a problem? Lin Wani said. The Yuan family head shook his head. Brother Lin was indeed just playing around, not worth mentioning at all. It seems like you don't know what happened today. Today your young master went outside the city and brought a lot of lowly commoners with him. He gave you a lot of the Lin family's empty fields. Brother Lin, do you have anything to say about that? The moment he said that, Lin Wani frowned, huge waves rose up in his heart. Unfilial kid. What an unfilial kid. How dare he? What he did before might not be worth mentioning, but if what he said was true. Then this, thinking about that, for some reason the rage in Lin Wanni's heart exploded. Yuan Tianchu opened his mouth. Old Master Lin, you know about you city's rules. You can't just change it like that. If those commoners see the Lin family change, then what should we do? Or do we have to split out our land, exempt it this year, and only collect 10% next year? This time the Yuan family head didn't scold him. His son was right, their Yuan family wouldn't take responsibility for this matter. He needed the Lin family to give him an explanation. Lin Wanni squinted and was expressionless. However, in his heart he was furious at this unfilial kid. What kind of trouble was this? However, as a father he would not blame his son in front of others, nor would he make his son apologize to these people that he disdained. There was no hesitation. I knew about this a long time ago. It was my idea, Lin Wanni said. He had to shoulder the responsibility. Brother Lin, how could we not know if it was your idea or not? This matter is easy to resolve. It's not a big deal. As long as your son makes it clear to those lowly commoners that it's all a lie and that he's just toying with them, this matter will be over. What do you think? Patriarch Yuan said with a smile. Lin Wanni laughed. Brother Yuan, I don't understand what you're saying. Since it was my idea, why should I let my son bear the responsibility? Patriarch Yuan and Patriarch Liang looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with anger. At this moment, the old man beside Su Gang opened his mouth. My little miss didn't come here to listen to your three families talk about this. Old Su is right. Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. When the banquet starts, we still have to welcome little Miss Su. Yuan family head smiled. It was as if the matter just now had been settled just like that. It's too boring. In my opinion, why don't you let the younger generation of your race compete to relieve my boredom? Su Gang leaned back in her chair, feeling extremely bored. She just wanted to have some fun. Your city was just too broken. If she hadn't found that thief who dared to hit her, she didn't want to stay here. Okay, then we will listen to little Miss Su's instructions. Let the younger generation of our families compete and let little Miss Su give us some pointers. Yuan family head smiled. At the same time he looked towards Lin Wanni. It was really simple. She wanted Lin Wanni to call his son over. Just at that moment, Lin Wanni got up and cupped his fists. Little Miss Su, I have something to do, so I will take my leave. Seeing how Lin Wanni didn't give her face, how could Su Gang take it? Just as she wanted to say something, old Su pulled her back, shaking his head to tell her not to say anything more. Within the hall, Yuan and Liang family heads were suppressing their anger. Due to seventh Miss being there, they didn't explode out. However, in their hearts they really wanted to rip Lin Wanni into pieces. What are you all doing? Didn't you agree to my request? Hurry up and prepare. Su Gang urged. She couldn't wait to watch the show. The two family heads went to arrange it, but they couldn't let seventh Miss stay here alone. Yuan family head said to his son, Tianchu, stay and accompany her. Yes, father. Yuan Tianchu replied. After these 2 days of interaction, he realized that this seventh Miss wasn't easy to deal with. However, if he could seduce her, there would be huge benefits. Even if it wasn't easy, he had to bite the bullet. Su Gang said in disdain, why do I need him to accompany me? She is so ugly and disgusting. Hurry up. Otherwise, when I return to the Su family, I will tell my grandfather that you all treated me badly. Yuan Tianchu felt really awkward. Who would dare to say such words to him? Especially when it was a girl who hadn't even grown her pubic hair. Little Miss Su, it will be ready soon. Please wait. Yuan family head called his son over. She was an ancestor and couldn't be offended. At this moment, only Su Gang and old Su were left in the hall. Little Miss, you need to change your temper. Old Su shook his head and smiled bitterly. Each time Little Miss went out, she would offend many people. If the Su family wasn't strong, they wouldn't be able to take it. Su Gang didn't care. That fellow was so arrogant, not giving me face at all. He just left like that. Old Su said softly, Little Miss, although you city is secluded, it is an important place. There are 3 aristocratic families in Yu City, Liang family and Yuan family. You can do whatever you want, but the Lin family can't. Why not? Liang family and Yuan family have been aristocratic families for many generations. Didn't the Lin family head come from a lowly commoner? What is the big deal? Su Gang didn't care. Little Miss, lowly commoners breed boorish men. He is different from them. As he said that, old Su recalled. This boorish man is really boorish. He wanted to head to the Imperial City alone and was stopped by Old Master. Speaking of which, it has been 20 years. Little Miss wasn't even born then. Old Su said. Old Master? Great-grandfather? Su Gang asked. She pouted. He isn't that strong. He can't even beat me. Old Su couldn't help but want to laugh. However, he bore with it. Little Miss, should I say that you are naive? Or dumb? Forget it. Old Master doted on 7th Miss a lot. Since he acted like he couldn't beat her, then he wouldn't. However, there was something that made him feel weird. Why would Lin Wani bear with the Liang and Yuan family? What was the reason behind that? Logically speaking, with Lin Wani's strength, he should be invincible in Yu City. Chapter 24. Lin Manor Back Kitchen. A bunch of chefs trembled as they stood at the side. Young Master, let us do it. Just tell us what you want to eat, we will definitely do it. The chefs were stunned. They were even terrified by Young Master's actions. Everything was fine. Young Master came to the back kitchen and wanted to cook personally. They couldn't stop him at all. This was a rich family, so how would they let their master come to the back kitchen? If they found out, they would be in trouble. It is okay, do what you all do, don't worry about me. Lin Fan held the wok and started to work. The initial dark cuisine was being formed. His hands were trembling. His legs were trembling. He wasn't hungry now, but he was panicking. Just now. The increase in rage points was a little terrifying. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 555. Rage points plus 666. Rage points plus 777. It directly jumped to rage points plus 888. Oh my god. Was he joking? Something huge was about to happen. He knew that his father definitely knew. If it wasn't for his father, who else could give him so many rage points? 888 rage points was already really high. It was just too terrifying. It reached the highest point he could reach. His father must be furious to the point of exploding. Although he wouldn't beat him to death, he definitely wouldn't be any better. Father, I hope that you can show mercy with this tomato scrambled egg. Lin Fan was looking forward to it. The chefs stood at the side and looked at the dish that Young Master was cooking. They couldn't bear to look at it as it was such a mess. However, they didn't dare to say it. They felt that Young Master was a little off today. After all, he had never done such a thing before. A tomato scrambled egg was done. Young Master, let me wash the pot. The chef said hurriedly. Lin Fan stopped him. No need, I will do it myself. I will make another tomato egg soup. This wasn't the time to joke. He came to this world and became a rich family young master. He also had a small support system and his life was really fun. Other people slowly walked to the peak. He was born at the peak and there was no way to compare. Was it easy to do those things? Actually, it wasn't. To put it bluntly, he was doing all this for the sake of the Lin family's future. However, his father was probably very angry this time, so he had to do something. The kitchen staff watched. Young Master's dishes were too horrible to look at. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were already burnt and black. As for the tomato egg soup, what the hell was that? In the kitchen, only one person was busy, but it was like a battlefield. After a long while, in the backyard. Young Master, don't worry. Old Master won't be too angry. Go Z consoled. Even he didn't believe his own words. Not angry? It must be a joke. Lin Fan looked at the sky. Dog, don't you feel that there's a black cloud coming from the distance? Gozi took a look. The sky was about to turn dark and Old Master was about to return. There was no way he could hide what he had done in the day. He couldn't imagine how terrifying Old Master would be when he found out and didn't dare to imagine it. He could only hope that Young Master wouldn't be taught a lesson by Old Master. In the distance, Lin Wani's face was cold and his footsteps were steady. A vengeful energy surged from his body. Ever since he left the Yuan family, he had been filled with anger. When he passed by a place, he saw a bamboo stick. Without hesitation, he held it in his hand and struck towards the Lin Manor. He had to fight. It was getting more and more out of hand. Old Master, Old Master. Old Wu was waiting. When he saw Old Master, he chased. He noticed that Old Master's face was really solemn. He thought back to what Young Master did in the morning. He knew. Old Master was angry. Don't beg for mercy for this unfilial kid. Today I will break his legs. Let's see how he will cause trouble in the future. Lin Wani said solemnly. No, old master, young master is a genius, a true genius. Today, I noticed that young master was reading the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture and thought that he was going to cultivate. Suddenly, a purple energy seeped out from his Guanyuan acupoint and merged into his Baihui acupoint. Isn't this a sign of the first stage of the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture? Young master isn't trash and isn't lazy. He has been quietly cultivating. Old Wu felt really good. It was like his son had a future. He watched Lin Fan grow up. When he was young, he didn't like to cultivate. As an outsider, he was really anxious. Lin Wani stopped in his tracks. His expression was one of disbelief. Really? It's absolutely true. I won't be wrong. Old Wu said. Lin Wani thought about it. Let's go, follow me to take a look. At the same time, he passed the bamboo rod to Old Wu. If it is fake, then I will use this rod to break his legs. Although he said those vicious words, that sense of anticipation appeared, and he quickened his footsteps. Old Wu smiled. Old master had a backup plan. He had always been so smart. Back courtyard. Lin Fan felt a terrifying pressure strike him. That was a sign of danger. Young master, old master is here. Go. Z gestured and moved his lips. His body shook. Old master's aura was a little terrifying. Huangdang. Lin Fan instantly stood up from the chair and took in a deep breath. I can do it. I can't be afraid. Nothing will happen. He walked to the door. When he raised his head, his father was already here. You traitor. Lin Wani was about to scold him, but he was interrupted. Lin Fan walked up and held Lin Wani's arm. They were really close. Father, you must have been busy the entire day. I personally prepared some food and wine for you. Stop talking, follow me. There is still dust on your shoulder. I will help you clean it. His actions were as ferocious as a tiger's, flowing like water without any pretense. Old Wu's mouth was agape and he was a little stunned. This series of actions not only stunned Elder Wu, but it also stunned Lin Wani. He didn't resist and just followed Lin Fan in. Within the room, the small dining table was filled with dishes. There was also a bottle of wine. However, the color of the dish was a little ugly. Father, sit. I will go get some water for you to wash your face. Lin Fan headed out to prepare. Old master, young master is smart. Old Wu said. Lin Wani kept silent for a moment and then said, nonsense, he knows that he can't escape and is begging for mercy. Old Wu smiled. No matter whether or not young master begged for mercy, this is the first time old master has eaten young master's cooking. Scoff, what dishes are they? They are so black I have no appetite at all. You are wasting these dishes. Lin Wani was unhappy, but his tone didn't sound as angry as before. Maybe young master didn't understand his old master, outsiders didn't either, but he did. He was open to persuasion but not coercion. Old master was tougher than anyone. Even if he lost his life he wouldn't be soft. Very quickly. Lin Fan carried a basin in. Father, wash your face and eat. Lin Wani scoffed, picked up a towel and wiped his face. He looked at the dishes and asked, what did you make? Father, this is tomato scrambled eggs, tomato egg soup, tomato salad and shallot eggs. They are all my specialties. Looking at the appearance and taste, they are all not bad. Father, try it. There is also wine. Lin Fan was really nimble. He decisively got busy. Old Wu smiled and felt really happy. Gozi was stunned and didn't know what to say. Young master really had a way, old master really didn't get angry. Lin Fan told Old Wu to sit down, but when he saw the bamboo stick he asked curiously, Old Wu, what is this bamboo stick for? Old Wu smiled. The sky is dark and the road isn't easy to walk on. It is used to scout ahead. Oh, Gozi, quickly take the stick away. Lin Fan said. Gozi quickly sent the stick away. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily he reacted quickly. If not, the stick wouldn't just be used to scout ahead, it would also be used to attack. Chapter 25. In front of the table. Lin Wani looked at the poison-like dishes. He actually didn't know which dish to eat first. He could only drink a cup. He reminisced for a moment. His frown relaxed. He placed down the wine cup and wanted to say something. Father, let's talk after we finish eating. Try this dish, it is my specialty. Lin Fan picked up a piece of blackened egg and a burnt tomato and placed it in Lin Wani's bowl. Old Wu, don't be so polite, eat first. Lin Fan was really passionate. As for the matter of distributing land to the refugees, he had chosen to toss it to the back of his head. He wouldn't say it out. He couldn't let his father mention it. He wanted to use the delicacies that he personally cooked to convince his father to let him be immersed in the delicacies and not be able to pull himself out. Lin Wani and Old Wu exchanged glances with one another. He looked at the thing in the bowl that couldn't even be considered food. He picked up the chopsticks to try it. Entrance. The tip of his tongue was stimulated and instantly retracted. It entered his throat. His taste buds exploded and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. In the battle between taste and food, food won. Lin Wani was totally different from Old Wu. He didn't even have any expression as he just swallowed the food into his mouth. Fan, the way he called him changed. He didn't call him unfilial kid like before. That wasn't a good way to call him that. Look at how close he was now. Father, eat first. Let's not talk about anything else. I will pour some wine for you. Lin Fan definitely wouldn't give his father a chance to speak. He filled the cup and then picked up some food. Very quickly. Lin Wani's bowl was filled to the brim with food. Rage points plus 11. As for the 11 rage points, Lin Fan didn't really understand. What? Where did it come from? Who was the angry one? Father definitely couldn't have done it. He spent so much effort to cook a table of dishes, so how could he be angry? At that moment, Old Wu wanted to leave. Why did he have to suffer the pain of his tongue? Were these dishes meant for humans to eat? They were either too salty or too bitter. The key was that they were a total mess. Anyone with eyes could tell that the dishes weren't well made and tasted horrible. However, young master didn't feel anything and continued to pick up food. He glanced and noticed that old master was eating. There was no reaction at all. To Lin Wani, these dishes were hard to swallow, but his heart was filled with sweetness. This was the first time his son had cooked for him. Even if he made a pile of shit, he wouldn't frown and eat it all. Every time Lin Wani wanted to say something, Lin Fan would use the excuse of eating first to brush him off. Suddenly, Lin Wani picked up the bowl of soup and drank it all in one gulp. Clang. The soup bowl was empty and he placed it on the table. Lin Wani's throat moved slightly, as if he was swallowing something incredible. Fan, there were no more dishes on the table. Lin Fan couldn't find any more excuses. He raised his glass and said, "Dad, let me give you a toast." He didn't eat a single bite. He was well aware of the taste of the dishes he cooked. Her father truly loved her. He ate it all in one go and didn't even frown. Apart from shock, he was also touched. A father's love is like a mountain. No matter how disgusting the food was, he could endure it. He decided, "From now on you will be my father. I won't be disloyal." Lin Fan gulped it down in one gulp. Her originally fair and clean face suddenly became rosy. Fan, Lin Wani had something to say. He thought about many things. Since things were like this, what else could he do? He only had one son, so if he didn't support him, who else could he support? "Father, I feel dizzy and can't handle the alcohol." Lin Fan was drunk. His head tilted to the side and with a thud, it landed on the table. He groaned and fainted just like that. The room was really silent. Old Wu opened his mouth like he didn't expect young master to act drunk and fall asleep. Lin Fan was going to use drunken escape to escape this calamity. Rage points plus 223. At this moment he realized that the rage points didn't appear at the right time. Logically speaking, his father would say that since he was drunk, then he would talk about it tomorrow. Then he would let Gozi help him to rest. However, the situation wasn't right. Father was angry. Him acting drunk made his father, whose mood was getting better, angry once more. If he didn't do it well, the outcome would be catastrophic. Clang. Lin Fan's head seemed to have a spring in it as it bounced up. He acted like he was in a daze as he scratched his head. "Father, the alcohol is really strong. I nearly fainted after finishing it in one mouthful. I'm much better now, I am fine." After saying that, he smiled. Like he was saying, "Father, I really didn't act. It was the alcohol that harmed me. Old master, the alcohol is really strong. Young master can't handle it, so it is inevitable that he fainted." Old Wu said, "This was just an excuse. As long as one had a normal brain, they wouldn't believe it. Of course, if it was to find a way out, then it must be true." Lin Wani squinted his eyes. His gaze made Lin Fan feel a little uncomfortable. What kind of gaze was that? Why was it so terrifying? He stared for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, "Fan, everything you did tonight made me happy and touched. It means that you have grown up." Before Lin Fan could say a few polite words, the topic changed. "However, what happened in the morning made me angry, furious, and even filled me with despair." Old Wu got up and waited at the door. What followed was the conversation between old master and young master. It had been a long time since such a scene occurred. There were fewer and fewer times when young master could quietly listen to old master speak. Father, Lin Fan wanted to say a few words, but father stopped him. There is no need for a reason. As a man, as long as you do what you want to do, then don't tell others the reason. It is okay that I don't understand your goal, but you have to be clear about what you are doing. Only then will you not be doing something stupid. Lin Wani got up and walked beside Lin Fan, patting his shoulder. You have grown up. You have to be responsible for the Lin family. Cultivate well, and in the future, you will be able to do what you want to do. The moment he said that, Lin Wani walked out of the room and brought old Wu away. Lin Fan looked at the back view that disappeared into the darkness. He thought back to the back view of a certain literary genius. It was so well written that he cried when he was young. Father, don't worry. I will do things from my heart and won't do anything that I don't want to do. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He heaved a sigh of relief. This matter had finally passed. His father was still very reasonable. That was great. It was really great. Young master, are you okay? Gozi asked. He thought that young master was going to be scolded by old master. Who knew that it would end just like that? It is over. Pack up and sleep. Lin Fan said. Lin Manor Courtyard. Old master, you are sensible, really sensible. Old Wu said. Sensible? Lin Wani smiled. What was this kid thinking? How could he not know? Let's not talk about it. I will go vomit for a while. My stomach feels uncomfortable. Lin Wani said. Old master, I feel uncomfortable too. Chapter 26. Young Manor. Big brother, something good happened. Second young miss ran into the room. Liang Yongqi went to the Yuan family and was beaten up by seventh young Mississippi. He lost all his face and is smashing things in the room. I want to laugh when I see him like that. Second young miss giggled, but seeing that big brother didn't react, she found it really boring. Big brother, why don't you have any reaction at all? Don't you feel like you have vented your anger? Liang Yichu placed down the book in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. No matter what, he is your third brother. How can you be so happy that he was beaten up? Kiki, third brother? He isn't my third brother. Only you are my big brother. Second young miss said. Liang Yichu didn't say anything. Second young miss felt bored, so she backed off and continued to look at how crazy her third brother was. After father returned from the Yuan family, his face was dark and sunken as he headed to the reading room. Although he didn't know what happened, he was sure that it wasn't anything good. Liang Yichu thought about what Lin Fan said. It made sense. However, he couldn't. He wasn't confident enough and felt that he couldn't do it from the bottom of his heart. If Lin Fan knew, he would definitely give him a good lesson. He even thought of a name. Confidence lesson. Lin family back courtyard. Lin Fan laid on the bed and studied the small support system before sleeping. Ace, what happened today was a battle of wits and mentality. He chuckled. His father was moved by his sincerity. He even accumulated a lot of rage points. Rage points, 5374. The life of a rich family young master is so interesting, it can't be compared to the past. Sleep, rest well. Let's see what fun there is tomorrow. He was a person without a goal. People called him a prodigal. He was so young and wanted to enjoy life. Couldn't he be more hardworking? His youth was wasted just like that. The sky was dark. The moon tonight was not very round, nor was it very bright. Zhou Zhongmao was patrolling outside the back courtyard. Cousin was attacked by an assassin. In case anything happened, he had to guard here to protect cousin's safety. At the back courtyard entrance there were two guards. One of them said, "Teacher, leave this to us. You can go rest. Keep quiet and don't speak. Don't let go of any movement around." Naturally, Zhou Zhongmao would not rest. The person resting inside was his cousin. He was more concerned about this than the guards, so he would pay more attention to his surroundings. He would not hand his cousin's life over to the guards. I'll go check out the back. You two don't be lazy. No matter what happens, you must inform me immediately. Don't act on your own, Zhou Zhongmao said. Yes, the two guards replied. Zhou Zhongmao was very vigilant. He spread out his perception and a white mist seeped out of his body. It flowed along his legs and like a spider web, it covered the entire backyard. When the moonlight shone down, the ground looked like it was covered with a layer of frost and snow. As long as someone stepped in, he could sense them all. If one's inner force wasn't thick enough, they wouldn't be able to do it. A gust of cold wind blew over. Her long hair was blown by the wind. At this moment, Zhou Zhongmao stood rooted to the ground with a horrified expression. He could feel that someone was standing behind him. The person who could appear behind him without making a sound was definitely an expert. In an instant, there were beads of sweat on his forehead. Bang! His neck suffered a heavy blow and he fainted. His body fell forward and he almost fainted. His pupils constricted and then dilated. He couldn't faint. Zhou Zhongmao only had such a thought in his heart. He definitely couldn't faint. If not, cousin would. He opened his mouth and bit his tongue. A piece of flesh was bitten open, and his mind became much more awake. Demon enforcing heart scripture activated. The muscles on his back swelled up, and thick internal strength turned into mist, which shot out from the pores on his back. The temperature was really high. The air was being evaporated by this temperature and it started to twist. There are thorns, bang. A finger tapped Zhou Zhongmao's back. With a putong sound, he fell to the ground and fainted. Not bad, you have improved a little. Back courtyard entrance. The two guards laid on the ground. They didn't know what happened and they just fainted. Lin Wanyi wore the mask and he was dressed in black as he walked towards the courtyard. Within the room, Lin Fan was snoring and the blanket on his body was kicked to the ground. Occasionally there would be shouts. Kachi. The wooden window was pushed open, and it gave out a slightly ear-piercing sound. To normal people, such a commotion would definitely wake them up, but to Lin Fan, as long as he was asleep, he might not be able to wake up. Lin Wanyi looked at the sleeping unfilial kid. He didn't look too good. It was already the second time, but he still didn't learn his lesson. The sound of the window opening wasn't soft. Why couldn't he wake up? He slept so soundly. Lin Wanyi walked to the side of the bed. With a swoosh, a dagger appeared in his hand and he placed it in front of Lin Fan's neck. His killing intent was boiling. The air was a little sticky. Any expert would be able to sense the slightest bit of killing intent. The situation in the room was a little awkward. Lin Wanyi held the dagger and placed it on the unfilial kid's neck. Killing intent surged and boiled. And Lin Fan slept better than anyone else. Occasionally there would be cheers. His crotch felt a little itchy. It chirped a few times and scratched a few times symbolically before going back to sleep. Lin Wanyi clenched his fists, cracking them. Rage plus 88. Rage plus 123. Unfilial kid, you slept well, right? I will let you sleep well. Lin Wanyi retracted his dagger and pointed at an acupoint on Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan didn't react and slept even deeper. There was a bang. It sounded like a strike. It was dawn. Guangdang. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao hurriedly pushed open the door. When he saw his cousin lying on the bed, his face turned ashen white. He thought that something bad had happened to his cousin. He pulled him. Cousin, wake up. Cousin is useless to actually be. Zhou Zhongmao didn't finish his words. Lin Fan, who was laying on the bed, woke up and said unhappily, Cousin, what are you doing? It is so early in the morning, why aren't you letting me sleep? Zhou Zhongmao saw that his cousin was fine and shouted excitedly. He grabbed Lin Fan's shoulder and shook it. Cousin, it is great that you are fine. You nearly scared me to death. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Fan told Zhou Zhongmao to calm down. He raised his hand and slowly touched his left eye. It was so painful that he sucked in a cold breath. He got off the bed and ran towards the mirror. Instantly, a tragic cry rang out in the back courtyard. Damn, which bastard hit my left eye until it swelled up? Lin Fan hollered. Who did he offend? He just slept and woke up like this in the morning. Cousin, there was an assassin last night. I was useless and was knocked out, allowing him to injure you. Zhou Zhongmao blamed himself. If he wasn't too weak, cousin wouldn't have been injured. Assassin. Lin Fan was stunned. Why didn't he feel anything at all? His left eye was hit to such a state and it was so heavy, so there would definitely be a reaction. However, he didn't react at all and was sleeping really well. He even had a good dream. Chapter 27. Young Master, are you okay? At this moment, Gozi came too. He knew that young master faced an assassin last night. He was so shocked that his soul left his body. Can't you tell whether or not I am okay? Quickly bring me an egg. See. Lin Fan felt like his head was about to explode. Just as his right eye felt better, his left eye swelled up. Who was this assassin? He was sick in the head. If he wanted to kill, then kill. Why did he have to torture people? He even attacked when they were sleeping and didn't notice. Despicable, shameless, despicable, despicable. Cousin, what are you thinking about? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao was in deep thought. Cousin, I feel like this assassin didn't come to assassinate me. I fought him last night and he was much stronger than me, but he didn't kill me. This means that he didn't come to kill me. Moreover, I was knocked out without being able to fight back at all. His cultivation isn't low and he isn't young either. Cousin, don't doubt me. I have enough confidence. There aren't many people my age who can be stronger than me. At that moment, Cousin seemed to have comprehended something as he walked to the side of the window. Stretching out his finger, Zhang Xian wiped it lightly before raising it up high. There's dust on my finger and there are shallow footprints here. A true expert would never leave behind any traces. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem for such an expert to use his internal energy to kill him from afar. He opened the window. There was an ear-piercing sound. The sound of opening the window is really loud. As long as one is wary, they would wake up. Why did he do that? Zhou Zhongmao held his chin and frowned in thought. Lin Fan looked at Cousin and wanted to tell him not to do that. However, looking at how serious Cousin was, he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Cousin came to his senses. Cousin, I understand. He did that on purpose. He wanted you to wake up and know that he was here to give you huge pressure. But Cousin was sleeping too soundly and didn't succeed, so he was furious and attacked you. Wait, the first time he came to assassinate Cousin, he left an internal cultivation technique. How could such an expert leave a secret technique? This can only mean that he did it on purpose. He purposely let Cousin get the secret technique. Maybe his true goal wasn't to assassinate Cousin, but no one knows what his true goal was. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. He had thought that his cousin was just a black-skinned brute. But now, he realized that his cousin's thoughts were really meticulous. He could think of so many things. What's wrong, Cousin? Is there something on my face? Zhou Zhongmao touched his face and was a little confused. Cousin's gaze was a little different. Nothing. Lin Fan looked at his cousin and hoped that he would continue. Zhou Zhongmao heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that there's nothing. Cousin's biggest question now is why did the assassin only hit Cousin's eyes? Probably because I'm handsome. Lin Fan said confidently. Zhou Zhongmao nodded solemnly. Looks like that's the only possibility. Cousin, your deductions are so logical, but do you know who it is? Lin Fan was furious. If he found this person, he would definitely smash his head. He even dared to beat up the young master of a rich family. Was there still any law? There was no justice in this world. I don't know. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head and said honestly, Cousin, I didn't even see what that person looked like. How would I know who he is? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. He had asked in vain. If he didn't know, then he would be able to deduce so much. He really thought that his cousin was an amazing person. Very quickly, Guozi brought a warm egg over. The egg was wrapped in a layer of cloth and placed on his left eye. The moment he placed it on, pain struck him and he sucked in a deep cold breath. Don't tell anyone about this. It isn't a good thing. How embarrassing. Lin Fan said. He was unhappy in his heart. That was too much of a bully. Did he really have to do that? Although he had the small support system and could add points to it. However, he didn't like to bully people. Now that someone was bullying him, he couldn't take it anymore. Disperse, disperse. I need some peace. Lin Fan waved his hands. Cousin and Guozi backed out. Guozi felt huge pressure in his heart. Young master was attacked once more, but there was nothing he could do. Within the room. Why did it increase again? His rage points increased once more. Rage points, 5,585. I just want to be a rich family young master, unrestrained and happy every day. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to. If you have balls, then come again. I will beat you to death. After being bullied for 2 consecutive nights, anyone wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Fan wasn't a competitive person. His heart was filled with righteousness, otherwise he wouldn't have been beaten up at the subway station. Physique was only 30, so it was definitely too weak. If not, he wouldn't have such injuries. This was an insult to himself. At points, he added them all to physique. Shwa shwa. Rage points decreased and his physique rose. Pada. Lin Fan pressed on the ground with one hand, and an aura swelled in his body. He used all his rage points. His physique instantly jumped from 30 to 85. He frowned. It seemed a little strong. His body felt like it was being ripped apart. However, this feeling was short. A few seconds later, the ripping feeling disappeared. He looked at the small support system. Physique, 85, Martial Path Grade 2, Internal Strength, 1 Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 1, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Reach the Peak, Rage Points, 85 when Physique was 30 I was Grade 1. Now I am Grade 2. If I am not wrong, when my physique reaches 90 I will be Grade 3. Very simple. It is indeed very simple, adding points is really easy. Lin Fan didn't know how to cultivate. Normal people would need several months to reach Grade 1, and those who wanted to reach Grade 2 would need 1 to 2 years. He was cultivating both internal and external cultivation. People who cultivated heart cultivation needed such a long time to raise their martial path realm. However, what he raised was physique. It was an external cultivation. The difficulty was much higher than cultivating heart cultivation, and many people gave up halfway. After all, the pain was unbearable and one needed a strong will. Lin Fan didn't know about all this. With the existence of the small support system, adding points was his only joy. He was too lazy to do it. But after the 2 incidents of the assassins bullying him, he was very displeased. How could they bully him like that? Lin Fan stood up, took in a deep breath and raised his arms. All the bones in his body were crackling. Physique has increased and my strength has increased. Even my left eye doesn't hurt much and the swelling has decreased. Lin Fan felt the changes in his body. He walked in front of the mirror and took a look. That was indeed the case. His left eye wasn't as swollen as before. Maybe this was the benefit of raising physique. His recovery ability increased. That was because he raised physique. His body was reformed. As a rich family young master, having injuries on my body is an insult. I want everyone to know that no one can leave any injuries on my body. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and was really confident. However, he pushed open the door and looked into the sky. The weather was not bad. It was time to head out. These were all small injuries and they weren't much. The small support system was not bad. In the future he had to be more hardworking when adding points. The moment he said this, rage points floated over. Lin Fan was stunned. Where did the rage points come from? Then he looked at his father. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, he had some thoughts in his mind. I'm scolding the assassin. Who's the one who's angry? Father, that assassin couldn't be you, right? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani's expression didn't change as he reprimanded. How is that possible? Your father isn't that bored to the point of becoming an assassin. Don't cause trouble when you go out. Otherwise, I will deal with you when I return. Dad, that's not what you said yesterday. You said that I've grown up. Lin Fan was anxious. His father's attitude changed too quickly. When he was eating, he always said nice things. Why did he change after one night? Lin Wani scoffed coldly and left with his arms behind his back. I don't understand. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. What happened? What he said now was totally different from last night. Forget it. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Go, cousin, let's go out for a walk. Lin Fan walked out of the door. A good day was in the morning. Most beautiful things happened in the morning. Old Master, Young Master went out again? Old Wu appeared at the side. Last night, Old Master attacked Young Master again. Scoff, let's not talk about other things, but his face is not bad. He still dares to go out. Lin Wani said, put on a show with me tonight. Old Wu was shocked and asked, Young Master knows? This unfilial kid isn't stupid. He still knows how to be suspicious. However, he is still too young. Lin Wani didn't expect that the unfilial kid would suspect him. Before the matter was completed, he wouldn't expose himself. You don't like to cultivate, right? I'm going to force you to stop cultivating. If you don't, then you will be beaten up until I step into the coffin. He actually said that he would beat me up until I call him grandfather. What a jerk. Old Wu smiled bitterly. Old Master was going against Young Master. However, that was good. Only with motivation would he improve. Since he knew that Young Master had potential, it was a good thing to force him. City. Go, Z, do you notice that today is a little different? Lin Fan said. Go Z looked and shook his head. Young Master, there doesn't seem to be anything different. That's not right. Look for yourself. Everyone is looking at me. Some are even smiling. Did they find out about all the good things I've done recently? That should be the case. There must be no mistake. This must be it. Lin Fan didn't ask any more. There was nothing worth discussing about this. He personally said the reason, so what else was there to think about? He passed by Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. When the manager saw young Master Lin, he ran out warmly and greeted him, asking whether or not he wanted tea. Why would he drink tea so early in the morning? He had to look around the city. Cousin, it is that fellow again. Zhou Zhongmao pulled Lin Fan's sleeves and pointed into the distance. Lin Fan looked out and didn't expect it to be third young Master Liang. In the distance, Liang Yongqi brought his guards and strolled around the city. He had tossed yesterday's matter to the back of his head. He couldn't offend the Su family, but he could hide from them. As for Su Gang, damn. In the future, as long as he had the ability, he would make that girl pay the price. Too arrogant. Suddenly, Liang Yongqi noticed Lin Fan. His expression changed. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. He was taught a lesson by Lin Fan twice. The scenes were fresh in his mind and it was hard to forget. It could even be a shadow in his life. Liang Yongqi walked past Lin Fan and noticed that his left eye was swollen and a little black. His lips curled up, revealing a smile of disdain. Cousin. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Cousin opened his arms, a rock spreading its wings. He stepped in the air and kicked out with his right leg. Liang Yongqi's expression changed and he flew backward. Let's go. Lin Fan was stunned as he looked at his cousin and said the last three words. He didn't expect his cousin to be so impulsive. He didn't even say anything and just charged up. Okay, cousin. Zhou Zhongmao landed on the ground. When he heard his cousin say to leave, he didn't stop. Lin Fan was helpless. This really had nothing to do with him. He just said, cousin, let's go. He didn't want to beat him up. However, his cousin was too rash and only listened to the first half and didn't listen to the latter half. However, the latter half was appropriate. They did indeed have to leave. Liang Yongqi fell to the ground. Half of his face had a footprint, and blood spurted out from his nose. His dark and sunken face became vicious. He instantly got up and hollered towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, if you have balls then stand still. I want your life. Rage plus 333. The moment he said that, Lin Fan, who was about to leave, stopped and turned his head. Liang Yongqi's guards hurried over and helped young master up. Leave, leave. Liang Yongqi hollered. The guards were wrong and helped Liang Yongqi to walk towards Lin Fan. Young master was beaten up, so he definitely couldn't let it go just like that. He had to take revenge. Liang Yongqi was shocked. Why was he walking towards that fellow? He panicked. Run, run. The guards started to run. Liang Yongqi wanted to spit out blood. These bunch of stupid guards, I told you to bring me and run. Very quickly. Liang Yongqi was brought in front of Lin Fan by the guards. The guards pulled out their blades and pointed them at Lin Fan. As long as young master gave the order, they would fight him. What do you want? Lin Fan asked. Liang Yongqi moved his throat. He knew that he wasn't his match. Even if he had these guards, it was useless. Lin Fan just dared to beat him up. It was useless to say vicious words. However, he had to say something. He was the Liang family third young master. Why did you hit me? Liang Yongqi asked. He even retreated to prevent himself from being hit again. Lin Fan was helpless. I hit the wrong person. Actually, I wanted to leave. Liang Yongqi seemed like he was finding an excuse to leave. Forget it. Let's go, let's go. He was furious in his heart. However, a straightforward person wouldn't suffer losses in the dark. You win, just you wait. Haze. Lin Fan shook his head. What a coward. Liang Yongqi, who didn't walk far, heard those words. He clenched his fists. Damn. Rage points plus 111. Chapter 29. Too cowardly, I thought that he could fight me head-on. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. He was disappointed in Liang Yongqi. As expected from the third young master, their statuses weren't on the same level. Cousin, I can crush that fellow with one finger. If he dares to jump, I will kill him. Zhou Zhongmao didn't care about Liang Yongqi at all. Cousin, I just said that we should leave, so why did you hit him? Lin Fan said. Cousin's temper had to change. He couldn't be too rash and he had to let him finish. If he was impatient, then what would he do if something happened in the future? Zhou Zhongmao nodded his head. If it was someone else who said it, he wouldn't care, but it was different when his cousin said it. Suddenly, The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Many people ran towards the city gate. Something happened. Qin family village and Zhang family village people are gathered outside the city, and they are going to fight with the aristocratic families. That can't be. Do they want to die? The commoners ran and discussed amongst themselves. This was a huge matter. If they dared to protest against the aristocratic families, they would definitely die. Let's go take a look. Lin Fan loved excitement. Although he didn't hear everything, he roughly understood that the Yuan and Liang families were going to rebel. How much pressure did they have to cause such a situation? However, it definitely had nothing to do with him. It was really terrifying. Outside the city guards pulled out their blades and faced the villagers. The shining blades gave off a dark glow, and as long as someone dared to act rashly, they would be killed on the spot. Many commoners surrounded and looked. They whispered amongst themselves. They felt that these villagers were too unwise. How would they dare to argue with the aristocratic families with such a low status? All of you scram, otherwise I will kill you. A middle-aged male hollered in rage. This was Yuan family's manager Lu. At this moment, his face was dark and sunken, and his eyes gave off a furious glow. These villagers came to protest, and that would cause him to lose face. It would also leave a bad impression in front of his master. Manager Lu was in charge of Qin family village. Last time he brought people to Qin family village to kill 2 people to threaten them. He gave them 7 days to hand over their taxes. It seemed like it was useless and it caused them to protest. If you don't let us live, why should we be afraid of you killing us? You brought people to the Qin family village and killed a mother and son. Are you still human? The Qin family village chief's son stood out and roared with bloodshot eyes. Yes, that's right. If you can kill the people of Qin village today, our Zhang family village will also suffer in the future. You and the Lin family are all aristocratic families in Yu City. They understand the Wang family village and know that it is a drought this year, so they exempted us from taxes. Why can't you understand us? Someone from Zhang family village shouted. They didn't have a good impression of the 3 aristocratic families of Yu City. But because of what happened in the Wang family village, they realized that the Lin family was not that hateful. They were reasonable and could understand them. If they were from the Wang family village, they would definitely work hard to pay the land tax next year. Steward Lu's face was cold. What does the Lin family have to do with my Yuan family? That was the Lin family's young master being foolish. If you can't pay this year's farm tax, then you don't have to pay it in the future. How dare you question the aristocratic families and offend your superiors? You have the heart to rebel. Kill them. Once the order was given, the city guards would not show any mercy. To Steward Lu, if he killed these people, there would be people to take their place. There were many commoners and he didn't lack them. The people from Qin family village and Zhang family village didn't expect the Yuan family Steward Lu to be so vicious. He didn't interact with them at all. He directly gave the order to kill. However, they weren't afraid. They held hands and puffed out their chests, facing him fearlessly. Instantly, a voice spread out. Damn, I came out to play and someone says that I am stupid. Who said that? Who is so bold? Lin Fan wanted to hold a fan and come out elegantly. However, he didn't have a fan, so he had no choice. He could only walk out with his arms behind his back. When Steward Lu heard the voice, he frowned. When he saw who it was, he had a bad feeling. When Qin family village and Zhang family village saw him, they were a little restless. Young Master Lin, hello. The voice was really loud. Lin Fan nodded his head and replied. In the past, the villagers definitely wouldn't have any good feelings towards Lin Fan. After all, they were all birds of a feather. However, the Wang family village gave them hope. Any Lin family young master was different from those aristocratic families. Go, Zi, someone scolded young master. Who was it? Lin Fan asked. Go, Zi said, young master, Yuan family Steward Lu scolded young master. Shua. Lin Fan's eyes locked onto Steward Lu. You bastard, you scolded me? Lin. Steward Lu cupped his fists. He had spoken wrongly and didn't expect Lin Fan to hear it. Cousin. Cousin, what is the matter? Zhou Zhongmao asked. He listened to his cousin's words and patiently listened to him. However, his cousin only said the word cousin and didn't continue. He didn't know what he was going to do. What are you doing? Slap him. Lin Fan said. Okay. Zhou Zhongmao stared at Steward Lu and then stepped on the ground. With a pung, he turned into a shooting star and struck towards him. Steward Lu was shocked and hollered in rage, I am from the Yuan family, you dare? That was what he said. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He knew Zhou Zhongmao's strength better than anyone else. Very strong. At that moment, Zhou Zhongmao appeared in front of Steward Lu. He grabbed his wrists and twisted them. With a kacha, his arms hung down. Then he kicked his opponent's knee. There was another kacha sound. Steward Lu cried out in a tragic manner. Scoff, with your strength you dare to attack me. Let me tell you, this is the outcome of scolding my cousin. I didn't kill you, so I let you off. Zhou Zhongmao's thick palm flung, and with a paw, Steward Lu was smacked to the side. Large amounts of fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He then returned to Lin Fan's side. Cousin, it is okay, right? Lin Fan nodded. Not bad, not bad. Cousin, you are really good. The entire place was silent. No one expected that Lin Fan would ask someone to attack. The servants who followed Steward Lu here crawled and rolled away quietly. No one noticed. At that moment, Steward Lu knelt on the ground, his arms hung down. He raised his head and looked at Lin Fan in rage. Young Master Lin, you care too much. This is the Yuan family's matter. Rage plus 66. Lin Fan smiled. You dared to scold me. It is already good that I didn't kill you. Are you a scum? Are you a killing maniac? You want to wash people with blood. Are you going to clean the road, or are you going to lick it clean? Rage plus 88. Steward Lu looked a little pitiful. However, he didn't back down. This is my Yuan family's matter. What does it have to do with you? If your Lin family wants to be a good person, that is your problem. The Qin family village's land belongs to the Yuan family, so they should pay the taxes. Or does your Lin family want to stretch their hands over to the Yuan family? Steward Lu said fiercely. It didn't matter if he was beaten up, but the master behind him would support him. So what if he was the Lin family young master? He didn't fear anything. Chapter 30. Gozi, he isn't afraid of me. Till now, Manager Lu was still grumbling to him. It meant that he was either a chatterbox or he didn't care about him at all. Gozi replied, Young master, with the current situation, he shouldn't be afraid of you. He is the Yuan family manager, so it is normal for him not to be afraid of you. It seems like he has confidence. Lin Fan thought about it. A small Yuan family manager didn't fear him. This made him feel like his own value wasn't high. Although as a rich family young master he could live the life that he wanted. However, the situation was a little off. This Yuan family manager Lu was really stubborn. Even if he was being beaten up, he didn't panic at all. This meant that he couldn't imagine how terrifying he was. Your words are right, but I have a hot and righteous heart. At the same time, I am a little petty. Recently, my family's farmland has been empty, and it is really desolate. Qin family village, Jianghu family village, do you all want to jump to my Lin family's farmland? Lin Fan looked at the villagers and asked. The moment he said that, to the villagers of these two villages, it was like good luck had descended upon them. How could they not be emotional? Just as they were about to agree excitedly, a voice spread out from not far away. Young Master Lin is really amazing. His voice was a little hoarse and filled with rage. Rage plus 100. When the villagers saw him, they didn't dare to open their mouths. Old Master Yuan was furious. What did the Lin family want to do? Was he trying to go against the Yuan family so blatantly? Yuan Tianchu followed. 7th Miss Su loved excitement and would head to wherever there was excitement. Especially when she heard that the commoners wanted to rebel, she was shocked. At the same time, she felt that the Yu City aristocratic families didn't manage well. If this was Zhou City, which commoner would dare to do that? They probably wouldn't even know how they died. If I am not amazing, then who can I be? Lin Fan said. He wasn't afraid of others. There was no one in the world that could make him afraid. When he said those words, he wasn't afraid at all. Rage plus 88. Old Master Yuan's rage points weren't that great. Rage plus 123. Yuan Tianchu stared at Lin Fan in rage and provided a wave of rage points. As the Yuan family's second young master, he was the one that father cared about the most. Now that Lin Fan did that, he was hurting the Yuan family's foundations. How could he not be angry? Old Master Yuan walked over and stared at Lin Fan. He then looked at the commoners who were causing trouble and hollered, What do you want to do? The village chief of Qin family village stood out. Old Master Yuan, it's a drought this year. I hope that you can be magnanimous and collect less taxes. Scoff. Old Master Yuan scoffed angrily. If you can't pay the taxes, then don't plant. There are many people waiting for you to plant. So cruel. Lin Fan said to Go Zi. He didn't bother to hide his voice. In any case, he intentionally let the other party hear him. Old Master Yuan looked at Lin Fan. Young Master Lin, didn't your father tell you to stop causing trouble? You are just doing nothing every day. In the future, the Lin family will be destroyed in your hands. Lin Fan smiled and said, whether I destroy it or not, that's none of your business. It's my business. However, Old Master Yuan said that if we can't pay the tax, then we shouldn't plant any more. I'm really interested in this question. Then he looked at the villagers. All of you heard it? Old Master Yuan said that if we can't pay the taxes, then don't plant his land. However, my family has a lot of land and is a big landlord. Bugs are about to appear in the fields, so why don't you all come to my house to farm? Lin Fan didn't understand. What did they want to do with the empty land? Why were they so stingy? The villagers didn't dare to reply. Old Master Yuan was a shadow in their hearts. Don't be afraid, Old Master Yuan won't stoop to your level. Didn't I say that even if you don't farm, there are plenty of people? I don't lack farmers, but I do. Lin Fan said. The villagers were tempted. They definitely wanted to head to young Master Lin's side. Lin Fan, you are too much. Yuan Tianchu was furious. Did this fellow really like to go against him? Why didn't he see it in the past? How am I too much? I didn't hit you, I didn't scold you, and I didn't force you. Why do you like to dream so much? Lin Fan said. Rage plus 99. Yuan Tianchu stared at Lin Fan coldly. Zhou Zhongmao blocked in front of his cousin and looked warily at them. As long as they dared to attack, he would fight them to the death. However, this was Yu City. Such a thing shouldn't happen. Lin Fan was lazy to argue with them. Okay, I won't argue with you. There is nothing to talk about. Listen up, if you are willing to come to my house to farm, then stand here. Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. If any of you die for no reason, I will know who did it. If it isn't the Yuan family, then it is the Liang family. I will take revenge for you. The two families looked at one another. Who knew who was the first to shout? Anyway, they won't let us live, so what do we have to be afraid of? Let's follow young Master Lin. Voila. Someone took the lead and stood by Lin Fan's side. Rage plus 111. Rage plus 66. Yuan Tianchu was furious. With a Quang Dang, he pulled out his sword and hollered, You bastards, you dare to betray the Yuan family. I will kill all of you. The sword was really quick and the sword light shone. To the villagers, how could they block it? Just at that moment, Zhou Zhongmao appeared in front of Yuan Tianchu and kicked him. Yuan Tianchu was shocked, blocking with his sword. The kick caused the sword body to cave in, and terrifying internal strength struck. With a crack, the sword broke and he flew backward. You are asking to die. Zhou Zhongmao landed on the ground and hollered in rage. In the entire Yu City, apart from cousin, he dared to beat up anyone in the younger generation. Lin Fan shook his head. You are angry from embarrassment, pulling out your sword to kill just because you don't agree with him. Second brother Yuan, your tolerance is really pitiful. Yuan Tianchu supported himself with one hand and raised his head to look at Zhou Zhongmao. That disdainful gaze made him feel really annoyed. It was like he was being underestimated. Zhou Zhongmao pouted, What are you looking at? I already went easy on him. Otherwise, do you think that is all? His words meant that he didn't care about Yuan Tianchu at all. Old Su nodded, This kid is not bad. Even in Zhou City he can be in the top 5. Su Gang replied, He is indeed not bad, but he is far from me. I am in the top 3 in Zhou City. Old Su sighed. Little miss, stop joking. Your ranking was given to you by someone else. If you really fought, you wouldn't even be able to enter the top 50. Kid Lin, are you really going to go against my Yuan family? Old Master Yuan was furious. He clenched his fists like he wanted to attack. Lin Fan took a look and felt really depressed. I noticed that your Yuan family people are all delusional. You don't want it, but I do. I am willing. I didn't steal, so how is that going against you? Or is it that you have long been annoyed with my Lin family and are purposely causing trouble to go against us? If that is the case, then let's do it today. I will call people and we will fight here. 7th Miss Su clapped her hands. Good, things are going to get interesting. Rage points plus 222. Old Master Yuan was about to explode from rage from this Lin family kid. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Lin Fan opened his arms and didn't fear anything. If you don't touch me, then you are my grandson. Rage points plus 666. Chapter 31. Young Master, be careful. The Yuan family head isn't weak. Gozi reminded. Young Master had caused a huge ruckus. He even provoked the Yuan family head. If they really fought, the outcome would be a little complicated. Lin Fan frowned and looked at the Yuan family head who was about to explode. He asked softly, "Can my cousin protect him?" "No." Gozi replied. He didn't know how strong the Yuan family head was, but he knew that he was a little strong. Lin Fan looked at the small support system. Rage points, 2,281. This accumulation was really quick. He counted with his fingers. Based on the current rate, it wouldn't take long for him to become an expert. He couldn't ask to die now. Even if he didn't dare to kill him, what if he failed? He wouldn't even have a place to cry. Old Su looked at Lin Fan. Lin Wani's son really had balls. At the same time, he wanted to see what the Yuan family head was going to do. The Yuan family head and Lin Fan exchanged glances. Especially the Yuan family head, whose expression was extremely ugly. He really wanted to slap Lin Fan to death. "Okay, I want to see what the outcome will be after I touch you." Old Master Yuan chided. He opened his fingers and grabbed towards Lin Fan. He really attacked. This was an expert. Old Master Yuan's hand was like an illusion. Looking at it with the naked eye, one couldn't see where it was and it was tough to determine the exact angle. He really dared to hit him. Lin Fan was stunned. This was different from what he thought. He thought that he was the young master of a rich family in U City and that his father wasn't weak either. The three families would at most argue, but who knew that this old fellow would really attack? Suddenly, a wind blew. "Cousin, don't be afraid. I am here." Zhou Zhongmao instantly dashed out. His body gave off a thick aura as he hollered, "If you want to touch my cousin, you have to step over my dead body." Cousin's fist was covered in a black mist as he clashed with him. A low explosion spread out. With the two of them as the center, a thick dust cloud rose up. Zhou Zhongmao let out a low roar. His shirt was torn to shreds and all the muscles on his body bulged up. It was as if he was suddenly full of energy. Demon Ape Fist. Vaguely, a ferocious and terrifying ancient demonic ape appeared behind him. "Go to hell." Zhou Zhongmao's eyes changed and turned red. He clenched his fists and descended from above like a giant mountain pressing down on Old Master Yuan. Old Su exclaimed. This sturdy and strong-looking blockhead was a martial arts prodigy. The demonic ape fist was a top-notch fist technique. Lin Wani was willing to spend it. It seemed like he was nurturing this blockhead. Perhaps he knew that his son wasn't capable and wanted to nurture an expert for his son. Rumble. Old Master Yuan dodged and Zhou Zhongmao's fists landed on the ground. The ground cracked and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. "Oh my god, cousin is too strong," Lin Fan exclaimed. "I didn't expect him to be so fierce. I didn't see it usually." Suddenly, the situation had changed. Old Master Yuan might look weak, but he didn't panic in the face of danger and wasn't affected at all. Only to see Old Master Yuan step on Zhou Zhongmao's head and press down. Bang! Half of Zhou Zhongmao's body was pressed into the ground. Shortly after, cousin smacked the ground with his palms, causing it to shake. He bounced up and hollered. His aura became stronger as he swept with one leg. Old Master Yuan didn't panic, his palms smacking onto Zhou Zhongmao's leg. His body moved forwards, forming an afterimage as he smacked onto Zhou Zhongmao's stomach. Rumble. Zhou Zhongmao frowned. His throat moved and blood was about to spurt out. However, he suppressed it and swallowed it back. He found a chance. Old Master Yuan slapped out several times and all of them landed on Zhou Zhongmao's body. Long. Zhou Zhongmao's aura weakened and he flew backward. He barely grabbed onto the ground and slid dozens of meters. He couldn't take it and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Cousin, are you okay?" Lin Fan helped Zhou Zhongmao up. When he saw him spit out blood, his heart hurt. He stared right at him. "You bastard, if anything happens to my cousin, I will wipe out your entire family." "Cousin, I am okay, I can still fight." "Go, Z, bring cousin back, I will stop them." Zhou Zhongmao wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and stared right at him. Old Master Yuan's martial path realm was higher than his. It wasn't embarrassing to lose. However, he couldn't lose now. He had to let his cousin leave safely. "Cousin, don't say any more. Let me do it." Lin Fan was furious. Although Zhou Zhongmao was his cousin, he had seen how Zhou Zhongmao had treated him these few days. He had nothing to say about his cousin. However, he didn't do his job well as a cousin. Old Master Yuan scoffed coldly, "You are so young and have no cultivation, yet you dare to be arrogant outside. You won't even know how you die. Not far away, Yuan Tianchu's face was full of smiles, and he seemed to be gloating. Cousin, where are you going? Zhou Zhongmao panicked. Lin Fan turned his head. Cousin will take revenge for you. The moment he said that, he directly walked towards old Master Yuan. As he walked, he scolded. Fuck you. Come on, kill me if you have balls. A cold glow flashed in old Master Yuan's eyes. I will help you. After he said that, he struck towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't fear anything and walked towards him. Old Master Yuan's expression changed. This kid actually didn't dodge. When his palm was about to touch Lin Fan, he stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. Lin Fan stood in front of old Master Yuan. Come on, didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Attack, let me tell you, if I die, no one from the Yuan family will be able to live. Come on. Pata. Lin Fan grabbed old Master Yuan's hand and smacked it on his chest. Attack, why? Are you afraid or don't dare? Fuck you, I'm standing in front of you, if you have balls then attack. Old Master Yuan was stunned by Lin Fan's ferocious look. Was he really not afraid to die? Kid, don't force me. Old Master Yuan hollered in rage. Lin Fan started scolding and his saliva splattered all over the place. I'm forcing you right now. You better fucking attack me. Don't make me look down on you, you idiot. Rage points increased. The surrounding people were all shocked by the scene before them. Lin family young master pointed at old Master Yuan's nose and scolded without fear of death. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Moreover, old Master Yuan really didn't dare to attack. Old Master Yuan looked into the distance. There were two people standing in the building looking at the situation. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Building. Old Master, young master is courageous. Old Wu said. This dumb kid. Lin Wani sighed and then his tone changed. If Yuan bastard dares to move, I will instantly kill him. Old Master, you have already returned what you should. You have returned all the help that Yuan family and Liang family's previous family heads gave you. Why do you still let them do what they want? Old Wu couldn't understand. Let's not talk about it. Let's go take a look at this kid. If this continues, the Yuan family will have no face to leave. Let's end it here. Lin Wani said. At that moment, Lin Fan scolded old Master Yuan in rage. Are you done? Lin Wani and old Wu appeared. The originally oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Chapter 32. Lin Fan turned his head and noticed that it was his father. It was like his support had arrived. He exclaimed. He was a little afraid. Father, you've finally come. I was almost killed by this old thing. If it wasn't for cousin protecting me, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to see you again. When Lin Fan was complaining, he looked really pitiful. He then pulled Lin Wani. Father, look, cousin was beaten up so badly that he spat out blood. My heart hurts so much. Lin Wani glared at him. All right, shut up. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. He then walked to his cousin's side. Cousin, do you think I am strong? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Strong, cousin is just too amazing. Zhou Zhongmao replied. His injuries weren't heavy, but they weren't light either. He spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Cousin, I am fine. I just need to rest for a period of time. These injuries can't do much to me. Old Wu passed a pill. Eat it and your injuries will turn for the better. Lin Fan took it and quickly stuffed it into his cousin's mouth. He recognized this cousin, he would do so for the rest of his life. He didn't care about his own safety to protect himself. How many people could do that? Brother Lin, this matter? Old Master Yuan wanted to explain this matter. After all, it wasn't his fault. Unfortunately, Lin Wani didn't give him the chance. Okay, you shut up too. This matter is over. I don't want to pursue it and I don't want to ask about it. Lin Wani's tone towards the Yuan and Liang family was usually really good. Now that his attitude had changed, old Master Yuan found it hard to adapt. He wanted to say something. However, Lin Wani's gaze made old Master Yuan feel a bit of fear. Let's go. Old Master Yuan waved his hands and brought his men away. He noticed that Lin Wani's gaze was too terrifying, totally different from usual. Little miss, we should head back. Old Su said. Su Gang waved her hands. There is no rush. Let's take a look. It was just too lively just now. They passed by Yu City and casually came over to take a look. Lin Wani nodded towards Old Su and 7th Miss as a form of greeting. He had a deep impression of Old Su. This wasn't the first time they met. He then walked in front of Lin Fan. Unfilial kid, do you know that if you weren't in U City but outside, you would have died? Father, aren't we still in U City and not outside? Lin Fan replied. Lin Wani was lazy. I will teach you a lesson when I return. Rage plus 88. To his father, this little bit of anger was not considered to be very angry. He was probably just a little resentful. Lin Fan. Cousin, have a good rest. Lin Fan sat at the side of the bed. His cousin's face slowly turned red. The effects of the pill were good. Doctor, is my cousin okay? Lin said. Lin Fan, Lin, he had not. Lin, he. However, Zhou Zhongmao's body was strong and his inner force was dense. Furthermore, he had swallowed medicinal pills, so his injuries recovered very quickly. Cousin, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'll chew on a few ginsengs later and absorb the essence within them. I'll be full of vigor again, said Zhou Zhongmao with a smile. You seem to have thought of something. Cousin, it's better if you don't go out these few days in case there's no one to protect you if you encounter danger. Lin Fan patted Zhou Zhongmao's shoulder. Cousin, don't say too much. I will remember this. I will definitely take revenge for you. He just wanted to be a quiet young master. He wanted to stir up some trouble while he was at it. But now he realized that even if he caused trouble in his own territory, he would still encounter trouble. This was intolerable. He had the small support system with him. Everything was forced by others. He didn't want to either. Cousin, it doesn't matter if you report it or not. Safety is the most important thing. Zhou Zhongmao didn't take this matter to heart. Compared to when he was younger, this injury was nothing. Lin Fan patted his cousin's shoulder and didn't say much. His cousin didn't take it to heart, but he did. Go find Manager Qin. Qin family village and Zhang family village belong to the Lin family and let him make arrangements. I will fight them to the end. Lin Fan seemed to have made up his mind. Yes, young master. Lin Fan stayed here and chatted with his cousin for a while. When it came to what happened when he was younger, he didn't know anything. He only heard his cousin talk about it. When he talked about happiness, his cousin would laugh in a silly manner. However, when his cousin said something, Lin Fan found it weird. When he was young, to protect his cousin, his left arm was pierced by a tree branch. If that was the case, then his soul had transmigrated. Why do I feel like I am dumb? My hair is short, but this body's hair is long. Oh my god. You only reacted now, how dumb. Lin Fan was in deep thought. He was shocked by his dumb brain. Cousin, what happened to you? Zhou Zhongmao asked. Nothing, I was thinking about something. That night, Lin Fan returned to the back courtyard. He didn't care about the assassin and was thinking about something else. He looked at the small support system. Physique, 85, Martial Path Grade 2, Internal Strength, 1 Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 1, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Reach the Peak, Rage Points, 4,922. In the end, Old Yuan gave him many rage points. Cousin's cultivation is mainly external cultivation, but based on today's situation, external cultivation has its drawbacks. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. He had no interest in cultivation at all. It was like adding points to it. It was like playing a game. When one walked to the extreme, one would become an expert. If he walked both paths, it wasn't impossible. It was just adding points. How difficult could it be? Be it internal cultivation or external cultivation, they both had their strengths and were on the same level. When one cultivated to a high realm, there would be unbelievable changes. He consumed 500 rage points. He directly raised his physique to 90. Just as he had expected, the martial path realm behind physique had become the third stage of the martial path. Every muscle of his had an aura flowing within it. His physique and physical body strengthened once more. Heart cultivation Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture was still grade 1, and he was unable to add points to raise it. Based on his guesses, it had to do with internal strength. Internal strength was too low, so he was unable to raise it at all. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and sensed the subtle internal strength in his body. I found it. A thread of internal strength circled in his body. It was really thin and weak and could even be ignored. He guided it. The originally dormant internal strength moved. Following the guidance, it slowly swam about in his body. Not long later, with a pa sound, the thread of internal strength dissipated and returned to its original spot, forming a thread of internal strength once more. This was because his internal strength was too weak. He was unable to support it at all. At points, internal strength started to jump from 1. It was the same as raising physique. 100 rage points and 1 point of internal strength. While adding points, he felt the changes in the internal strength in his body. Originally, under his guidance, the internal strength flowed really slowly, as slow as a snail. However, as he continued to add points, the internal strength in his body became stronger and stronger. The internal energy in his body was growing stronger and stronger as it flowed through his body at an increasing speed. It was like it was several times faster. Normal people needed months or even years to cultivate. However, after adding points, it was instantaneous. Lin Fan opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "You guys forced me to do this. I just wanted to be a happy rich young master, but you guys didn't give me the chance. I can only say sorry. I'm going to use hacks." Outside, under the night sky, 2 people stood in the distance looking at everything that happened in the room. "Old master, there is no need to act anymore," Old Wu said. Lin Wani said expressionlessly, "Yes, there is no need to act today. Come back tomorrow. I am his motivation. If he can make me yield to him in the room, then he will have really grown up." Chapter 33. It really is simple. He opened his eyes. The internal strength in his body changed and became much stronger. He guided the internal strength in his body to his hands. His hands were wrapped in a thin layer of purple light. This is internal strength. Lin Fan raised his hands, and the light wrapped around his palms was really magical. He then grabbed towards the candle on the table. Cousin relied on internal strength to crush things in the air last time. However, after he did that, the candle didn't move at all. Scary, is this the reason why internal strength isn't strong enough? Lin Fan shook his head and looked at the small support system. Physique, 90, Martial Path Grade 3, Internal Strength, 30, Martial Path Grade 1, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 1, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Reach the Peak, Rage Points, 13-22-inch. Raising my inner strength to 30 points is the first stage of the martial path. Since my physique has reached the 3rd stage of the martial path, then I can be considered a dual cultivator. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. Initially he wanted to improve his physique, but later on he realized that the use of inner force seemed to be quite powerful. This gave him a headache. He didn't want to give up on either side. Then he could only cultivate together. Anyways, he was a rich family young master and didn't need to worry about food and clothing. His days were just so relaxing. Occasionally he would fight with others, and that was a huge joy. If he wasn't forced by others, he wouldn't have cheated to cultivate. Not bad, this is a good start. External Martial Path Grade 3, Internal Martial Path Grade 1. It should be no problem for me to defeat a Grade 4. It seemed like he could try when he had time. Sleep. He still had 1,000 rage points, so he didn't add them. When he was bored he would add them. He laid on the bed and fell asleep. Outside, Lin Wani was about to leave, but when he saw Lin Fan fall asleep after cultivating for a short while, he stopped. His eyes were filled with flames. It seemed like he praised him for nothing. In the end it was still the same. Old master, this? Old Wu felt really awkward. Young master, why didn't he hold on a little longer? At least let old master leave. Don't go act tonight, Lin Wani said strictly. Old Wu replied, yes, old master. Towards this, old Wu could only say that young master was helpless, but old master was doing this for his own good. Subsequently, old man Wu put on his mask, tapped his heels lightly in the air, and floated into the courtyard. Not long after, cries of surprise could be heard. Audacious assassin, you still dare to come? You've gone too far. Help. There's an assassin. Shouts could be heard, but they came to an abrupt stop in an instant. Young master. Go Z was cultivating the vengeful tiger blade technique in the back forest. Only under pressure would the young master be able to display his astonishing potential. If he didn't find out by chance, he definitely wouldn't have expected young master to have such strength. The thickness of internal strength has reached martial path grade 1, not bad. Old Wu was really happy. He didn't dodge and took young master's blade head on. He reached out, opened his fingers and used his body to take it head on. A very heavy force came crashing down. You assassin are just too arrogant. If you have balls, then come in the day. Why do you come so late at night? Are you even giving me a chance to sleep? Lin Fan was furious, slashing out the unhappiness in his heart. Are you even giving me a chance to sleep? Old Wu took a step back and a shocked expression appeared under his mask. He was careless. He underestimated young master. He didn't expect young master's strength to be so heavy. Was he a dual cultivator? No. Young master didn't cultivate external cultivation techniques, so how could his body raise to such a level? He was at least martial path grade 3. There were 2 paths to take in the martial Dao. One was external cultivation. The other was internal cultivation. Very few people cultivated both internally and externally. It wasn't that it was impossible, but that they had limited energy. Even those who were extremely talented rarely practiced both internal and external cultivation. Most of the time they practiced internal cultivation. Young master was not bad. His internal cultivation reached martial path grade 1. That slash probably consumed a large portion of his internal strength. Normal grade 2 people would have been badly injured. Your internal strength shouldn't be enough to slash out like that, right? Old Wu said. Lin Fan didn't feel tired at all. What lack of internal strength? He just felt that his body was filled with internal strength. That slash just now was a normal slash. His internal strength didn't decrease at all. Lin Fan jumped up and raised the blade in his hand. He hollered in rage and slashed down. Tiger intent. Tiger intent. Lin Fan swung the saber in his hand and slashed at the assassin. One by one, the black tigers roared ferociously. I will kill you, bastard. He didn't feel tired at all. Instead, his blade technique became smoother and smoother. How is that possible? Old Wu was shocked. Young master had slashed out dozens of times. How could his internal strength support that? Young master's internal strength cultivation was only at martial path grade 1. Lin Wani wanted to see how this unfilial kid would be beaten up until he cried for his parents. But now, his expression was really serious. His eyes shone brightly. The unfilial kid had surprised him. Good. If Lin Fan knew that his father was watching from afar and even praised him, he would definitely exclaim that there was such a father. Lack of sleep would affect the kidneys. Chapter 34. This young master seems to be able to defeat him. After exchanging dozens of blows, the other party was suppressed by his attacks. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to carry Guzi and run out quickly to call for help. However, as he fought, he realized that he could win. Old Wu was feeding young master moves. The young master's strength was not bad, although it wasn't considered much among the younger generation. However, he was much more powerful than the 3 sons of the Yuan clan. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that something was wrong. The assassin's speed became faster, and the feeling he gave off also became more mysterious. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed past. Lin Fan took a step back and dodged. The assassin's palm was as sharp as a knife, slashing across his neck. He had never felt so close to death. If he had been a step slower, he would have died. That's right. If you're any slower, you'll die, the assassin said. Lin Fan started cursing in his heart. Oh my God, who did I offend to be targeted by them all day long? They don't even give me a chance to live. This was the Lin family. Didn't they say that his father was very powerful? After fighting with the assassin to such an extent, why hadn't his father realized it? Something was wrong. Old Wu saw that the young master was deep in thought, like he was thinking about something. He was a little surprised. Did the young master discover something? Perhaps it was time for master to appear. If this went on, the young master might really discover a problem that was not worth pondering over. Who dares to be so arrogant in the Lin family? You are courting death. A voice rang out from the distance. Lin Wani stepped through the air. When Lin Fan saw who it was, he was delighted and shouted, "Father, come and save me. Your son is about to be killed by this assassin." The assassin retreated and his body stopped in the air. With a bang, he turned into a cloud of black mist and dissipated in the air. After he left, a voice could be heard. I'll come again. Lin Wani landed beside Lin Fan. He frowned and said solemnly, I didn't expect him to run so quickly. Dad, what should I do in the future? If he were to come and assassinate me all the time, I won't be able to take it. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his father was here. It seemed like it really wasn't my father. No, relax my ass. If it wasn't for my father, I would have died. He had always suspected that this assassin was his father in disguise. But looking at the current situation, that was clearly not the case. Was he wrong? If you don't want to be assassinated, then become stronger. But don't worry, nothing will happen to you in the Lin manor. He is much stronger than you, but he didn't kill you. It seems like it is him. Lin Wani thought about it. Father, who is he? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani said, this has to start from a dozen years ago. Back then. Lin Fan listened carefully. He wanted to know who it was. Then he opened his mouth and said with a dumbfounded expression, Father, so what you mean is that you used to beat him up a dozen years ago. Now that he is back, he is staring at me? Lin Fan said. What was going on? What does that have to do with me? If he wanted to find someone, he should find the person in question. This young master doesn't know anything, and I've taken the blame for my father for no reason. If this matter were to spread out, everyone would sympathize with him. It is only right and proper for a son to repay his father's debts. You unfilial son, you have caused so much trouble during this period of time. You should bear some of it for your father. Tomorrow I will have the guards stand guard outside the courtyard. Go back to sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wani immediately left. Lin Fan was left alone in the night sky. Son to repay father's debts? Was there such a thing? He then walked beside Gozi, who was still unconscious. Ace Gozi, I have seen through you. In the future only I can bully you. If others bully you, I will slice off their heads. He carried Gozi and sent him into the house. If Gozi was conscious, he would definitely cry. Young master personally carried him back. What kind of glory was that? Other young masters would probably just let him lie outside and wait for him to wake up before returning to his room. Reading room. Old master, young master really hid his strength deeply. If not for us probing, we probably wouldn't have known. Old Wu changed out of his assassin attire. Young master's strength exceeded his expectations. Scoff, external cultivation grade 3, internal cultivation grade 1, you are still far from it. Lin Wani said. Old Wu smiled. Old master was happy deep down, but the words that came out of his mouth were a huge blow. However, he knew that old master was happier than anyone else. Right, old master, the servant beside young master is not bad. He is loyal to young master and didn't retreat when he faced danger. He can be developed. Old Wu said. Do as you see fit. Lin Wani said. Old Wu smiled. It seems like I will be busy every night. Morning. Lin Fan opened his eyes and shouted, Go Z. Not long later. Gozi carried a wash basin in. Young master, last night? It is okay, don't think about what happened last night. Lin Fan waved his hands. He had to think about how to deal with this assassin. After all, the assassin couldn't just appear at night, right? He couldn't even let him sleep. After washing up, Lin Fan brought Gozi to see his cousin. The moment he got there, he saw his cousin standing in the courtyard with his eyes closed. As he breathed in and out, turbid air seeped out from his nose and mouth. When he heard footsteps, Zhou Zhongmao opened his eyes. Cousin. Cousin, are your injuries healed? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao smiled. Yes, I consumed 300-year-old ginseng yesterday and absorbed the essence to heal my injuries. I'm already healed. Amazing, his recovery is really domineering. Lin Fan felt that his cousin was really strong. His injuries looked a little heavy, but who knew that he would recover in one night? It seemed like his cultivation technique was really amazing. Cousin, where are we going today? Zhou Zhongmao was willing to stay with his cousin and hand over the guard training to others. To be able to stay by his cousin's side was the happiest thing in his life. I don't know, let's head out first. Last night, I was frightened and the assassin came to find me. Luckily, I am a little strong and didn't let him succeed. Let's not talk about it. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. To be honest, he had suspected that the assassin was someone sent by his father from the very beginning. If not, why would an assassin not kill him and just like to beat him up? After his father acknowledged him last night, he understood that he had conflicts with his father. He couldn't beat the old, so he came to bully the young. Scum. When he was prepared to leave the manor, he saw Manager Chen carrying a thick book out. He was going to register for Qin family village and Zhang family village. Recently, many things had happened. He gave out a lot of farmland. His actions that infuriated the Yuan and Liang family actually didn't cause any trouble for him. From the looks of it, his family was really amazing. There were many stalls by the side of the road selling all sorts of breakfast that looked really delicious. However, Lin Fan noticed that when he ate, the commoners didn't ask for money. This was because of his reputation. He had a good reputation. However, as the young master of a rich family, how could he not pay to eat? If this spread out, he would lose all his face. He directly asked Gozi to pay. Lin Fan swaggered on the road. The commoners around looked at Lin Fan. They all saw what happened yesterday. Lin family young master and the Yuan family head had a conflict outside the city. If they didn't personally witness it, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Chapter 35. Just as Lin Fan and the others were strolling around, something happened in front of them. A figure flew out of one of the shops. With a pung. "Aya, it hurts." That person laid on the ground, one hand touching his butt as he grumbled. At that moment, a few helpers surged out from the shop. They punched and kicked the person on the ground. They then raged, "If you dare to cause trouble again, I will break your hand." After saying that, they hurried back into the shop. This was a gambling den. Those people were the helpers of the gambling den. It was obvious that this person caused trouble and was beaten up. The person who was beaten up was perfectly fine. He got up and patted his butt. "You still dare to threaten me? I didn't want to stoop to your level." The commoners around were used to such things. Who knew how many such things happened every day? Many people walked into the gambling den with bright faces, but in the end they walked out in a daze. "Cousin, this fellow isn't a normal person." Zhou Zhongmao took a look and said, "Even if he isn't a normal person, he is still a human. As long as he is a human, there is nothing to be afraid of." Lin Fan said. Just at that moment, when the middle-aged man who was tossed out of the gambling den heard that, he smiled and walked over. "Young master's words are really good. I am Feng Bolu, Feng from Feng Feng, Bo from Feng Feng, Lu from Feng Feng Lu. How should I address you?" Feng Poliu stood upright. Although his hair was messy and there was dust on his face, he felt that he had an aura. He even stroked his mustache coquettishly. Zhou Zhongmao blocked in front of him and looked at him warily. As long as he did anything weird, he would take him down right away. "Cousin, don't be too nervous." Lin Fan patted his shoulder and smiled. "I am Lin Fan, Lin from Lin Fan, Fan from Lin Fan." Feng Polius smiled. "Good name, young Master Lin's background isn't ordinary. To be able to match up to your looks, only the Lin family is. Good eyesight." Lin Fan acknowledged and agreed with what he said. His bootlicking skills were something that without decades of practice, one wouldn't be able to do. "Young Master Lin, we are like old friends. You are like a friend I knew in the past. Can I speak to you?" Feng Poliu said. "If you have something to say, say it here. It's fine, we're all on the same side." Lin Fan said. He had met a veteran. Most people didn't have the ability to make friends with others. Feng Poliu walked to Lin Fan's side and smiled. "Brother, lend me some money to recoup my losses. What do you think?" Lin Fan's expression was indifferent as he shook his head and said, "No. What do you want to do? If you want to borrow money, then find someone else. If you dare to cheat my cousin, I will beat you up." Zhou Zhongmao's attitude towards Feng Poliu changed. Although this guy wasn't an ordinary person, he was a gambler. How dare he try to get his hands on his cousin? He must be dreaming. "Brother, don't be impulsive. I'll make a deal with your cousin. I promise we won't cheat each other." Feng Poliu said and walked in front of Lin Fan. Since no one was paying attention, he carefully opened his shirt and revealed a book. "Brother, I'm not joking with you. This secret manual is a peerless secret manual. If it weren't for the fact that I have no money, I would never sell it." "Shush, softer, don't let others find out. This is a secret that our race doesn't pass down. If people find out, I won't be able to protect you." Lin Fan looked at him and squinted. "What secret technique, what peerless secret technique?" Feng Poliu coughed. He raised his head and acted like he didn't do anything. However, his hands didn't stop as he pulled the book outwards. "Look, bug controlling technique, all bugs in the world can be controlled. Brother, I saw that we were fated, which was why I thought about making a deal with you." After saying that, Feng Poliu closed his shirt and acted like it was real. He looked left and right and acted like nothing had happened. "How much did you sell it for?" Lin Fan asked. "Not much, just a few dozen." "No, I didn't sell it. This is a peerless technique, so I can't casually sell it. I saw that you looked like my old friend. I wanted to give it to you, but looking at your status, if I gave it to you, wouldn't I be insulting you? So I just wanted to make a deal." Feng Poliu was going all out to promote this secret technique. "It is okay, I'm not afraid of being insulted," Lin Fan said calmly. Not bad, he was playing tricks on him. This person had some skill. Feng Poliu was stunned and then smiled. Brother really knows how to joke. Is 10 silver enough? I am not interested in the technique, but you have some ability, so I will help you. Lin Fan said. Brother is loyal, I thank you. Feng Poliu cupped his fists and said solemnly. Then Feng Poliu took out a technique from his left chest and stuffed it into Lin Fan's arms. He patted his shoulder. Brother, good thing, really good thing. I hope that when we meet in the future you will be able to learn it. Gozi, pay up. Lin Fan said. Gozi looked at young master and then at Feng Poliu. This fellow was definitely a liar, but since young master agreed, what else could he say? He could only pay 10 silver. Feng Poliu smiled like a flower when he got the money. Brother, I will take my leave. He didn't even turn his head, running really quickly and instantly disappearing. Cousin, these people are liars. Cultivation techniques are expensive, not to mention top cultivation techniques. They are hard to buy even with money. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan smiled. It is okay, bootlicking is also a skill. To meet such a person in the morning, it makes me feel really happy. As a rich family young master, he had to have such an attitude. If he felt good, then he had to reward him. Let's go to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion to drink tea. Lin Fan held a fan, one hand behind his back. He walked into the distance like a young master. He had just gotten this fan today. It was barely worthy of his identity. When Lin Fan and the others left, Feng Poliu charged into the gambling den and shouted. Grandsons, watch how Grandpa will kill you. Not long later. With a pung. Feng Poliu was tossed out from the gambling den once more. You fellow, if you dare to cause trouble without money, I will break your legs. The people in the gambling den hollered in rage. Kiki. Feng Poliu patted his butt and left. I will continue to find a young man with a dream to learn martial arts. He patted his right chest. What was placed here was what he used to earn money. Suddenly, he stood there in a daze. His right chest swelled up. He patted his left chest. There was nothing on his left chest. It was dry and shriveled up. No, the left is real, the right is fake. No, the left is fake, the right is real. Left is real, right is fake. That's not right, my head hurts. I placed it here in the morning, how did this happen? Feng Poliu hurriedly took out the technique on his right chest. The cover was also bug controlling technique, but it was totally different from placing it on his left chest. When he saw the contents on the first page, he was completely dumbfounded. Why, he cried out in pain. Brother, come back, I took the wrong one. Chapter 36. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. The servant carried a plate and walked over. Young Master Lin, please eat. 8 treasure cake, 5 grain porridge, almond tea. Simple and casual. This breakfast wasn't something that normal commoners could enjoy. 8 treasure cake was made from 8 different ingredients, one of which was ginseng, which had a really good nourishing effect. What do you all want to eat? Just order whatever you want. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I am not hungry at all. Young master, me too. The two of them were helpless. They had to look at what time it was. In just a few more hours they would be able to eat lunch. Lin Fan didn't say anything and started to eat. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion's food tasted really good. As expected from the biggest restaurant in U City. Thinking back to that Feng Poliu fellow, he directly took out the secret technique in his arms to take a look. Cousin, be careful. You can't cultivate these fake techniques, otherwise if something happens you won't know what to do. Zhou Zhongmao reminded. Fake techniques were really dangerous. There were people who obtained them before, but they were fake ones. They followed the techniques on it and died in the end. They didn't even have a chance to be saved. To him, how could there be such a dumb person in the world? Someone who exchanged the techniques for silver. Especially someone who said that it was a top technique, that was really amusing. Don't worry, do you think your cousin is dumb? Lin Fan flipped to the first page. He ate while reading. What was written on it was really mysterious. However, it was okay to take a look. Zhou Zhongmao looked at his cousin warily. As long as cousin showed signs of cultivating, he would attack right away to stop him. How could he cultivate a technique of unknown origin, and it might even be fake? He would lose his life if he did that. Very quickly. Lin Fan finished reading it. There wasn't anything attractive about it, just that it was a little fierce. The small support system changed. Bug controlling technique. Unlearned, this was a real cultivation technique. Cousin, take a look. This cultivation technique seems to be real. Lin Fan tossed it over. Since the small support system recorded it, that meant that the cultivation technique was indeed useful. It seemed like that fellow had a conscience and didn't cheat others. The 10 silver was worth it. Not only was he flattered for no reason, but he also received a cultivation technique. Not only did he not make a loss, he even made a profit. Outside, Feng Polia came out from the gambling den and ran to many places to search for Lin Fan. Damn. He actually took the wrong one. It seemed like he had lost his mind from gambling. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? This was his lifeblood. Even if he lost his life, he couldn't lose this thing. At this time, he saw a figure on the upper floor of the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. It was the young Master Lin who gave him 10 taels of silver. Found it, finally found it. Feng Polia was delighted and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he couldn't find it and could only take the risk to head to the Lin family. It seemed like he had a chance. He quickened his pace and walked towards Lin Fan. When he arrived at the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, clatter. There was a splash in the trash can at the side as if something had fallen out. Feng Polia looked out and noticed a secret technique floating in the dirty water. It was very familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. What? Feng Polia's pupils constricted. This was the bug controlling technique, his life. He didn't think it was dirty and directly took it out. It was wet and there was a weird smell. He flipped it eagerly. The content was what he wanted. I am back, I am finally back. He heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying. If he couldn't find this technique, he definitely wouldn't leave U City. He had to find it before he could leave. Now that he had it in his hands, he was prepared to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and stood beneath the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. His expression was one of disbelief as he muttered to himself. What do you mean? What does he mean? He doesn't care about my top technique at all, tossing it aside like it was a shoe. No, I have to ask for an explanation. Feng Polia stepped into the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. He was a contrarian. In the pavilion, Zhou Zhongmao didn't care about the technique at all. When cousin passed it to him, he tossed it away. It was fake. It was fake. He felt like it was a hindrance to him. Lin Fan didn't care, so he just tossed it away. It was good that cousin was happy. Moreover, the name of the bug-controlling technique wasn't domineering enough. Although the content was a little overbearing, it was really meaningless. Ta-da. Footsteps spread out from the stairs, they were really hurried. You can't go up, who are you? The manager tried to stop him. Feng Polia's clothes were too ugly, like a refugee, so how could the manager let him go up? However, how could he stop him? I say, what's wrong with you, shopkeeper? I'm here to look for someone. Do I look like a beggar to you? Feng Polia was furious. He was actually treated as a beggar. If this was decades ago, he would have slapped him. What is going on? Lin Fan looked out. It was so noisy and that voice was a little familiar. Very quickly, he saw that the innkeeper was pulling someone along. That person was like a dog walking up with all his might. He couldn't stop him at all. Brother, it is me. Tell the manager to stop pulling me, I am here to find you. Feng Polia shouted. He didn't want to bully people who didn't have strength. If not, with a wave of his arm, the manager would have smashed into the wall and spat out 3 liters of blood. Manager, stop pulling, I know him. Lin Fan said. The manager released his hand, his expression changed. He said politely, so you are young Master Lin's friend, why didn't you say so earlier? Please, please enter. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Feng Polia shook his head. Lin Fan waved his hands. Manager, you can head down first. This place has nothing to do with you. Okay, young Master Lin, take your time. I will wait downstairs if you have something to say. The manager left. At this moment, Lin Fan felt that Feng Polia was a little interesting and said, You lost everything? You are here to sell techniques to me? Zhou Zhongmao stared at Feng Polia in rage. How was this person so shameless? Did he really think that his cousin was a fool? Feng Polia wasn't angry. Brother, how is that possible? What do you mean by selling? Although I like to gamble, I really like to sell techniques to you. What a waste, I thought you were here to sell. What is the matter? Anyway, I don't have money. Lin Fan said. Feng Polia organized his words and said angrily, Brother, I didn't come for anything else but to ask why you threw my top technique into the trash bucket. You are insulting the technique and also me as a person. Scoff, acting all mysterious, fake techniques, who are you trying to harm? Zhou Zhongmao scoffed coldly. If cousin wasn't here, he would have attacked long ago. Feng Polia raised his voice. You big fellow, I don't know if I should say that you are ignorant or blind. You actually said that my secret technique is fake. Do you know how many people would fight for it if it was placed outside? Zhou Zhongmao scoffed in disdain. Cousin, this secret technique is real. Lin Fan said. Listen to what your cousin said? This is real. Feng Polia pointed at Zhou Zhongmao and said in delight. However, what Lin Fan said next made Feng Polia so furious that he wanted to show off. It doesn't mean anything, Lin Fan said. Feng Polia was unwilling. This technique was his life. For others to say that it didn't mean anything made his heart hurt. Brother, your words are a little hurtful. You can insult me, but you can't insult my technique. This secret manual is the only copy that has been lost to the world. Truthfully, I wanted to use another to bluff you, but I took the wrong one and took out the real one. If not, I wouldn't have chased you all the way here. But now that you don't care about my technique looking down on it, I can't take it anymore. Let's go outside the city. I have to let you all know how strong the bug controlling technique is and how much of a good chance you all missed out on. Feng Polia couldn't take it. Facing people who didn't know, he could only use such methods to prove himself. Chapter 37. Outside the city. Lin Fan had nothing to do. He did nothing every day and was really bored. For such a talented comedic person to suddenly appear, he would definitely support him. Cousin, be careful in case this fellow lures us out of the city and wants to harm us, Zhou Zhongmao said softly. His gaze didn't move away from him. As long as he did anything weird, he would kill him right away. He came to an empty space. Feng Polia stood there and took in a deep breath. It was like he was a different person. The aura he gave off was different too. Look closely, this is the true terrifying part of the bug controlling technique. The moment he said that, with Feng Polia as the center, many ripples spread out. These ripples couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and one could only see it from the swaying grass. What strong internal strength. Zhou Zhongmao's expression was solemn. Lin Fan waved his fan and nodded. Interesting. Not long later. Chio, Gigi. Many soft sounds spread out from the ground and the forest in the distance. The ground seemed to be shaking. The soil beneath Lin Fan's feet was shaking too. Young master, look there? Gozi exclaimed and looked into the distance in disbelief. Not far from the forest, a black mist surged over. No, it wasn't a black mist, but many small bugs. The sound of flapping wings got closer and closer. Shortly after, many bugs living in the soil flipped open the soil like they were being guided, popping out in groups. A black patch covered the entire ground. Cousin, be careful, Zhou Zhongmao said softly. There were just too many of them. If one couldn't use internal strength to protect their bodies, just this bug ocean tactic was enough to swallow everyone. Cousin, what is going on? Why are these bugs so obedient? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I can't see it, but it should be some special internal strength that is guiding them. At that moment, Feng Polia smiled. How is it? Is it terrifying? What you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg. The true terrifying part of the bug controlling technique hasn't been shown yet. But I can tell you that if it is shown, no grass will grow within a few miles. Lin Fan clapped. Amazing, really amazing. To play with bugs to such a level, it is rare in the world. Ah. Feng Polia felt really good. Brother, now that you understand what kind of opportunity you missed, let me tell you something. If I can cultivate the bug controlling technique to the max level and my internal strength is strong enough, then there will be even more terrifying phenomenons. If one doesn't cultivate the bug controlling technique, one wouldn't know about it. I'm leaving. You can slowly regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Polia's body seemed to be made up of numerous bugs. He then scattered and disappeared along with the bugs. At the same time, a voice could be heard. I exposed myself before you all not to prove how powerful I am, but to let you all know what sort of opportunity you all missed out on. Ah! The sound gradually faded away. Only Lin Fan and the others were left in the forest. Cousin, what is he doing? Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. Why did he leave just like that? Lin Fan thought for a moment. He's probably afraid that we'll ask for it back, so he purposely put on a show in front of us. It's not bad indeed. Although it looks a little scary, it's really overbearing. Cousin, I was wrong. Zhou Zhongmao was sad. He regretted that he had eyes but failed to see. causing his cousin to miss out on such a peerless secret manual. Although he didn't show many skills. But just from what he showed, it was enough to show that this secret technique was above many cultivation techniques. What wrong? It is just controlling bugs. How disgusting. Let's go back. Lin Fan patted his cousin's shoulder and didn't care much about it. He just felt that Feng Poliu was a little delighted. He remembered the secret technique. He even showed off his ability and then fled. He was purposely trying to make him feel disgusted. He remembered it. In the future, if they had a chance to meet, they could have a deep conversation. City gate. A row of carriages came out. The one at the lead was the Su family guards, the Su family with the three-leaf family emblem. The refugees on both sides spread out. Is the Su family leaving? Lin Fan muttered. The carriages didn't stop and just passed by Lin Fan. Just at that moment, a carriage that passed by Lin Fan stopped. Su Gang opened the curtains and revealed her face. Young Master Lin, if you have a chance, come to Zhou City, I will treat you well. So it is little Miss Su, the injuries on your face are all healed. You look much prettier than before. Lin Fan smiled. Oh right, did you find the culprit? I think the culprit really knows how to hide. Rage plus 123. The moment he talked about the culprit, Su Gang was filled with rage. She just didn't find him. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your concern. I will definitely find the culprit. Elder Su, who was holding the rope, looked at Lin Fan expressionlessly and said, Young Master Lin, your father's Yu Meng will die one day. Only by becoming stronger can you continue living freely. I hope young Master Lin knows what to do. Little Miss, let's hurry. If we waste time, we won't be able to reach before night falls. Let's go. Old Su didn't have a good attitude towards Lin Fan. Little Miss was naive and dumb. It was already so obvious, so why couldn't she see it? He knew that the one who hurt Little Miss was the Lin family kid. Now, he still had the face to act dumb in front of Little Mississippi. If not for him caring about Little Miss's temper and knowing that the person who hurt her was this kid, she would have torn apart the Lin family. Lin Wani definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. It would instead cause conflict between the two families. It wasn't worth it. Lin Fan didn't reply. He just smiled and waved his hands. Little Miss Su, be a good person and stop bullying normal people. Seeing the carriages get further and further away, he shouted. It wasn't good for this old woman to bully normal people. Hey. Lin Fan smiled. Cousin, why did the Su family come to you city? Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I don't know. Forget it, let's go home. At this moment, the Yuan and Liang family were at the city gate. After they sent Little Miss Su off, their expressions became solemn. During this period of time, Little Miss Su had insulted them badly. If they weren't afraid of the Su family's strength, this brat would have been slapped to death at the side. When the Yuan and Liang family saw Lin Fan, their faces turned dark and sunken. During this period of time, this kid had brought them many problems. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Rage points plus 223. Rage points plus 177. Lin Fan opened his fan leisurely. When he passed the two families, he smiled. It is right to be angry. It doesn't feel good to keep it bottled up in your heart. That damn kid. Old Master Yuan was so furious that he was about to spit out flames. However, there was nothing he could do. Old Master Liang was the most frustrated and also the most furious. Before he even agreed, Zhang family village was swallowed by the Lin family. In the crowd, many furious eyes stared at Lin Fan. Liang Yongqi was the most furious. He really wanted to swallow Lin Fan up. He had never been bullied before, but during this period of time, he took all the anger he had for the past 20 years. Lin Fan's lips curled up and he glanced at everyone. Helplessness is so scary. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 123. Rage points plus 88. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.